just reincarnated and already mistaken for a mob boss's daughter. My name is Vanessa Miller. I'm an intern lawyer that nobody respects, and a failed web novel author on the side. But that's okay, because I've been reincarnated. In this life, I'm definitely taking back everything that belongs to me. But right now, I'm in desperate need of a good Samaritan. If you could just cash at me $500, I'll take you straight to the top with me. Wait, wrong script. The truth is, I've run into some real street thugs. A dozen fierce-looking guys with bleached hair have me cornered on my way back to campus. They're claiming I'm the daughter of some big-time underworld boss. They're dead set on taking me with them. If there's any kind soul out there, who can rescue me from this nightmare? I'll definitely buy a gift basket and visit these guys in the hospital later. Please come with us. The organization is leaderless right now. Only you are qualified to be the heir. The leader was a sharp-looking man. His voice was cold and indifferent as he spoke. His gaze was piercing. One look, and you knew he wasn't someone to mess with. I was practically in tears. You guys really have the wrong person. I'm seriously not some mob princess. I'm just an ordinary student. Please, just let me go. I really didn't want anything to do with these criminals. In my past life, I was a lawyer after all. I knew exactly how people in the underworld ended up. Those massive racketeering and organized crime crackdowns, I can't count how many mob bosses ended up on death row because of them. Besides, I really wasn't some underworld heiress. I was just a girl from a small country town, and my family history was pretty tragic. It could be summed up in one sentence: a gambling addict dad, a mom who abandoned the family, a deadbeat older brother, and me, the victim of high school bullying. Why did I study to be a lawyer in my past life? It wasn't just to turn in my own family for the sake of justice. Wait, was it for justice? Now that I've finally gotten a second chance at life, I don't have any grand ambitions. I just want to live a normal life, like owning a custom luxury motorhome, and maybe having $100 million in the bank. Keep it simple, you know? However, that cold-looking young man pulled a photograph straight out of his pocket. Miss, even though we haven't met you before, this photo, though, is something I found among the boss's personal effects. After a lot of hard work, we finally tracked you down. I took the photo and glanced at it. At first look, the girl in the photo really did look a lot like me. She was cute and pretty. The problem was, the age gap was way too big. The girl in the photo looked about 7 or 8 years old. I'm 18 now. Using this photo to claim I'm some mob princess, that's not very convincing, is it? There are a lot of people in the world who look alike. Why don't you go find someone else? Besides, my ID says my last name is Miller. There's no way my dad's last name is Miller too, right? To my surprise, the cold young man nodded. Exactly. The boss's name was also Miller. Miss. See? You just admitted the boss was your father. Please, just come with us. The organization really can't survive without you. Wait. That is clearly not what I meant. I misspoke. Why does it feel like the more I explain, the messier this gets? I never dealt with this kind of situation in my past life. Could this be a side effect of reincarnation? Just as I was racking my brain, trying to figure out how to get rid of these thugs, a young man who looked like he had a strong sense of justice walked by. He saw me surrounded by the group, in broad daylight, in a civilized society. How dare you bully a defenseless young woman? This is unacceptable. Under my hopeful gaze, the young man actually walked over. He pointed at the thugs and shouted, "Let that girl go. Beat it, kid." On it. The hero immediately turned tail and sprinted away. I was truly out of options now. These guys seemed absolutely certain that I was the mob princess. Fine, if I'm going down swinging. I looked at the cold young man and said, "Since you say I'm your boss's daughter, are you loyal to him? Would you ever betray him?" The young man's expression turned solemn. "The boss saved my life. Of course I am loyal to him. I would never betray him. The dozen brothers behind me feel the same way." Hearing him say that, my eyes darted around. "Then does my word carry weight too?" The cold young man nodded. "The boss is gone. Naturally, we follow your orders, miss." "Fine. Since my word carries weight, then you can all leave. I hereby declare this organization disbanded." I said it as bluntly as possible. The young man froze. He didn't speak or move. Everyone else was the same, frozen in place. "Didn't you say my word carried weight?" I frowned. "Why haven't you left yet?" "We have nowhere else to go," the young man said, looking a bit embarrassed. "What do you mean?" I was confused. After the boss passed away, the various lieutenants started fighting for the top spot, and the whole group splintered. The reason we came looking for you, miss, was in the hopes that you would return, to consolidate and lead the organization once again, the young man explained. Now I finally understood. These guys were basically just a bunch of stray dogs. They had clearly lost a power struggle and been kicked out. Now they were looking for me, the heiress, to be their literal life raft. Doesn't that mean that I, this so-called fake princess, am actually a princess in exile? That made it even more impossible for me to go back with them. If I went back, those ambitious rival mobsters would probably have a million ways to deal with me. Based on how movies go, I'd either be kidnapped for ransom or assassinated on the way there. I couldn't go back with them, not even if they killed me, and I could see it in their eyes. They were stuck on me and wouldn't leave. Oh, in that case, I'm still a high school senior. Finals are only a month away. This period is extremely important to me. Try your best not to disturb me. If you really don't want to leave, then find a place to stay here in town. We'll talk after my exams are over, okay? I proposed a compromise. Miss, is school really that important? A chubby guy with bleached hair asked curiously. I rolled my eyes at him. Haven't you heard the saying? Knowledge changes destiny. Everything is easier when you're educated. For example, what you're doing right now is legally defined as harassment and disorderly conduct. If I called the police, I could get you all locked up for at least a few days. Then why didn't you call them? I get it. You must have known we were the boss's men. And that's why you didn't report us. Nilis, you really do care about us, your loyal subordinates, the chubby guy said, looking deeply moved. I just didn't have my phone on me. Then I thought of something. Hey, do you guys have any money? The chubby guy and the others didn't know what I wanted to do, but they obediently started digging through their pockets to check. In the end, all of them combined only managed to scrape together about $150. I was speechless seeing how broke they were. You guys are supposed to be professional mobsters, but you're this broke? We, left in such a rush that we forgot to grab the cash, Mitch explained, looking a bit sheepish. I had originally intended to have them cough up some money, so I could buy myself a new phone. It would have made doing business easier later on, but seeing how pathetic this group was, I gave up on that idea. Forget it. Take this money and buy some bus tickets. Go home to your mamas and stay out of trouble. Miss, Mitch suddenly took the lead and dropped to one knee. My brothers and I made a vow. We swore to follow the boss until the day we die. Now that the boss is gone, we have no one to turn to but you. You can't just kick us out. The others saw what he was doing and followed suit, staring at me with eyes full of desperate hope. I had never seen a display like this before. For a moment, I actually felt a little bit touched. Even though they had mistaken me for the daughter of some big-shot crime lord, I could tell from their disheveled state and their earnestness that they were sincere. They were genuinely loyal to a father figure who actually had no relation to me at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled all the way to this remote little county town just to find me and swear their lives to my service. After a long pause, I sighed in resignation. Fine. Get up. I won't kick you out. But you have to promise me one thing. Don't disturb me while I'm studying for my finals. Once my exams are over, we can discuss our next steps. As soon as the words left my mouth, their faces lit up with pure joy. To be honest, they had dropped out of school early to follow the boss into the underworld, living their lives on the fringes of society. With the boss's sudden death and the organization splintering into factions, they were like stray dogs that had lost their master, lost and with nowhere to go. If they hadn't found that old photo among the boss's belongings, they wouldn't have even known the boss had a daughter. Even though the girl in the photo was 10 years younger than me, the resemblance was about 80%. Combined with the fact that my last name was also Miller, they were convinced I was his flesh and blood. Their level of loyalty was honestly a surprise to me. After the syndicate fell apart, they could have easily joined another crew to get by. But in their hearts, they only acknowledged one leader. With the boss gone, that deep-seated loyalty naturally transferred itself onto me. I took a moment to get a sense of their backgrounds. The sharp-eyed young man, who looked like trouble, was named Lance. The chubby one was named Mitch. They were both vocational school dropouts, unemployed youths without any real diplomas. They had eventually joined the syndicate, which was the organization my so-called father had built from the ground up. It wasn't until the boss met his sudden end recently, and the internal power struggle turned violent, that they chose to leave. I tested the waters and asked, "So, your boss, how did my dad die?" Mitch answered with a dead serious face. "He was ambushed and hacked to death with a few hundred knives." "But don't be sad, miss." The boss's eyes were closed when he passed. He must have gone very peacefully. I was silent for 2 seconds, my lip twitching involuntarily. A few hundred knives? He must have been turned into literal minced meat. How is that peaceful? If it weren't for the fact that everyone gets cremated these days, your boss would probably rise from the grave if he heard you say that. So, did my dad leave me any kind of inheritance? I continued my questioning, unable to hide the spark of hope in my voice. Like, maybe a few £100 of gold buried in a secret location, just waiting for me to go dig it up? As a reincarnated person, I desperately needed startup capital. Even though my head was full of future business plans, without money, it was all just wishful thinking. Mitch shook his head. The boss died too suddenly. He didn't have time to leave any instructions. Hearing that, I turned around and walked away without hesitation. I couldn't help but curse under my breath. I actually called that guy Dad a few times for nothing, and I didn't even get a single gold bar out of it. "Miss, where are you going?" Mitch hurriedly chased after me. "Back to school." I didn't even look back as I answered. "We'll drive you." I stopped in my tracks. I turned around and asked suspiciously, "You guys actually have a car?" Today I had just managed to squeeze $30 out of my grandpa for living expenses. It was still several miles from the station to the school. If there was a free ride to catch, I wasn't going to pass it up. Mitch immediately shouted at the blonde guy to pull the car around. A moment later, a battered, weathered old minivan came rattling to a halt right in front of me. The paint on the doors was already peeling and faded, looking like it might fall off at any second. Mitch pulled open the passenger door. "Miss, please, get in." I stared at the half-totaled junk heap, screaming internally. What kind of mob princess would ride in a car like this? And in the front seat, no less? But in the end, I behaved myself and climbed inside. Immediately after, the dozen or so young thugs crammed into the back seats like sardines. Only then did I realize why Mitch had been so insistent on me sitting in the front. If I had been squeezed in back with them, never mind my dignity as a princess, I probably wouldn't have been able to breathe. I had to admit, these old vans were miracle machines. They really could hold a lot. I could already imagine it. If some unlucky idiot tried to mess with this van, and the doors slid open to reveal a dozen thugs pouring out, they'd probably drop to their knees and beg for mercy on the spot. "Well, Carvass, are we going straight to school?" Mitch asked from the driver's seat. I checked the time. I still had a few hours before evening study hall. I had a sudden change of heart. Since I couldn't shake these tag-alongs, I might as well figure out exactly who I was dealing with. I didn't want them dragging me into a ditch somewhere later. "We're not going to school yet. Take me to the nearest police precinct." Mitch and the others went pale the moment they heard that. "Miss, are we really doing this? If you don't go, then get lost. And don't bother looking for me ever again." I narrowed my eyes, my tone carrying an unquestionable threat. Finally, Lance made the call. "Let's go. Do as she says. Since you decided to follow her, don't question her decisions." "Got it, Lance," the group answered in unison. The group nervously drove toward the county precinct headquarters. As soon as our van came to a stop, several officers immediately swarmed us. Crammed at 200% capacity, and you dared to drive into the station? Talk about walking straight into a trap. IDs, driver's licenses, and registration. Let's see them. The blonde guy behind the wheel looked like he was about to burst into tears. A 100 fine and points off his license. Their already meager war chest was instantly cut in half. "Sorry, I forgot to check for that." "Overcrowding is a fine and a penalty," I said, scratching my head. Secretly, though, I was enjoying their misfortune a little. Once the traffic violation was handled, the group, suppressed by anger, marched into the lobby. They gave the officers on duty a real fright. Are young thugs these days really this arrogant? Requesting backup. Requesting backup. I hurried to explain. "I'm here to turn myself in." Wait, no. They're here to turn themselves in. The officer who met us was stunned. He eventually pulled out a registration log. "All right, let's hear it. What did you all do?" Actually, it's not exactly turning in per se. They just want to check if they have a criminal record, or if there are any active warrants out for them. The officer was baffled. "Wait, what kind of move is this? Running a background check on yourselves?" But, looking at the way these guys were dressed, they were clearly street punks. If they hadn't committed any crimes, fine. But if they had, this was an easy win for the precinct. It was handed to them on a silver platter. Mason was detained for a month for brawling. Mitch was detained for 14 days. Tommy was detained for 10 days. Out of the dozen or so guys, only 2 or 3 had clean records. Everyone else had a rap sheet. Fortunately, they were all minor incidents, and they had already served their time or paid the fines. I let out a long sigh of relief. I was glad these guys weren't a total lost cause. On the way back from the precinct, it seemed they had learned their lesson. This time, they didn't overload the van. Only 7 people rode inside. The others spent a little money and caught a few electric trike taxis. We arrived at the gates of Central High. In Foggy Creek back in 2007, electric trikes were everywhere. For just a few bucks, you could get anywhere in town. It was quite convenient. I had just stepped into the school. When I saw Lance and the others looking completely lost, I turned back around to face them. Have you figured out where you're staying yet? Lance and the others all shook their heads, even though they had decided to follow me. They hadn't actually thought of a place to crash. Besides, with only a few $100s left between them, finding a decent place wasn't going to be easy. Their worst-case plan was to rough it at an internet cafe for a few nights. Looking at them, I sighed inwardly. Then, an idea came to me. Take the road past the traffic light up ahead to Youth Road. There's an open-air night market there. There's also a snack street over by Youth Plaza. When you guys have nothing to do, go check those 2 places out. Miss, why are you sending us there? To collect protection money? Mitch asked, sounding excited. Now, that's something we're actually good at. Mitch, I warned. Do you remember what I told you earlier? Mitch couldn't recall a single word. I pointed toward the school. Knowledge changes destiny. Oh, right, miss. So what you're saying is, we should be more polite when we're shaking people down? Mitch said, having a sudden epiphany. I was casting pearls before swine. My original intent was for them to obey the law and completely go straight. Whatever. I just have to guide them slowly over time. So, I turned my gaze toward Lance, who clearly held more authority and was much more reliable. Lance, I don't care what you guys used to do for a living, but from now on, you have to do exactly as I say. Is that a problem? Lance nodded. Understood, miss. I'll keep them in line. The reason I want you to go to those 2 places is to scout out the seafood market, specifically the market prices for crawfish. Once you have the info, come find me at school. Yes, miss, Lance and the others shouted in unison. After returning to the campus, I headed to my dorm first. I had just finished putting my luggage away, and was getting ready to grab some dinner at the cafeteria before evening study hall. Suddenly, the dorm door was blocked by 3 delinquent girls. The leader was Brittany Piggy West, a girl with dyed blonde hair. She reached out and shoved her hand in my face. Hand over the cash. What money? I looked up, feigning total confusion. Cut the crap. Didn't you go home today? I know you brought money back with you. Brittany's tone was thick with a threat. Don't make me get violent, or you know what'll happen. In my past life, I was bullied by her every single day at Central High. Brittany was a good-for-nothing thug, but she used her family connections to squeeze her way into this prestigious school. She had targeted me back in middle school because I was from the country, poor, and had a quiet, timid personality. She thought I was an easy target, so she treated me like her personal doormat. I only had $200 a month for living expenses, and she would always steal half of it. I spent most of my time starving back then, but the me of today was no longer that same person. I wasn't that helpless little girl anymore. I looked up and calmly held out my hand. The money is on me. Take it yourself. Brittany blinked in surprise. She expected me to be like I usually was, stubbornly refusing to hand it over, until I took a beating and finally gave in. She didn't expect me to be so cooperative today. Glad to see you've finally grown a brain. Very quickly, she pulled $200 out of my school uniform pocket. Brittany waved the bills in the air and gave a smug snort. Let's go. After they left, I patted my empty pocket. I sighed. I was going to be hungry again. I turned and climbed onto my bunk, pulling something out from under my pillow. It was a phone that had been recording a video. After confirming the footage was clear and complete, I tucked the phone away. I had borrowed the phone from Mitch. While its features couldn't compare to a future smartphone, it could at least record video. Brittany would never suspect that the girl she thought was dirt poor actually had a cell phone, but I didn't plan on taking the video to the administration office just yet. 200 wasn't nearly enough to make them pay the price I wanted. According to the law, robbery of personal property has to exceed $1,000 to be classified as a serious felony. Furthermore, Brittany was the niece of the senior year supervisor, Mr. Lane. Even if she was an adult, dealing with this would involve a lot of red tape. During evening study hall, my stomach was growling. My focus was a complete mess. To make matters worse, I realized I couldn't understand half of the questions. After all, I had been away from a classroom for a very long time. Fortunately, I could still roughly remember the contents of the final exams. 1 month was a tight deadline, but surely I could at least get into a decent 4-year university, right? I finally made it to the end of the study session. I headed straight for the school gates. Lance was already there waiting for me. Not only did he bring info on crawfish and fish market prices, but he was also holding a container of steaming hot fried rice. I whispered thank you. I took the rice and ate quickly, while listening intently to the report Lance provided. Once I had a clear grasp of the situation, I handed the phone back to Lance. Go buy a flash drive, transfer the video onto it. Bring it to me tomorrow. Lance nodded in agreement and turned to leave. That night, my heart was full of fighting spirit. My counterattack was only just beginning. The morning sun drenched the track field. I was going through the motions of those familiar yet distant calisthenics. The speakers blared. Students poured out of their classrooms. I stood in the noisy crowd, the familiar scent of the rubber track hitting my nose. A subtle, surreal feeling washed over me. The sea of school uniforms overlapped with the memories of my youth, the same blunt bangs, the same messenger bags. Even the rhythm of the exercises was perfectly in sync at that moment. I almost lost track of when I actually was. The third set of National Youth Calisthenics. Dancing Youth. The era is calling. The music started. Most people looked like soulless puppets on strings, mechanically waving their arms and legs, without a hint of life in them. I swung my arms stiffly. I had long since forgotten most of the movements. But I wasn't alone. Almost everyone on the field was just faking it. Some were even using the gaps between moves to pull pranks. Not far from me, a frail-looking girl was suddenly yanked by the hair. Then she was kicked in the leg. Her body wobbled, and she nearly fell over. The girl's eyes welled with tears, but she just bit her lip and didn't dare say a word. This girl's name was Chloe. I recognized her from her class. The quiet, introverted girl. Like me, she had come from the countryside. She was alone in the world with no one to rely on. She had been raised by her grandmother since she was a child. Deep down, she suffered from a profound lack of security. Because of her timid nature, Chloe became the primary target for Brittany's bullying. Perhaps it was because I had been so compliant the day before. But Brittany didn't give me any trouble at all this morning. Once the morning calisthenics ended, Chloe still didn't manage to escape. Brittany cornered Chloe with her 2 sidekicks. Clutching a piece of red chalk in her hand, she gave a sinister smile. Let me give you a makeover. I've actually got quite the artistic touch. Chloe's face turned white with terror. She wanted to run, but the 2 lackeys held her in a vice grip. She couldn't break free at all. Like a cat toys with its prey, Brittany slowly scribbled and doodled all over her face with the chalk, venting her mindless cruelty without restraint. I didn't step forward to stop the scene. Instead, I calmly pulled out my spare phone and secretly recorded the whole thing. There was no mercy in my eyes, only a profound indifference. I knew someone would intervene. Sure enough. Hey! What do you think you're doing? A clear male voice called out from the hallway. Brittany's movements ground to a halt. She frantically hid the chalk behind her back and turned around with an innocent look. Nothing. We're just having a little fun. She didn't forget to shoot Chloe a warning look. Right. Chloe? Chloe kept her head bowed, her voice barely a whisper. Why, yeah, that's right. Brittany was just playing with me. The one who had spoken up was Luke. He was Chloe's desk mate, and one of the few students who dared to stand up to Brittany. He shot a cold look at the graffiti on Chloe's face, then looked at Brittany. He said nothing more. He simply pulled out a piece of stationery folded into the shape of a heart and tossed it at Brittany's feet. Stop having people deliver this garbage to me. Brittany's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Luke was the object of her secret crush. Nearly the entire class knew about it. She had summoned all her courage for that love letter, even sending her 2 lackeys to deliver it for her. But Luke didn't just reject her in front of everyone. He threw the letter back in her face. It was a direct blow that trampled her dignity into the dirt. Brittany's fury was like a fire doused in gasoline, making her chest feel tight with rage. She glared hatefully at Chloe. She was already convinced that Chloe was the one behind this. That little bitch. She must have said something nasty about her to Luke. The more she stewed on it, the angrier she got. She was already calculating how to find someone to jump Chloe after school. And she hadn't forgotten about me, the girl who had suddenly turned compliant. By the time they returned to the classroom, Brittany's anger hadn't subsided. She went out of her way to kick my chair as she passed. Her tone was sharp with impatience. "Hey! We're going to the internet cafe in a bit. Pretend you're sick, so the teacher lets us out. Make it look convincing. Did you hear me?" I lowered my head, maintaining my weak and submissive facade. My voice carried a slight tremor. "I'll do whatever you want. Just, as long as you don't bully me anymore, I'll do anything." Seeing this, Brittany finally let out a satisfied smirk. "Good that you've learned your place. Hurry up, don't keep me waiting." With that, she led her two sidekicks to the back of the room, and began excitedly discussing their plans for the afternoon. The timidity on my face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold sneer. "If you want to destroy someone, you must first make them go mad with confidence. Brittany bullied me in my past life, and she thinks she can keep doing it in this one. I'm about to show you the true meaning of despair. I've always had a stubborn streak in my bones. That stubbornness meant that even when Brittany and her crew tormented me, I never bowed my head, and I never shed a single tear. It just so happened that this period was history with our class teacher. But he wasn't really teaching a formal lesson. He let the class do self-study, while he sat at the podium leisurely drinking tea and reading the newspaper. Time ticked by slowly. I kept my head down, focusing on my practice exams. Brittany, sitting in the back, was getting restless. Taking advantage of the teacher being hidden behind his paper, she tossed a crumpled note over. I picked up the note and glanced at it, then casually tucked it into my desk. Still, I gave no reaction. Brittany's lackeys immediately began whispering. "Brittany, what is she doing? Is she playing dumb? Look at her. She clearly doesn't plan on helping us. Maybe we should drag her to the bathroom after class and teach her a lesson." While they were plotting how to mess with me, Chloe raised her hand and asked to go to the bathroom. Seeing this, Brittany also raised her hand immediately and said she had to go too. The teacher didn't even look up. He just waved them off, telling them to be quick. As she passed my seat, Brittany kicked me again. It wasn't hard, but the threat was loud and clear. 7 or 8 minutes later, Brittany came back, but Chloe was nowhere to be seen. I had a pretty good idea of what was happening. Brittany was probably bullying Chloe in the bathroom again. Just as Brittany sat back down, a sudden, violent sound of retching echoed through the room, startling everyone. Everyone looked over in confusion. They saw me slumped over my desk, face pale, with vomit all over the floor. Brittany was stunned for a second, then smirked inwardly. "This girl is dedicated." But she quickly shifted her expression, running over with a look of fake concern. "Vanessa, what's wrong? Are you sick?" As she spoke, she turned and shouted, "Teacher, Vanessa looks really sick. We should take her to the hospital." The teacher looked at the mess on the floor, then at my pale face. After a moment's thought, he nodded, giving them permission to take me and leave. Brittany and her 2 lackeys propped me up and walked me out the school gates. Once we reached a spot out of the security guard's sight, they immediately let go of me. Brittany sneered threateningly. "Listen up. Don't even think about coming back to school until we do. Do you understand?" I looked up at her, my voice calm. "When are you coming back?" "This afternoon. Come find us at the internet cafe then, and we'll head back together," Brittany finished, her tone dripping with smugness. "You're much more obedient than Chloe. Keep it up, and maybe I'll stop hitting you." With that, they hailed a trike and sped off. I stood there watching them leave, smirking inwardly. "Gee, thanks a lot." Then I pulled out my phone and dialed a number. "Lance, come pick me up." After hanging up, I walked to the intersection to wait, but then I suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure walking out of the school gates. She was clutching her stomach, her steps unsteady and stumbling. She was clearly in a lot of pain. It was Chloe. Why was she out too? Did Brittany really do that much damage to her? I watched Chloe's silhouette and realized she wasn't heading toward the main street outside the school. Instead, she turned and headed toward the dam behind the school. My face went pale. An intense wave of dread washed over me. Right below the dam was a river, and Chloe was heading straight for it. Suddenly, I remembered fragments from my past life. My heart sank. In my past life, Chloe committed suicide by jumping into this river right before finals. The incident caused a massive uproar at the school. Later, someone found something hidden in her textbooks. A suicide note written in blood. It detailed the horrific abuse from Brittany and her crew. But even with that evidence, Brittany didn't face any real consequences in the end. Her family had money and connections. They paid a settlement and swept the whole thing under the rug. Instead, it was Brittany, whose life only got more glamorous as time went on. She drove luxury cars, lived in a mansion, and even married a powerful and wealthy husband. Her life was full and happy. Ridiculous, right? But sometimes, no matter how much it burns, that is the cold, hard reality of the world. At that thought, I gritted my teeth and hurried after her. By the river, Chloe stood under a willow tree. Staring at the slowly flowing water, tears fell from her eyes without stopping. Her body was trembling slightly. She was clearly at her breaking point. Just as she was about to take a step forward, a voice suddenly called out from behind her. "Chloe! Do you really think ending your life is the best way out?" Chloe froze. She turned around to see me walking toward her, step by step. In that moment, her defenses completely shattered. She wailed, "What else can I do? You don't know how terrifying they are. They beat me. They pour ink on me. They dump their half-eaten food onto my tray. I only exist to be their punching bag." My heart gave a sharp jolt. I was exactly like her once. "Chloe," my voice was low but steady, "if you want to do it, you can just jump and be done with it. But I'm telling you right now, I don't know how to swim, and I won't be jumping in to save you. So think about this carefully. Let's team up. We can make them pay for what they've done. Don't forget, you and I are in the same boat." Chloe suddenly remembered. We did have the same history. I was also one of the frequent victims of Brittany's bullying. I was right there with her. Hearing my words, she began to waver. But then she remembered Brittany's terrifying background. Fear flooded her heart again. We can't fight them. She'll have people jump us outside the school gates." Before she could even finish her sentence, a group of young thugs suddenly appeared in the distance. They were marching toward them with an aggressive air. Chloe turned pale with fright. She scrambled backward. "Vanessa! Run! Brittany must have sent them." I stood my ground, my gaze calm and focused. "Chloe, if you're worried about Brittany's retaliation, you have absolutely nothing to fear." I paused, the corners of my mouth curling up. If Brittany has people, then I, Vanessa Miller, have people too. As soon as I spoke, the thugs reached us and stopped in unison. They bowed their heads respectfully. Miss! Chloe was stunned. She never could have imagined that these fierce-looking street thugs would show me so much respect. Moreover, she could sense it. These guys were far more hardened and professional than the punks Brittany hung out with. What she didn't know was that these men were actual members of a criminal organization. They were part of the Underworld in Emerald City, members of the notorious Union Syndicate. Forget the little schoolyard bullies. Even the big-time thugs in the city wouldn't stand a chance against them. Although Chloe was dying to ask me why these men were calling me Miss, she knew some things were private. While Chloe's mind was in a whirl, a warm hand reached out and firmly grasped her cold one. "Let's go. Let's get out of here." My voice was soft, but carried an unyielding strength. My hands were small and delicate, but they held a surprising amount of power. I pulled Chloe up from the riverbank. That warm contact seemed to chase away the chill in Chloe's heart. Her heavy, suffocating emotions began to loosen up because of that simple gesture. "Are you still scared?" I asked softly. Chloe couldn't help but look up. A slender girl in a school uniform, bathed in the morning light, like she was coated in a warm layer of gold. She looked so gentle, yet so confident. A feeling called security quietly flooded Chloe's heart, providing her fragile soul with a tough, resilient shield. I didn't notice Chloe's complex emotions. I simply explained the next steps of the plan, my tone calm and organized as always. "From now on, you only need to do one thing: provoke Brittany. Leave the rest to me." Chloe was stunned for a moment. Then she gave a firm nod. Her voice now held a hint of reverence. "Okay, Vanessa." I didn't think much of it. After watching Chloe head back to school, I hopped into Lance's beaten-up minivan and headed for my hometown. Along the way, I leaned against the window, my mind racing through the details of the plan. I knew I could take my time with Brittany, But right now there was a much more pressing issue. I needed money. Tuition, living expenses, and even the costs for college later on. None of it was cheap. My gaze landed on the rice paddies outside the window. A memory suddenly flashed through my mind. In my past life, I often saw my brother and the other village kids fishing for crawfish by the ponds. Back then, I had zero interest in them. Even my family didn't really eat them. Most of the time, the ponds were so overpopulated that Grandpa would use chemicals to kill them off. Then he'd just net them all out and throw them away. Looking back now, those discarded crawfish were actually my chance to make my first pot of gold. I had asked Lance and the guys to scout the open-air markets in town. It turned out the purchase price for crawfish wasn't low at all. Small crawfish could sell for anywhere between $4 to $6 a pound. If I could harvest a few £100s from our own ponds, making a few $1,000s wouldn't be difficult. Besides, my plan wasn't limited to our own ponds. I had the chance to buy crawfish from other farmers in the village too. At that thought, a preliminary plan began to take shape. The van stopped in front of a low-slung brick house. As soon as I got out, I saw Grandpa in the yard, repairing a broom. The old man heard the noise and looked up, only to see his granddaughter arriving with a pack of shady-looking street thugs, following right behind her. "You bunch of hoodlums. How dare you lay a finger on my granddaughter? I'll beat the life out of you." Grandpa immediately grabbed his broom and charged toward them. Lance and the others were completely bewildered. They scrambled to get out of the way. "Grandpa, we're the good guys. Good guys. I've lived this long. You think I can't tell a good person from a bad one? Take this." Grandpa swung the broom, chasing Lance and his crew all around the yard. A group of thugs who usually acted like kings of the street were now being chased by a feisty old man, scurrying around the yard like rats. It was an absolute mess. But surprisingly, not a single one of them dared to fight back. Grandpa, stop! I'm the one who brought them back," I shouted helplessly, trying to block my grandfather's broom with one hand, while explaining that they were only there to help harvest the crawfish. Harvesting crawfish? Grandpa stopped, looking at his granddaughter with deep suspicion. I quickly made up a plausible excuse on the spot. "Grandpa, I'm going to college soon, and we need to get my tuition money ready. We can't count on my dad for anything, so our only hope is to make some money off the crawfish in our ponds." Hearing this, Grandpa felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. It really was hard on his eldest granddaughter to be stuck with a father like that. Besides, even though he had some savings, most of it had been taken and gambled away by that deadbeat son of his. His granddaughter's tuition was indeed a major problem. He let out a sigh and finally agreed to my plan. Still, he didn't hold back with his tongue. "Don't you dare think about swindling my granddaughter out of her money. You're here to fish, so fish. If you touch a single cent you shouldn't, I won't let you off easy." Lance and the others nodded frantically. "Don't worry, Grandpa. We'll do exactly what the miss says." And so, under my grandfather's strict supervision, a group of street thugs began the great crawfish harvest operation. Grandpa stood by the edge of the pond, leaning on his broom like a staff, looking like a general commanding a vast army. "Hey, you've got to push the net down further. If you don't, the fish are going to swim right under it. Move, move, move. There's a big carp over there. Go left. Don't let it get away. You kids can't even catch a single crawfish, and you call yourselves tough guys from the streets? Aren't you embarrassed?" Lance and the others were sweating buckets under the lecture, but they didn't dare utter a word of protest. They could only obediently follow Grandpa's instructions and keep working. After half a day of back-breaking labor, they finally hauled in several £100s of fish and crawfish. They left looking absolutely bedraggled. Back in the van, Lance and his crew were covered in mud and grime, their faces written with a sense of utter defeat. They had originally come looking for me, to have me return and take the boss's throne. How on earth did they end up like this? I caught the look on their faces and the corners of my mouth curled up. "What's the matter? Giving up already? If you really want to leave, I won't stop you. You can take half the money from the fish and crawfish sales as payment for your hard work." Mitch waved his hands frantically. "Vanessa, please don't misunderstand. We're just not used to this yet. We made a vow. We're following the boss, and that means following you for life." The brothers next to him chimed in. "Exactly! We'll never leave you." "I know you're loyal," I said, "but I still have to give you a warning. Being a thug truly has no future." I shifted my tone. asking with a hint of a probe, "Tell me, what exactly is the concept of the rule of law? Who can answer that?" Mitch was the first to raise his hand, a look of confidence on his face. "Miss, I know this. It means if we commit a crime, we need to know how long we'll be in for so we can draw our suicide straws as early." "Suicide straws?" I asked, completely confused. "Yeah, like, if you see someone you don't like, just give the word to us brothers. We'll take our blades and handle the bastard first, then we draw straws. Whoever gets the short one goes in. They'll take the fall and rot in the hole so it never traces back to you." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing that. Is that seriously how you interpret the rule of law? Before I could educate them further, Lance suddenly spoke up. "Miss, don't worry about those students who bullied you at school. We'll handle them for you." Earlier, when Vanessa had given him the phone to copy the video, he had seen everything. Seeing the miss being bullied at school was a direct slap in the face to all of them. As members of the union syndicate, they would never allow anyone to mess with her. Because of this, he and Mitch had already agreed that they had to find an opportunity to give those blind little brats a lesson they would never forget. Even though I was quite moved, to be honest, in all my years, other than my grandparents, no one had ever protected me like this. That was also why, even knowing these guys were criminals, I hadn't forced them to leave. At the very least, through them, I was finally experiencing what it felt like to be cared for. However, I remained firm. "Lance, do my words still carry weight?" Lance didn't hesitate. "Miss, of course we listen to you." I nodded. "Good. Then I'm setting a rule for you. From this day forward, you must follow the law. No breaking rules, and no creating chaos." Mitch couldn't help but interject. "But miss, what if someone comes looking for trouble? Am I supposed to just take the hits without fighting back?" I looked at him quietly, my tone calm but powerful. "Mitch, do you remember what I told you before?" Mitch paused, then had a sudden realization. Knowledge changes destiny. I gave a small smile. "Exactly. Read more, and use your head more. As long as you don't cross the line, I won't interfere with anything else. But as for where that line is, you'll have to figure that out for yourselves." I made a silent vow to myself that when I had the time, I would definitely take these men who only understood the laws of the jungle and give them a proper crash course on the legal system. Once we arrived back in town, the van headed straight for the food street at Youth Plaza. They found a large open-air stall. Lance was the first to speak. "Boss, you buying fish and crawfish?" The owner was about to say no, but he took one look at the group and immediately changed his tune. "Absolutely. I can tell you guys are straight shooters. The quality must be top-notch. I'll take whatever you've got." Lance and the others finally unrolled their sleeves. Mitch stepped forward, his voice leaving no room for argument. "Put them on the scale. Standard market price. And this scale better be accurate, you hear?" The owner hurriedly brought out the scale and tapped in a code. The numbers on the display flickered for a second. A scale that usually read light suddenly showed the full weight. The several hundred pounds of seafood ended up selling for $3,205. Mitch gave a broad wave of his hand. "Keep the change. 3,200 is fine." I watched the entire transaction, and it didn't seem like there were any issues. The price was fair, and the owner handled the weighing himself. The cooperation went smoothly, but I still felt like something was a little off. Once we had the cash, I set aside about $1,000 for myself and split the rest among them. I might not be able to leave campus for a while. You guys keep up the trade. If my grandpa's ponds run dry, go buy from the other villagers. Lowball them by at least half. We're not doing this for free." Mitch nodded with a grin. "Understood, miss. So we're acting as middlemen and pocketing the markup." I smiled slightly. "That's pretty much the idea." I then turned and walked toward the department store, picking up some daily necessities, and specifically buying a stack of prop money. I had my own little plan in mind, and these fake bills were going to be very useful. By the time Lance and his crew dropped me back at school, it was already dark. Before getting out of the van, I turned to the group and left them with one final thought. If you really want to understand what the rule of law is, the most direct way is to go spend some time at the courthouse. If you're free, try hanging around there more. Mitch and the others nodded, looking half convinced. Once I got back to the dorm, I quickly tucked $200 out of my $1,000 into my socks. I bundled the rest of the cash with the prop money. At first glance, it looked like a fat stack of $10,000. I had just finished when the dorm door was kicked open, Brittany and her two sidekicks marched in aggressively, their faces etched with malice. Vanessa, did you forget what I told you to do today? I spoke up, pretending to be terrified. I didn't mean to. I saw my grandpa. Before I could finish, I acted like I'd let something slip. I quickly covered my mouth, panic written all over my face. A look of suspicion flashed in Brittany's eyes. What was your grandpa doing here? Nothing, I stammered. It was nothing. He just wanted to see me. As I spoke, I intentionally clutched my jacket pocket. That small movement naturally didn't escape Brittany's notice. What's in your pocket? Take it out. I shook my head frantically. Nothing. It's really nothing. I looked like I was on the verge of tears. The more I acted like this, the more suspicious she became. She waved a hand and barked an order. Search her. I want to see exactly what she's hiding. The two sidekicks stepped forward immediately, pinning my arms to my sides. No matter how much I struggled, it was useless. Then, Brittany reached directly into my pocket and pulled out the stack of cash. Seeing that thick wad of money, Brittany and her crew's breathing instantly quickened. Even though they'd seen big bills before, it was always in the hands of their parents or elders. Their usual allowance was only a few $100s. It couldn't compare to the fortune right in front of them. A greedy glint appeared in Brittany's eyes, and a smug grin spread across her face. With this kind of money, she could buy so many beautiful skins for her favorite gaming avatar. She could deck her character out. When that happened, wouldn't all the guys online be falling all over themselves to call her their goddess? I stood silently in the dorm, watching helplessly as they robbed me of my money. Tears finally began to stream down my face. I gritted my teeth, my voice trembling with indignation. Give it back. That's my grandpa's. He worked so hard to sell his crops for that money. Brittany clutched the stack of cash, waving it in the air triumphantly. Her smile turned mocking. You want it back? Huh! Not a chance. Then her tone shifted. She sounded menacing. Vanessa, consider this money as compensation for standing us up today. You better stay smart, because if you dare set foot outside this school, I'll have people handle you. Do you know who my brother is? Leo West, the king of the Youth Plaza Internet Cafe strip. At the mention of Leo's name, my face went pale instantly. A flash of terror crossed my eyes. Seeing my reaction, Brittany smiled with satisfaction. She knew that name was enough to keep Vanessa in line. It would make her think twice before doing anything stupid. Still, because the amount they stole was so large, they felt a little uneasy deep down. They had to use Leo's reputation to bolster their own courage. Having secured the loot, Brittany and the others hurried out of the dorm. As soon as they were gone, I quickly wiped away my tears. A cold smirk played on my lips. They really are far too young. If they had unwrapped the money right then and there, perhaps their sentencing would have been lighter. After all, the real cash only amounted to about $800 on top, but they didn't. After leaving the dorm building, they sprinted to a secluded corner of the track field. They finally stopped to catch their breath. The three of them huddled together, carefully pulling out the stack of money. Their hearts were racing, a mix of adrenaline and nerves. One sidekick couldn't help but ask, Brittany, now that we've taken this much from her, is she going to call the police? Brittany scoffed with a cold laugh. Police? She's just a country girl. Who would believe she actually has this much money? Besides, it was just the three of us in the room. She has no proof. Relax, she can't do anything about this. Upon hearing that, her two sidekicks felt a little more at ease. Even though they knew robbery was illegal, they clung to the hope that since they were students, nothing serious would happen. However, when they impatiently tore off the bands holding the money together, all three of them froze. What the hell is this? Brittany's eyes went wide. Most of the bills in her hand were just prop money. Only the small portion on top was actual currency. They checked and rechecked multiple times, finally confirming that except for the $800, the rest was just worthless paper. One sidekick stood there dazed, murmuring, Vanessa's family sold their crops. Did they get scammed with prop money? Brittany gritted her teeth in rage, but on second thought, she felt a lot more relieved. After all, stealing fake money wasn't technically a grand heist. This made them feel far less afraid of the consequences. Brittany tossed the prop bills into the trash and headed back to the classroom as if nothing had happened. As soon as she walked in, Brittany's gaze fell directly on Chloe and Luke. They were chatting intimately, and Chloe's light, pleasant laughter was like a dagger to Brittany's heart. Very nice, Brittany hissed through gritted teeth. A wave of fury surged within her. Chloe, you've got some nerve. You know perfectly well I like Luke, yet you dare get this close to him. Her eyes were filled with jealousy and rage, and her mind was already calculating how to give Chloe a lesson she'd never forget. However, what caught Brittany completely off guard was that I, who usually stayed so quiet, had suddenly transformed into that type of person most people hated during their school days. A chronic snitch. Teacher, Brittany and her friends are on their phones. Teacher, Brittany is passing notes. She's trying to use a fake sick note to go to the internet cafe. Teacher, Brittany is smoking in the bathroom. Teacher, Brittany is trying to hit Chloe. I have proof. Teacher, Brittany called you an old fart. Every time I finished a report, I'd stand aside with a look of pure innocence. The teacher was getting a massive headache from it all, and was forced to have frequent talks with Brittany. The teacher had normally been powerless against her, since her uncle was Mr. Lane, the senior year supervisor. Mr. Lane had already hinted that she should be given special treatment. But with my constant stream of reports, there was simply no way for the teacher to look the other way. Eventually, the teacher moved Brittany's seat right next to the podium, so she could be monitored at all times. Brittany was so angry she wanted to smash her desk, but she couldn't make a move. Mr. Lane had already warned her to stay in line and focus on her exams, and to stop bringing trouble home to the family. As the days went by, Brittany's life became a living hell. Chloe intentionally stayed close to Luke, while I relentlessly snitched. The two of us were perfectly in sync, driving Brittany to the very edge of a breakdown. Brittany, Louie, Vanessa is definitely doing this on purpose to get back at us for taking her money. One of the sidekicks asked tentatively, should we just give the money back? Forget it. It might make things easier for us. Brittany shot her a cold, sharp glare, her voice thick with malice. Give it back? Not a chance. I'll see what kind of trick she can pull. She swore she'd teach both me and Chloe a lesson. Finally, Sunday rolled around. Brittany couldn't help but call her sworn brother, Leo West. On the other end of the line, Leo was busy playing games at the internet cafe. Hearing that someone dared to bully his little sister, he stood up immediately. Leo rounded up 4 or 5 punks from the vocational school and 4th High, his tone dripping with arrogance. Let's go. Come with me to teach someone a lesson. Leo West was a well-known thug on the Youth Plaza Internet Cafe strip. He had a following of 30 or 40 students from the local schools. Most of them were academic failures, half-baked losers just drifting through life. They skipped class and had no real goals, spending their time looking for trouble. In Foggy Creek, vocational students like these made up the majority of the local underworld. The truly ambitious young people had already left to find their fortunes in the big cities. The ones who stayed behind were just rotting away in this small town. Leo had a bit of status among this crowd. While he wasn't a major player, his name carried enough weight on the internet cafe strip to be remembered. Now, leading several of his lackeys, he left the cafe aggressively. Their target, Vanessa Miller. The moment I stepped out of the school gates, Brittany and her crew followed. I noticed them, of course, but I intentionally feigned ignorance. I went to a hair salon first for a quick trim. Then, I headed to the department store at Youth Plaza to pick out a new outfit. When I stepped out of the mall, Lance and the others, who had been tailing me in the car, hardly recognized the figure carrying the woven bamboo bag. If I hadn't turned back and flashed them a smile to signal them to keep following, they might have actually thought they'd lost me. The me at this moment had completely shed that faded, washed-out school uniform. A dusty blue square-neck dress contoured my slender waistline. The hemline stopped perfectly 3 inches above my knees, revealing a pair of long, pale legs. My airbangs fell softly over my brow, and my hair was pulled into a half-up ponytail, secured by a crescent-shaped rhinestone clip. The clip swayed slightly with my footsteps, and I gave off a subtle scent of gardenias. The miss just dressed up a little, and she's already this stunning. Damn, who wouldn't be mesmerized seeing this? Wow. The saying, clothes make the man, really is true. Stay close. Don't let those punks lay a finger on her, Lance said coldly, though his heart was racing. Whoa, his mind was completely filled with that one lingering smile I'd given them. Meanwhile, on the other side, the milk tea in Brittany's hand hit the ground with a thud. The cup cracked, splashing tea and making a mess everywhere. Her eyes were wide, and her heart was reeling with shock. Was this the same country bumpkin The quiet little nerd who never spoke up? Vanessa Miller looked like she'd been reborn, radiant and glowing. Her confidence was enough to drive anyone mad with jealousy. The fire of Brittany's envy was fully ignited. She gritted her teeth, staring at me. Was flooded with memories of all those love letters from school. Every time she saw those letters, stuffed into my desk in piles, it felt like an eyesore to her, as if someone were deliberately mocking her own mediocrity. Fine, keep acting like you're something special. I really didn't see this coming. Brittany gritted her teeth, her voice thick with bitterness and malice. Brittany, do we move in now? A red-haired girl with spray-painted highlights asked in a low voice. Brittany snorted. Don't rush. Wait for my brother to get here first. The cold smirk on her face was ruthless. You like dressing up so pretty? You like to play the part? Fine. Later I'll have them rip your clothes right off you. Let's see if you feel like acting pretty then. I'll take some photos too, so everyone at school can see just how wild you really are. Soon, Brittany's sworn brother, Leo West, arrived with 4 or 5 thugs in tow. They pulled up in 2 trikes, stopping aggressively in front of Brittany. That's her. Brittany pointed at me in the distance, immediately switching to a pitiful, aggrieved expression. She's always snitching on me, and the teacher has chewed me out because of her so many times. Leo, you have to get revenge for me. Leo looked where she was pointing. The second he saw me, his eyes lit up instantly. He licked his lips, a sleazy look in his eyes. Hey sis, how exactly do you want me to handle her? Strip her naked. Brittany spat out the words viciously, her voice full of resentment. Leo frowned, looking a bit hesitant. Is that a good idea? That's making a huge mess. If she calls the police, we'll be in deep trouble. In reality, he was already thinking that if this classmate of Brittany's was willing to be his girlfriend, he could play the peacemaker and have Brittany and her bury the hatchet. Seeing his hesitation, Brittany pushed her plan. Leo, don't worry, she won't dare report it. I'll take pictures and post them all over the school. If she dares to call the cops, her reputation is ruined. Brittany spoke with total confidence, as if she had everything under control. Hearing this, Leo relaxed and nodded in agreement. Just as he and Brittany were plotting how to jump me, in the distance, I hailed a trike taxi for myself and headed toward the south side of town. Follow her, Brittany ordered. The trikes quickly started up, tailing closely behind my vehicle. What they didn't notice, however, was a dilapidated van full of people, tailing them silently from a distance. The trike crossed the bridge, heading toward the remote dam area south of the county. As the surroundings became more and more desolate, Leo grew uneasy. His eyelid wouldn't stop twitching. But then he thought about how she was just a little girl. And, with Brittany egging him on, he forced down his anxiety. Damn it. How much trouble could one little brat really cause? Leo snorted. Brittany, on the other hand, was getting more excited. Vanessa, oh Vanessa, there's a road to heaven you won't take, but you chose to stumble into this remote dam. Let's see you try to escape today. The area south of the bridge in Foggy Creek was still undeveloped. As far as the eye could see, it was mostly farmland and small ordinary villages. The further west you went along the dam, the more deserted it became. Aside from a vocational school a few miles away, you hardly saw anyone. I paid an extra $3 to have the trike diver drop me off near the vocational school. Then I followed a small path down from the dam into a grove of trees by the river. I found a patch of clean grass and sat down. I took out some snacks and popcorn I'd bought, enjoying the beautiful river view while I ate. It was almost like I was on vacation. This little chick really knows how to enjoy herself. Leo couldn't help but chuckle as he watched this scene. Just as I opened a bag of chips to enjoy, Leo and his lackeys marched down from the dam with an aggressive air. Brittany was following right behind them, her face twisted with rage. I had noticed them long ago, but I intentionally feigned ignorance. I put on a look of pure shock and terror, turning my head slowly. Who are you guys? I asked, my voice trembling. What do you want? Brittany? What are you doing here? Brittany was fuming with anger. She sneered at me. Stop acting, Vanessa. You're pathetic. Did you feel powerful when you were snitching on me at school? Are you scared now? What are you talking about? I don't understand. I put on my best damsel in distress act, pairing it with my carefully applied, no makeup look. I looked like a picture of pure vulnerability. Even a street thug like Leo West felt a sudden pang of protective pity. After all, even though Leo was a hoodlum, He was only in his early 20s. At that age, guys are impulsive, and they tend to let their baser instincts do the thinking. Stop lying. Brittany raised her hand, about to slap me across the face. I flinched and turned my head away. Before the blow could land, a man's hand suddenly shot out and grabbed her wrist. It was Leo. I don't think she's acting, he said. There must be a misunderstanding between you two. Look, I'll be the peacemaker today. Let's just drop this. Brittany's eyes went wide. She looked like she couldn't believe those words had come out of Leo's mouth. Leo, how could you take her side? Brittany was frantic. Sis, Leo said, putting on his big brother persona, speaking with a heavy sense of gravity. You're classmates. Getting along is the right thing to do. I'm doing this for your own good. I nodded at exactly the right moment, looking appreciative and well-behaved. Leo's ego instantly inflated. He was secretly gloating to himself. With a girl this pretty and sensible, all he had to do was put in a little effort, and she'd be his in no time. It's settled, Ben, Leo said with a smile. She might even be your sister-in-law someday. Do you think it's appropriate to talk to your sister-in-law like that? Brittany's heart was hammering with rage. Her face turned pale and then flushed red as she screamed, Leo! I brought you here to get revenge for me. Damn you. Are you thinking with your junk or something? She's clearly faking it. She's a manipulative little bitch. Leo's face darkened instantly. Without hesitation, he slapped Brittany across the face. I was being nice to you, wasn't I? Brittany was stunned. She clutched her cheek, her eyes full of disbelief. You dared to hit me? You hit me for a total stranger? Leo realized he might have overreacted, but when he turned and saw my pitiful, teary-eyed expression, his anger toward Brittany overrode his logic. Right then, I spoke up again in my most manipulative pick-me voice. Matching my calculated look, I said softly, Leo, please don't be mad at Brittany. She's my classmate. I'm sure this is all just a big misunderstanding. That sweet call of his name almost made Leo's heart melt. The lackeys behind him all nodded in agreement, screaming internally, she's right. She's totally right. Shut the hell up. Brittany screamed, bordering on insanity. Vanessa, I'm going to rip that face of yours apart. I scaredly ducked behind Leo, my voice weak and trembling. Leo, did I do something wrong? Why does Brittany want to hurt me? Leo felt like he'd been punched in the chest by a wave of protective fury. He stood in front of me like a shield. Don't worry, girl. As long as I'm here, no one's touching you. Leo, what the hell are you doing? Brittany looked like she was about to spit fire. Nothing. Sis, let's just end this here. I'll gift your character some new skins later. Leo was half threatening and half coaxing her. If you don't agree, then you're disrespecting me. Seeing that Leo was genuinely angry, Brittany, the school bully, started to lose her nerve. The only reason she was so arrogant outside of school was because she had Leo backing her up. With Leo taking my side, she didn't dare to make another move. At the same time, she realized she had truly underestimated me. I was way too cunning. Since she couldn't get me now, she'd find another chance back at school. Leo wouldn't be able to protect me there. Just as Brittany was about to storm off in a huff, I suddenly flicked her the middle finger from behind Leo. I clearly mouthed 2 words, you loser. Brittany exploded instantly. She charged forward with total abandon. Vanessa, I'm going to kill you, you bitch. Leo's face went completely dark. He lashed out with a kick, knocking Brittany to the ground. I gave you a way out, didn't I? I gave you my word, and you still tried to attack her? You have no respect for me at all. After being kicked down, Brittany lost all reason and tried to fight Leo back. She had completely lost her mind. The result was obvious. Within seconds, she was beaten black and blue. Brittany's 2 sidekicks were shivering with fear. They weren't stupid. They didn't dare lift a finger to help their leader. I sat leisurely on the grass, munching on my potato chips, while enjoying the show with great interest. Once Leo was done disciplining Brittany, I clapped my hands at the perfect moment. Bravo. Truly spectacular. It's been a while since I've seen such an entertaining dog-eat-dog performance. The look on my face was no longer that of a helpless, pitiful girl. It was replaced by a cold, mocking smirk. No matter how dumb Leo was, he could see that I had been faking it all along. I had played him for a fool. You bitch, you dared to play me? Just as he was about to blow up, he saw me lightly clap my hands twice. Immediately, more than a dozen aggressive-looking young men marched down from the dam. Their eyes were sharp, their steps synchronized. They were clearly far more professional than Leo and his little group. They walked right up to me and greeted me in unison. Miss, Leo, the self-proclaimed king of the internet cafe strip, subconsciously swallowed hard. His arrogant expression froze instantly. Where did these hard cases come from? Leo's mind raced as he tried to figure out the situation, but what terrified him the most was that these men were actually bowing respectfully to Vanessa Miller. Brittany was also stunned, clutching her swollen face. Her mind went blank. She shook her head violently, telling herself over and over that it was impossible. This had to be fake. How could Vanessa Miller be some miss? She was just a manipulative little bitch who knew how to act. Leo, these have to be actors she hired. Brittany screamed hysterically. I know exactly who she is. These guys are just posing. Quick, Leo, take her down. She's a coward. She's just putting on a show. However, before Brittany could finish, she was met with another vicious slap from Leo. Shut up, Leo growled, his eyes filled with resentment. He would rather bet that Brittany was full of crap than risk the alternative. He didn't want to risk getting beaten to a pulp by these pros. Just to test them, he turned to the group and cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. Brothers, may I ask which crew you run with? State your business. After all, they were currently outnumbered. If a fight broke out, his side would definitely get crushed. Moreover, Leo was certain that these people were the real deal from the underworld. As they say, birds of a feather flock together, and it takes one to know one. That vibe couldn't be mistaken. But the group completely ignored Leo. They all seemed to be waiting for Vanessa's command. Vanessa, taking her sweet time, pulled a small bag of chips from her purse and handed it to Lance, who was standing beside her. Lance took the chips with a cold, expressionless face, tore open the bag, and respectfully handed it back to her. I calmly pinched a chip and elegantly popped it into my mouth, chewing slowly and deliberately. Before I finish this bag of chips, I expect you to continue your performance. I like to have a snack while I watch the show. Brittany's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She was truly terrified now. If she took another beating, she really would end up in the hospital. Leo, don't listen to her. She's just trying to mess with us on purpose. Leo's face went completely dark. What exactly do you want? Don't think you can scare me just because you have numbers. I have plenty of brothers too. I gave a soft laugh and took out another chip, offering it to Lance. Lance's reaction was as robotic as ever. He took it without any expression and ate it. Your time is running out. My patience is limited. Mitch and the others on the perimeter took a synchronized step forward, tightening the circle around Leo and his group. Everyone was cracking their knuckles, their expressions hostile, looking like they were seconds away from getting violent. Leo swallowed hard. Trying to act tough, he said, "If you got guts, let me call for backup. Using numbers to bully a smaller group isn't real strength. Fine, go ahead and call them." I agree. Lance nodded. Yes, miss. Leo was startled. He thought she would refuse, but the girl actually agreed without hesitation. He looked at one of his lackeys and whispered a few instructions. The lackey took off running immediately. Before leaving, he didn't forget to look back and shout, "Leo, you have to hang in there, man. Don't let them throw you in the river. That'd be a nightmare to deal with." A vein throbbed on Leo's forehead. He cursed through gritted teeth. That little brat lay. My smile only grew brighter. All right, now that your man is off to get backup, can I get back to watching the performance? My gaze drifted over to Brittany and her two sidekicks. The smile on my lips carried a trace of ice. They had bullied me so many times. How could I possibly let them off that easily? Brittany's two sidekicks had already lost their nerve. With a loud thud, they dropped to their knees. They wailed and begged for mercy. "Vanessa, no! Vanessa, we were blind. We were stupid. We shouldn't have bullied you. Please, be the bigger person and forgive us. Brittany made us do it. She's the mastermind." To save their own skins, the two delinquent girls threw Brittany under the bus without a second thought. Brittany was shaking with rage. You two traitors." I remained unmoved. I simply held out another chip. Lance took it and ate it mechanically. This seemingly mundane action felt like a heavy hammer pressing down on the hearts of Leo and his crew. They could tell that once the bag was empty, the other side would definitely make their move. Meanwhile, Mitch was standing next to me, swallowing hard as he watched. He couldn't help but whisper, "Miss, I'm right here too. Why don't I get a chip?" I casually handed him the bag. Mitch looked down into it and saw only crumbs left. But he didn't care at all. He tipped the bag back and poured them into his mouth, crunching loudly. Still nice and crunchy. I gave him a speechless look. Then I turned back to Leo. Since you're unwilling to perform, then I'll just... Wait! Leo suddenly cut me off. He knew he couldn't stall for much longer. He gritted his teeth and barked an order. Get 'em. Lay into them. One of his lackeys immediately charged at Brittany and the two girls. A flurry of punches and kicks followed. Brittany clutched her head and screamed. The two sidekicks wailed for mercy. The scene was absolute chaos. I stood by as if watching a farce, a cold smirk playing on my lips. I pulled out my phone and casually recorded the performance, keeping it as evidence for myself. Lance stood by my side, his gaze fixed on Brittany, thinking back to the video of the miss being bullied by these people. The long-suppressed rage in his heart finally began to subside a little. Miss, Mitch leaned in and asked carefully, how should we handle them after this? I turned to look at Lance, my tone casual but probing. Lance, are you a good fighter? Mitch and the others answered almost in unison. He's good. He's incredible. No joke. Lance could handle all these thugs, and those three girls all by himself, and make them beg for mercy. Most of the guys in their group had joined the Union Syndicate at the same time, but only Lance had earned the boss's complete trust. You could even say he was the boss's top man, and that was because he was exceptionally skilled in combat. If Lance had been there the day the boss was ambushed, who knows, he might have fought off the attackers. At the very least, he could have held them off until help arrived. I nodded slightly, a meaningful smile flashing in my eyes. Very good. Today, besides teaching them a lesson, I also want you all to understand what the rule of law means. Vanessa still didn't tell them to stop. Leo didn't dare stop either. He could only grit his teeth and keep the show going. His palm repeatedly slammed into Brittany's face, while his mouth offered hypocritical comfort. Sis, it's not that I want to hit you. My hands are tied here. You have to understand my position. His lip twitched. He raised his hand and delivered another slap. Smack! Don't worry. When the backup I called arrives, I'll definitely get your payback. Smack, smack. We're just putting on an act, right? Sis, you have to bear with it. Smack, smack, smack. He delivered a slap with every sentence. Leo felt a bit guilty deep down, but he knew he couldn't stop now. He could only continue the assault, while pretending to be a big brother caring for his little sister. Brittany was covered in tears and snot. She cried and begged for mercy. Could you at least be a little gentler? I can't. Leo delivered another slap even as he spoke. I have professional standards to maintain. With that slap, Brittany's front tooth went flying. It tumbled across the ground. Brittany was dazed for a few seconds, and then she let out a roar of pure rage. Leo West, screw you. Finally reaching her breaking point, she lunged forward. She opened her mouth and bit down hard on Leo's arm. She used every ounce of her strength. Arg, damn it, Leo screamed. A deep, bloody bite mark appeared on his arm instantly. Consumed with rage, he swung his hand back and delivered a massive blow, knocking Brittany unconscious. Looking down at the unconscious Brittany, he still didn't feel satisfied and delivered 2 more kicks. God damn it, that bitch really bit me. Then he finally turned his head toward Vanessa Miller and her group of street thugs. Is that enough? Leo asked through gritted teeth. I turned my head elegantly and gave a small smile. Whether it's enough or not, that depends on you. We were just passing through. I gave a casual wave of my hand. Let's go. Lance and Mitch immediately moved to protect me as we headed back toward the woods, but we had only taken a few steps when Leo's voice rang out again. Stop right there. I halted my steps. I looked back at him. What? You don't want to let us leave? Leo's eyes were filled with malice, a hideous grin plastered on his face. I've run the streets of Foggy Creek for a long time, and no one has ever dared to play me like this. You want to leave now? It's too late. By then, he had already seen a massive, dark crowd appearing on the dam. They were all from the vocational school across the way. Every single one of them was his. I noticed them too, of course. When I said I was leaving just now, I was testing Leo to see if he was willing to let things go, to keep our worlds separate from now on. But looking at him now, Leo clearly had no intention of reconciling with me. Since that was the case, and to ensure I wouldn't face his retaliation later, I had no choice but to deal with him once and for all. Lance looked over at Mitch and said calmly, Watch the miss. Seeing the crowd closing in on them, Lance and the others' gazes turned cold and sharp. There wasn't a hint of fear in their eyes. As members of the Union Syndicate, they had seen it all. A bunch of students, even the ones who were already adults, couldn't scare them for even a second. Don't worry, I'll keep them as safe. Take it easy over there. Try not to break them too badly. After Mitch finished speaking, he led me to a safe area on the side. Lance didn't respond. He simply led the rest of his men straight toward the mob of nearly 30 student thugs. Leo had already regrouped with his crew. With a look of certain victory on his face, he gave a massive wave of his arm. Kill them, all your internet. Fees for today are on me. Hearing that, the student thugs let out a roar and charged at Lance and his group, brandishing whatever weapons they had in their hands. Leo could already see the scene of Lance and his men on the ground, begging for mercy. Even though these guys looked more professional than his crew, they were empty-handed. Besides, they were outnumbered at least 2-1. The odds were in his favor. He had the advantage. But Lance just gave a cold smirk. He suddenly pulled an expandable baton from his sleeve. With a sharp flick of his wrist, the baton snapped open. The other syndicate members also pulled out their batons, flicking them open in unison. Take them down. Leo roared, acting tough, but his heart had already started to sink. The moment the two groups collided, the tide turned instantly. Though Leo had more people, they were nothing but a disorganized mob. As soon as they charged, they were sent flying by the syndicate members. Lance led the charge at the very front. Like an invincible god of war, every strike of his baton accurately floored someone. He even dove deep into the thick of the mob by himself. Screams followed him wherever he went. I stood at a distance watching the scene, a flash of surprise in my eyes. Is Lance really that good? Mitch said proudly from beside me. You bet, miss. Lance is the new generation's top enforcer for the Union Syndicate. He can take on a dozen guys bare-handed without breaking a sweat. He pulled out some chips and asked me with a grin, Vanessa, want some chips while you watch the show? I shook my head. No thanks. Eat too many and you get fat. Mitch didn't stand on ceremony. He grabbed a handful of chips and started munching on them, but before he could even finish the bag, Lance had pretty much wrapped things up. More than 30 people were now lying on the ground, clutching their arms or legs. It was a total massacre. Leo was completely panicking now. He screamed desperately, hold them back, damn it. But his men had long since lost the will to fight. They could only lie on the ground, play acting as if they were dead. Lance led the syndicate members over to Leo. You done yet? He asked coldly. Leo dropped to his knees with a thud. He nodded frantically. I'm done. I'll even sing it for you if you don't believe me. He actually started belting out a song right there. I was conquered by you like this. All paths of retreat have been cut off. My mood is now set in stone. My decision was a foolish one. Just then, he noticed a tattoo on the arms of the men. It was a single character tattooed there. Leo's heart skipped a beat. Compared to his lackeys, those student pumps who were still wet behind the ears, he was actually somewhat well-traveled. Isn't that the mark of that famous syndicate in Emerald City? The Union Syndicate? That's a real crime organization. They had over 1,000 men in their ranks alone. Even though he'd heard that recently, their leader had died suddenly, and the group had fallen into internal strife over the succession, and even though the authorities had stepped in to arrest and convict a large group of them, causing the Union Syndicate to lose much of its strength. Even so, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Taking care of small-time punks like them was still child's play. He was deeply regretting everything now. He should have asked about their background earlier, before deciding whether or not to make a move. Damn it, he really had kicked a steel plate. While he was trembling and singing, the piercing sound of police sirens suddenly came from the distance. Everyone froze, including Lance and his men. But Leo was overjoyed. I'm saved. The cops are definitely here to bust the syndicate. Talk about a miracle. Leo had originally thought he was dead meat. After all, he had offended the Union Syndicate. Getting a leg broken, a finger cut off, or even worse, being thrown into the river were all possibilities. At the very least, he was going to lose a layer of skin. Now that the boys in blue were here, everything had changed. Leo could already imagine what would happen to these guys. But just as he was gloating to himself, a pair of shiny silver handcuffs snapped shut around his wrists. Leo was completely stunned, staring down at the cuffs. Wait, you got the wrong guy, didn't you? They're the real criminals. Since when did Foggy Creek become so corrupt? The expression on Leo's face right now couldn't be described by shock alone. As the cold silver handcuffs tightened on his wrists, he finally realized a fact he couldn't change. He had messed with someone he absolutely shouldn't have. He stared blankly at Vanessa Miller. The seemingly frail girl was now like a grand master controlling the entire board. She had completely dismantled him with just a few casual moves. What was even harder for him to accept was that Vanessa had only said a few words to the lead officer in a casual manner, and then he and his lackeys were being hauled away. Meanwhile, the group of thugs who had just beaten them, within an inch of their lives, were walking away scot-free. How is this fair? Leo roared in his head, fury and indignation intertwining. He wasn't a total legal illiterate. Logically, in a massive brawl like this, the police should have punished both sides equally and taken everyone in, but the reality was far different. He and his boys had become the sacrificial lambs. Meanwhile, those thugs didn't have a single hair out of place. Leo felt the burning injustice of it all, but no matter how unfair it felt, it couldn't change his fate of spending time behind bars. Officer Reed glanced back at Vanessa. His gaze was complicated. While he could see this girl was a good kid, the group of thugs standing behind her clearly had shady pasts. Reed's voice dropped an octave. The street life never ends well. I gave a small smile. My tone light. Officer, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I was the one who reported the crime after all. This lead officer wasn't a stranger either. He was the same one who checked Lance and the others' records last time. This officer was named Gary Reed. He was a very upright man of the law, a graduate of a top law school, with a master's degree. He was currently serving as the deputy chief of the Foggy Creek Police Department and the captain of the public security squad. Don't let his current rank fool you. It wouldn't be long before he began his meteoric rise. With his credentials, exceptional competence, and a major case he was about to solve, his career was about to take off. After Leo and his crew were hauled away, Lance remained standing there, calm and steady, as if nothing had happened. However, Mitch and the others had barely dared to breathe until now. Their hearts were pounding. Not because they were afraid of jail, but because they were worried that these officers had actually come all the way from Emerald City, specifically to hunt them down. When the Union Syndicate fell into chaos, they and a dozen other brothers chose to quit and follow the mist to find a new path. But they all knew the consequences of that internal war. The authorities had stepped in. They arrested a bunch, convicted a bunch, and the most high-profile ones had even faced the firing squad. Mitch and his crew weren't afraid of the slammer, but they didn't want to catch a bullet for no reason. They also knew that the Miss seemed very reluctant to see them go to prison. Naturally, they assumed it was because she cared about them, but they had just gotten into another fight. Under normal circumstances, they definitely would have been locked up for a few days. Yet, to their absolute shock, the Miss had simply spoken a few words to the lead officer. Not only were they fine, but the guys they had just thrashed were the ones being arrested. A voice in Mitch's head screamed, "You can play it like that?" If they hadn't known her background, they would have suspected she had high-level connections. But now, they seemed to understand what the Miss meant by the rule of law. It's not that you can't fight, it's that you have to do it cleanly and use the legal system to send your opponents to the slammer. That was the rule of law. It had to be. After Gary Reed and the ambulance left, Mitch couldn't wait to crowd around Vanessa. With a face full of excitement, he said, "Vanessa, I finally get what the rule of law is, but we still need to keep learning." I gave him a satisfied look and said softly, "Very good, Mitch. It seems you're actually quite sharp. Since you understand the core of the rule of law, I won't say any more. Let's go. Head back for now." "You got it, miss." Mitch was as excited as an elementary schooler who had just been praised by his teacher. His eyes were full of adoration. He swore to himself that he would follow the Miss's footsteps closely from now on. Wherever she pointed, he would charge. Meanwhile, the vocational school thugs who hadn't been arrested were like a bunch of lost children who had lost their leader. They stood there, not knowing what to do. They had originally thought Leo was a big shot who had ties to syndicate bosses in Emerald City, but now they had seen Leo being dismantled by these pros. Without being able to land a single hit, they finally saw Leo for what he was, just a loudmouth blowhard who scammed people. On the other hand, Vanessa and Lance were the real deal, the real boss, and the real big sis. Just as I was about to get in the car and leave, One of the student thugs suddenly shouted, "Wait!" I stopped my footsteps and turned to look at him. My tone was flat. "What? You want a beating too?" The student frantically waved his hands, a fawning smile plastered on his face. "No, no, no. I wanted to ask you guys. Are you with the Union Syndicate?" Lance nodded. "Yeah." Once it was confirmed, the student suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. His voice was emotional. "Please, let me join you. I'm begging you." At the same time, the remaining 20-plus thugs all dropped to their knees as well. They shouted in unison, "Please let us join. We're begging you." Lance and the others looked at me instinctively. After all, the miss was the one who actually called the shots. In reality, they looked down on these snot-nosed kids. They couldn't fight and were useless. They wouldn't even know what to do with them if they took them in. However, to their surprise, I gave a small smile and a slight nod. Fine. I agreed to it. Actually, I had two reasons for this. On one hand, the seafood trade Lance and the boys were running was already on track and needed more manpower. These guys could help out. On the other hand, back in my past life, while handling a case involving vocational school students, I once spoke with a vocational school principal. That principal told me something. Every student we take in is one less kid in juvenile detention. That sentence had a profound impact on me. In many people's eyes, these vocational students were kids who had been given up on by their parents and their teachers. But I believed that with proper guidance, they wouldn't necessarily fail to become useful members of society. At the very least, they could be raised as law-abiding citizens. When the students heard me agree, they were so excited, their eyes welled up with tears. They knew Vanessa's identity. The heiress of the Union Syndicate, someone who would very likely become the boss of the Underworld. Following such a core figure, wouldn't they be set for life? Mitch also understood the miss's intentions now. He took a deep breath, his heart full of admiration. Who said the miss didn't have ambition? Who said she didn't care about the top position? She was clearly recruiting an army and preparing to reclaim Emerald City in the future. Mitch's eyes sparkled. He muttered under his breath, "The miss is a legend. Lead us back to Emerald City. Unify the territory. Expand our power. Create a new legacy." The miss is a total legend. The evening glow bathed the small alleys of Foggy Creek. Vanessa Miller stood in the crowd, facing 20-plus bleached-haired punks, shouting their greetings in unison. Her heart was a whirlwind of mixed emotions. "Miss, good evening, miss." Their collective roar was deafening. It was quite a spectacular scene. I desperately wanted to explain. I'm really not some syndicate heiress. I'm just an ordinary student. But I also knew that some things simply couldn't be explained. Otherwise, Lance and his crew of thugs wouldn't be following me with such absolute devotion. I pushed the thoughts aside. I turned to Mitch and asked, "Mitch, how much money have we made so far?" At the mention of money, Mitch immediately perked up. He excitedly pulled a black bag from the back of the van, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Miss, the cash is all right here. Aside from what the brothers spent on food and housing, the rest is here down to the last cent." He opened the bag, revealing stacks of neatly arranged bills. His tone held a hint of bragging. "Total of $59,300. Not counting the small change. It's all yours, miss." Hearing that number, Mitch's crew had eyes gleaming with excitement. After all, in a small town like Foggy Creek back in 2007, the average monthly salary was only a few $100s. Even in a place like Emerald City, it was only around $800 to $1,000. They had made nearly $60,000 in just a single week. That kind of fast cash gave these low-level street punks an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and illusion. This was way faster than they used to make money, collecting protection fees from small factories. In reality, when they were in the syndicate, they were just bottom-tier lackeys. They followed Lance, a new generation enforcer, guarding a few small plants. After turning over a portion of their monthly earnings, they barely had enough left for personal expenses. They looked tough on the outside, but they were really just scraping by. Or day, or what? They had made this much in just 1 week. This made them look up to the miss with even more awe. I took the bag and stared at the bills inside, feeling both surprised and touched. I had originally just given them a suggestion to find something legitimate to do. I never expected that this group would work so hard in the countryside, or that they'd make so much money. They hadn't pocketed a single cent for themselves. They had proactively handed it all over to me. Seeing that I was hesitant to take the bag, Mitch shoved it directly into my arms. His voice was full of sincerity. "Miss, a lot of this money came from the fish in your grandpa's ponds. Plus, it was your idea to sell them. We were just the delivery boys. This is all thanks to you. We never would have made this much without you. You have to take it." I took a deep breath and nodded. "Fine. Since you all trust me so much, I'll handle the distribution of the money." As soon as I spoke, I started calling names. Lance. I pulled out $1,000 and handed it to him. Then I called out Mitch and the other brothers one by one, giving each of them $1,000. I gave away a total of $16,000. To them, this was already a massive fortune. Most of them hadn't expected that the miss would be so generous with the payouts. I looked at the remaining cash and continued, "The rest will be used for bigger things, so I won't be handing it out today. But I promise you'll be getting much more in the future." Lance immediately shouted, "Well, thank the miss." "Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss." The brothers shouted in unison, their voices thick with gratitude. Meanwhile, the vocational school students stared with their eyes wide open. They had followed Leo West for so long and never received a single penny. Instead, they had to pay out of their own pockets to treat him, paying for his cigarettes and internet fees. Seeing Vanessa hand out cash to her crew right in front of them, they finally realized that this was what the real street life was supposed to be like, sharing the hardships and sharing the rewards. However, the real surprise for these students was yet to come. Everyone gets a piece. "Give each of them $200, I said to Mitch suddenly. Mitch wasn't upset at all. Instead, he thought the miss was incredibly magnanimous. He marveled inwardly. With a boss this generous, why would they ever have to worry about the future? Very soon, each vocational student had $200 in their hands. After Mitch finished distributing the money, he shouted again, "Where are your manners? Thank the miss. Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss." The faces of the vocational students were glowing with joy. To them, $200 was already more than a whole month's allowance. The vocational school covered room and board, and those fees were already paid up. Most of their families only gave them $50 to $100 a month for spending money. Now that they suddenly had an extra $200, their pockets felt heavy, and their confidence soared. Some were already starting to fantasize about acting like big shots at the internet cafe this weekend, slamming money down and shouting at the clerk, "Give me a bowl of ramen, and add 2 eggs. Mitch looked at the students, his tone serious. "This money isn't for free. From now on, you do exactly what the miss says." "Got it?" "Yes, miss," the students replied immediately, their voices filled with awe and excitement. Upon their first meeting, not only did the miss not punish them for their offense, she even gave them cash. This sparked a sudden urge within them to lay down their lives for her. After the money was gone, I told Mitch to take down the phone numbers of the students who had cell phones. Then I sent them home. Next, I took Lance, Mitch, and the rest of the crew in the overcrowded van to a local used car lot. I spent $7,000 on another used Miracle van. With that, we were down to $30,000. Before heading back to school, I invited everyone to a restaurant across from Youth Plaza called Joey's Fish and Griddle. We sat down for a meal. The signature dish, the griddled small fish, was excellent. Everyone ate with great gusto. "Miss, the food at this place you picked is incredible. I've never had fish this good in my life." Mitch couldn't stop praising it. "Yeah. While the other dishes are just average, the signature dish is truly top tier." Lance nodded in agreement. "If only we had a shop with business this good, we'd be rolling in it." Mitch suddenly mused. I took a sip of tea and said suddenly, "So, tell me, what would you say if I bought this place?" Mitch's eyes went wide. "Miss, you're not joking, are you? Their business is booming. Why would they ever want to sell?" He was full of doubt. This place was a gold mine. There was no way the owner would just hand it over. He had originally thought the miss just wanted to discuss a partnership with the restaurant to supply them with fish and crawfish. He never expected that Vanessa Miller intended to take over the whole establishment. "I think it's a good idea," Lance said, nodding, a look of certainty in his eyes. Mitch was even more confused. "Wait, are people really that stupid to sell a restaurant that's doing this well?" But he soon understood what the miss meant. They were from the Underworld, after all. Since when were they afraid of having no way to make a restaurant owner willingly hand over the keys? A spark of excitement flashed in Mitch's eyes. He thought to himself, the Miss really is a visionary. This takeover plan is definitely about expanding the empire and creating a new legacy. After giving a brief explanation of what needed to be done next, I headed back to school. With only 3 weeks left before finals, the campus was thick with a tense and focused atmosphere, as if every inch of the air were urging students to take those final steps toward their dreams. I immersed myself in it, burying my head in my review, until the entire world seemed to consist only of textbooks and practice exams. As for Brittany and her crew, ever since they returned from the hospital, they had stopped giving me trouble. It was like they had become different people. Whether it was because they'd lost their backbone, Leo, or because I had truly terrified them with that lesson, I didn't really care. I only cared about cherishing this rare bit of peace. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the county courthouse, Mitch's days were a bit of a mixed bag. He still couldn't quite wrap his head around the rule of law, so he used his own method, staking out the courthouse entrance, to watch the people coming and going. He figured this was what Vanessa meant when she told him to learn about the legal system. Even though he still didn't get it, watching the drama play out became a fresh source of entertainment. Today's drama was particularly spectacular. An old man with a head of silver hair was making a huge scene at the courthouse gates, tantruming and rolling around on the ground while clutching his lawyer's leg. The scene was equal parts awkward and hilarious. "Sir, please, stop this," the lawyer pleaded, looking completely helpless. "The evidence is solid, and the facts are clear. How am I supposed to help you overturn this?" The old man, however, was full of righteous indignation. "I just found a piece of rope. What's the big deal? I'm not a thief. I didn't steal anything. Why should I have to pay damages?" The lawyer was being driven to the brink of insanity. There was a cow tied to the other end of that rope. "Why don't you mention that?" But the old man wouldn't listen. He continued his tantrum, even getting so worked up that he looked like he might faint. In the end, the lawyer had to admit defeat and refunded the old man's legal fees just to make him go away. The moment the old man got the money, he stopped his performance and walked away faster than anyone else, as if the entire display had just been a piece of theater. Mitch watched with his jaw dropped, marveling at the fact that the law really was something both interesting and complicated. Just as he was about to leave, a young lawyer suddenly blocked his path. "Brother, I've been watching you for a while now. Do you have a difficult case on your hands? I might be able to help you out," the young lawyer said, handing over a business card. Mitch looked down at it. It read, "Vance and Associates Law Firm. Lead Counsel, Theodore Vance." "You're a lawyer?" Mitch asked curiously. Theodore Vance nodded, answering with total confidence. "That's right. I'm an attorney. I specialize in criminal defense. Tons of experience. I've been at this for a solid decade." In reality, Theodore's actual experience was only 5 years and a few months, but he habitually rounded the numbers up. After all, clients didn't understand the details, and a little padding never hurt anyone. The reason he was out here soliciting work at the gates was because his firm was doing terribly. He almost couldn't keep the lights on. The young lawyer was calculating silently in his head. Mitch looked like he was from the streets. Since he was always hanging around the courthouse, he definitely had some legal trouble to handle, maybe even a major criminal case. Loyal street guys were always generous with their payouts. This might be his big break. When Mitch heard that the man was a criminal defense lawyer, his eyes lit up. He suddenly understood Vanessa's true intention in having him stake out the courthouse. It was probably to have him find a professional like this, to learn about the law and grasp the concept of the legal system. At that thought, he couldn't help but feel guilty, even giving himself a slap across the face. How am I just now figuring out what Vanessa wanted? Theodore Vance saw this and was secretly delighted. He was now even more convinced of Mitch's identity and situation. He filled in the blanks in his mind. Mitch's brothers or boss probably took the fall for him and were now in prison, and he was slapping himself out of pure survivor's guilt. A loyal client like this was a golden opportunity to make some real money. "Brother, I'll keep it short. I'm a heavy hitter when it comes to criminal defense. Guaranteed satisfaction," Theodore Vance said, pitching his services, while gloating privately that this might be the day his firm's fortunes finally changed. Mitch didn't hesitate either. He grabbed Theodore's hand and said, "Fine. You're the one. Wait here while I call for a car to pick us up." Theodore was overjoyed to hear they had a car. In his eyes, a client with a car was definitely a big fish. Thinking about the payout he was about to earn, He was in a fantastic mood, however, when a rattling, beat-up old minivan chugged to a halt in front of them like a lawnmower. The smile on his face froze instantly. This is your car?" Theodore asked stiffly. Mitch patted the door, full of pride. "Yeah, don't let the looks fool you. The performance is top-notch. My brother behind the wheel can even do drifts. You want a demo?" Theodore waved his hands frantically. "No, that's quite all right. Let's just get to my office and talk about the case. That's more important." A short while later, the group arrived at Theodore Vance's law firm. But when Mitch saw the so-called firm, he froze. He froze! The office consisted of nothing but a few desks and 2 ancient computers. The walls weren't even finished, just dusty, bare concrete. It looked more like an abandoned construction site. "This is a law firm?" Mitch asked, sounding skeptical. Theodore's face turned red. He quickly explained, "The minimalist look is all the rage now, right? We don't go for the flashy, luxury route. We're all about a practical, down-to-earth style." Mitch nodded half-believingly. "Oh, I see. It's definitely minimalist." Theodore called out to the back, "Mrs. Gable, come welcome our honored guests. Bring some chairs and pour some tea." A middle-aged woman who was busy snacking on sunflower seeds sauntered out slowly. She lazily dragged over a few small plastic stools and tossed them onto the floor. Then, she poured some plain water into disposable cups, found a few tea leaves from who knows where, and sprinkled them into the water. It was the definition of doing the bare minimum. Mitch looked around the shabby office and couldn't help but make a joke. "Mr. Vance, this place really is one of a kind. It's so minimalist, it's actually refreshing." Theodore's face turned crimson instantly. His toes were curling so hard inside his shoes. He could have dug out the foundation for a luxury apartment. He hurriedly changed the subject. "The location doesn't matter. It's not important. Let's talk business. Brother, what kind of case are we dealing with?" Mitch looked at him, confused. "Case? We don't have a case. The brothers who needed to do time have already done it. Everyone's out now, aren't they? We're just here to ask some questions." Theodore froze. His heart sank. He thought he was about to land a major criminal defense case, but it turned out to be just a consultation. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and put on his professional smile. "Consultation? Sure, I can do that. But I should let you know up front. My consultation fees aren't cheap. It's $500 an hour." As soon as he said it, Mitch interrupted him immediately. "Hold on a second. You want to charge a fee just to chat? You think I'm some kind of sucker? $500 an hour? You're trying to rob me." Theodore explained awkwardly. "It's not robbery. This is the standard rate for a professional of my caliber." Mitch snorted, crossing his arms. "500? I can buy a lot of crawfish with that. That's just how the industry works. Consultations really do require a fee." But Mitch started acting like a total deadbeat. "So if I don't pay, does it mean we're not actually having a consultation?" He spread his hands and gave a tactical lean back. Theodore Vance's head thrummed with irritation. This guy was clearly looking for a free ride. He was just about to kick Mitch out, when a flurry of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. Immediately after, a dark mass of people flooded into the office. There were nearly 40 of them. All were the brothers Mitch had called for. Every single one of them looked aggressive. Some were even holding wrenches, hammers, and other tools. They looked like people you definitely didn't want to mess with. "Mitch, we're here," the brothers shouted in unison. Mitch frowned. "What took you guys so long to get here?" One of them explained. "We were busy fixing something on the road. That thing was seriously tough. I had to bash it with a hammer several times before it finally cracked open. It turned out their beat-up minivan had broken down. Engine failure, plus a blown tire. Because towing fees were too expensive, the brothers had bought their own tools to fix the car. They had to bash some rusted bolts loose just to barely make it here." But when these words reached Theodore Vance's ears, the meaning was completely distorted. He imagined a horror movie scenario. Cracked open? He probably meant cracking open someone's skull. And was fixing things code for disposing of a body? This group of thugs looked absolutely ruthless. They looked like cold-blooded killers. Theodore Vance's legs began to tremble. He cursed himself inwardly. "Theodore Vance, you idiot! You've really done it this time. Why did you have to open your big mouth? Why did you have to mention the fee?" Mitch nodded after hearing his brother's report. "I knew I could trust Lance to handle it." Then he turned to Theodore Vance. He asked with concern, "Now, where were we? Wait. Mr. Vance, why are you crying? There isn't even a breeze in here." Theodore Vance quickly wiped his eyes. Suppressing the terror in his heart, he managed to stammer, I have sensitive eyes. Chronic condition. It's nothing. Mitch turned around immediately. He gave a broad wave of his hand. Did you hear that? Mr. Vance has a medical condition with his eyes. Everyone, put out your cigarettes. The brothers' movements were perfectly synchronized. They immediately snuffed out their cigarettes. Theodore Vance felt another wave of shock. These guys looked like monsters, but they were surprisingly disciplined. Mitch flashed a grin and patted Theodore Vance on the shoulder. Mr. Vance, let's get down to business. Since so many of us came to hear your lecture, we definitely should pay a consultation fee. Just name your price. Theodore Vance waved his hands frantically. His head shook like a bobblehead. No. It's my absolute honor to have you brothers visit my firm today. Your presence brings light to this humble office. How could I possibly take your money? That would be totally wrong of me. Mitch was fired up by his words. He slapped his thigh. That's the spirit. I like your style. Theodore, you're officially a friend of mine. Stick with me from now on, and I'll make sure you're living the high life. Theodore Vance was about to decline, when Mitch's expression suddenly darkened. What's the matter? Are you not happy about it? Or do you look down on us? Do you think we aren't worthy of being brothers with a big-shot lawyer like you? As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of pairs of eyes in the room stared at Theodore Vance in unison. The atmosphere became instantly suffocating. Theodore Vance broke into a cold sweat. His shirt was already soaked through. He could only stammer out, I'm happy to. I'm very happy to be your brother. Mitch nodded with satisfaction. Now, give it a try. Call me Big Brother Mitch. Theodore Vance forced the words out. Hello, Big Brother Mitch. Mitch laughed uproariously and slapped him on the back. Theodore, Brother Theodore is truly a man of spirit. Everyone, raise your cups to celebrate Brother Theodore joining the crew. Everyone grabbed a disposable cup. They filled them with plain water. They shouted in a thunderous unison, Cheers! Then they tossed their heads back and drained the cups. Their movements were perfectly in sync. Theodore Vance had no choice but to follow suit. But inside, he felt like he was drowning in misery. How on earth had he accidentally joined the gang? He was just a lawyer. He really didn't want to live a life on the edge like this. After finishing the water, Mitch slammed his disposable cup onto the floor. Everyone else did the same. It was quite a powerful display. Mitch stood up. His voice was solemn. Brothers, remember my words. Anyone who betrays the miss, or betrays our brothers, will be dealt with the old-fashioned way. 3 knives, 6 holes. The group shouted in unison. Their momentum was overwhelming. Theodore Vance's face looked like he was about to burst into tears. He only wanted to take a case and earn a small fee. How did he suddenly become Brother Theodore of the criminal underworld? This plot twist was beyond ridiculous. While he was still in a daze, Mitch suddenly ordered, Go buy a few dozen folding stools. Everyone, take a seat. We're going to listen to Teacher Vance's lecture. The brothers moved fast. It wasn't long before they returned with the folding stools. They arranged them neatly in several rows, looking like college students waiting for a seminar to begin. Mitch said with total seriousness, Teacher Vance, everyone is in position now. Tell us about the rule of law. Theodore Vance almost choked on his own breath. He waved his hands frantically. Mitch, you really should just call me by my name. I'm not really a teacher. Mitch insisted. In private, I'll call you whatever you want. But right now, we're in class. We must use your proper title. Teacher Vance, please begin the lesson. Teacher Vance, please begin the lesson. Dozens of thugs shouted in unison. The sound made Theodore Vance's eardrums ring. Theodore Vance looked at the group sitting up straight, ready to listen to his lecture. He felt like he had been transported to a parallel universe. He swallowed hard and asked cautiously, Mitch, what exactly do you want me to talk about? Mitch replied as if it were obvious. The rule of law, of course. Theodore Vance was stunned. The rule of law? Teaching a rule of law to a group of gangsters? Why did this feel so bizarre? But Theodore Vance didn't dare refuse. He gathered some materials and began teaching Mitch and the others about the legal system. But the audience? One by one, they started to doze off. As for Mitch, if it hadn't been for Vanessa demanding that he understand the rule of law, he probably would have been snoring like a freight train. It was incredibly boring. As time ticked away, Theodore Vance gradually settled into the role of a teacher. What do teachers hate most? Students who don't pay attention, daydreaming, and falling asleep. Theodore Vance looked at the dazed expressions on Mitch and his men. His temper started to flare. Bam! He slammed his hand onto the desk. The textbook in his hand hit the desk with a loud thud. What are you all doing? Are you even capable of paying attention? Mitch and the others jumped in surprise. They all stood up in a single, swift motion, their expressions darkening with hostility. Theodore Vance was terrified and blurted out, Mitch, I didn't mean it. It finally dawned on him. These students were no pushovers. They were ruthless criminals. If they gave him a beating, he wouldn't even have a place to turn for justice. Mitch waved his hand. Everyone sit down, Teacher Vance. This was our fault. Please, continue the lesson. We'll definitely pay attention this time. If anyone doesn't pay attention, Teacher Vance, don't be shy. Hit them if you have to, or chew them out. Theodore Vance let out a breath of relief. He asked tentatively, Mitch, Bass, Pless, are you sure that's okay? Mitch turned to look at the men behind him. Listen up. Teacher Vance's word is my word. If anyone doesn't listen, don't blame me if I have to get rough with you. The others heard this, and immediately perked up. You got it, Mitch. With Mitch's assurance, Theodore Vance felt much more secure, and continued his lecture on the law. But it wasn't long before that familiar scene played out again. Most of them were nodding off, and one guy even fell asleep so hard that he slid right off his stool and landed flat on his back. Theodore Vance snapped. He grabbed his textbook and slammed it onto the desk again. Do you want to listen or not? If you don't, then get the hell out of here. The group snapped awake instantly. Because of Mitch's earlier warning, they didn't dare react to being yelled at. Sir, this law stuff is just too boring. Is there any way you can teach it differently? Someone raised their hand and made a timid suggestion. Yeah, seriously. The others all nodded in agreement. It really was incredibly dull. They never liked studying in school to begin with. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up on the streets. To them, this legal lecture was even more of a sedative than literature class back in high school. The law is inherently dry and tedious. Otherwise, do you think just anyone could be a lawyer? And how am I supposed to change the style? Am I supposed to teach you how to shank someone without it being a felony, or how to beat someone up without getting arrested? To his surprise, when the group heard Theodore's sarcastic remark, their eyes lit up. They were suddenly wide awake. That's it. That's perfect. Teach us that, teacher. I can't wait to learn that. Theodore was speechless. Wait, no. Are you here to learn the law, or are you here to learn how to evade it? But no matter how much he didn't want to, he had to grit his teeth and keep teaching. What gave him a bit of comfort was that after switching his teaching style, the students' focus improved significantly. They were even enthusiastic, connecting the dots and asking follow-up questions. Once the lesson was over, Theodore decided to quiz everyone. That's it for today's lesson. Now, I'm going to call on a few of you at random to answer some questions. Let's see how much you've actually learned. He called on a few people, and most of them were able to answer correctly. Even if they stumbled over their words a bit, it was already quite impressive. After all, this was only the first day of class. Of course, there were some who hadn't paid attention. When called on, one guy couldn't say a word. He just stood there stammering. Mitch stood up immediately. You weren't paying attention in class? Give him a beatdown. Theodore was about to intervene, but Mitch held up a hand to stop him. I've got this, teacher. Just watch and tell me if I'm doing it right. As he spoke, he had someone bring a book, placed it against the lackey's chest, and delivered a sharp blow. Theodore stood there dazed. He wanted to ask what the hell he had just taught them. These guys learned way too fast. Using a book to hit someone so it's harder to prove injury? After disciplining the lackey, Mitch walked over proudly and asked Theodore how he did. Theodore really didn't know how to respond, so he just silently gave him a thumbs up. Mitch laughed uproariously. He finally understood what the miss meant by the rule of law. In his excitement, he didn't forget to take a photo to report their progress to me. During a break between classes, I secretly opened a multimedia message on my phone. Seeing the message and photos from Mitch, I wore a gratified expression. Mitch really was clever, far cleverer than I had imagined. He actually knew to find a lawyer to learn the law. And looking at the photos, they really were studying hard. Good, very good. Now, I didn't have to worry about these men straying onto the wrong path. However, when I heard that the lawyer's name was Theodore Vance, I was genuinely taken aback. Yeah, no way. The legendary defense attorney, Theodore Vance? He's in this middle-of-nowhere town. In my past life, I had heard of Theodore Vance's grand reputation. He was a legendary figure in the legal world. His success rate was frighteningly high, especially in criminal cases. He had a very famous quote back then: "I don't care what crime you committed. I only care about how much you can pay." Many people felt he had no moral compass, as he would take cases for anyone. He often helped scumbags and mob bosses evade justice. But it was undeniable that his professional skills were impeccable. He had a sharp eye and could always find loopholes that ordinary people would never notice, allowing him to pull off incredible legal reversals. When I heard that the lawyer Mitch and the others found was Theodore Vance, I didn't know whether to think of it as good or bad luck. I was actually a little worried that my men might learn bad habits from a lawyer. Can you believe that? But looking at things now, it seemed the great Theodore Vance hadn't risen to fame yet. After all, his law firm looked pretty pathetic. Anyway, Mitch and the others were just learning from him. Learning legal knowledge shouldn't lead to any issues. Theodore Vance's professional ethics were still respectable in their own way. What I didn't expect, however, was Mitch sending me another text saying that Theodore Vance had joined them. I was stunned. I'm not the type of person who likes to judge people through biased lenses. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken in those vocational students. And no matter how Theodore Vance did things in his past life, or how unscrupulous he at least stayed within the law. If that was the case, then what if I invested in Theodore Vance's law firm? Once my company gets off the ground, I'm going to need a lawyer anyway. I can't do everything myself. Most importantly, I could obtain a lot of information through Theodore Vance, like info on the Union Syndicate. Time flew by like a racing horse. In the blink of an eye, it was already June. During this time, the business on Lance's side was thriving. With the addition of the vocational school lackeys, brought in massive amounts of fish and crawfish every day. Selling the fish and crawfish also went very smoothly. After all, any business owner who saw dozens of street-hardened men standing at their door would be very happy to accept the delivery. Especially with Theodore Vance on board, any potential legal loopholes had been patched up. It's not like some food stall owners didn't call the cops, but one call to Mitch and Theodore Vance would show up. After a few words, the boys in blue would leave. It made things very easy. During this period, through their massive resale of seafood, they had made over $700,000. They were averaging around $50,000 in profit a day. They'd almost monopolized the night market near Youth Plaza in Foggy Creek, and the supply for the snack streets. Furthermore, Mitch and his crew had expanded their ranks. At least half of this year's graduating vocational students had become their subordinates. Mitch and the others called them the Outer Circle. Actually, there weren't that many graduates from the Foggy Creek Vocational School. Altogether, it was less than 200 people. More than half of them were girls, which meant that most of the remaining boys had pretty much all become Mitch's lackeys. How did these vocational graduates end up joining Mitch and the others? It was all because someone with a big mouth leaked where Mitch and his crew came from. When those vocational school grads heard the news, their eyes lit up instantly. They all begged to join the group. Mitch hadn't forgotten how I handled things before, so naturally, he took every one of them in. With more manpower, the profits might have to be split more ways later, but they really could be a huge help. In the seafood wholesale business, you usually do the collections in the evening. That's because you have to deliver the goods to the restaurant owners at dawn. If you tried to deliver during the day, how would they have time to sell it? They wouldn't even have time to prep. Once classes ended in late May, the school entered the finals prep phase in early June. There were no more formal classes. I was finally able to step off the campus. Mitch and the guys found a spot not far from the school. They spent a few $100s to temporarily rent a rural compound that hadn't been demolished yet. It served as their temporary headquarters. When I arrived, I carefully reviewed the financial records from the past week. I was genuinely shocked by their efficiency. To be honest, if I had tried to do this myself, I wouldn't have been able to make this much money in such a short amount of time. Flipping fish and crawfish sounds simple enough, but the actual execution is a real headache. It's exhausting, labor-intensive work. You guys have worked hard lately. Let everyone know that I'm treating everyone to dinner after my finals. Will do. Thanks, Vanessa. Mitch went to spread the word immediately. They had already set up several group chats. It made communication much easier. The first was the management group, consisting only of him, Lance, and me. The second was the core member group, which included those first dozen or so guys. The third was the outer circle group, filled with the vocational school lackeys. There were nearly 100 people in that one. Not everyone had a phone, but as long as a few people did, they'd naturally pass the news on to those around them. When they received the message from Mitch, many of them were overjoyed. Vanessa was actually going to treat them to dinner personally. Man, that was a huge honor, because the ranks had expanded so much, even though many people knew that Mitch and the other bosses answered to a big sis, named Vanessa, and that she was the heiress of the famous union syndicate in Emerald City, and that in the future, she might become the syndicate's new boss. These people were as curious as they were afraid. What did Vanessa actually look like? As the heir to a criminal organization, even as a girl, she had to be pretty intimidating, right? Some were already thinking about how to make a good impression in front of me, to secure their own rise to power. Like Mitch and his crew, they wanted to join the Union Syndicate as official members. Anyway, once the news broke, all those vocational school graduates were buzzing with excitement. They started working even harder. I didn't go back to the school that night. Instead, I booked the largest suite at the Royal Palace Hotel near the campus. It was the only 3-star hotel in the area. Since classes were over, it wasn't convenient to handle business from a dorm room. So, for the final few days before the exams, I planned to stay at the hotel near the school, to focus on my prep, while staying on top of the business. 2 more days passed. While staying at the hotel, I juggled the business logistics with Mitch, and dedicated myself entirely to my studies. I was making the final sprint for the upcoming finals. Knock, knock, knock. I was sitting on the balcony chair, biting the cap of my pen, focused on a practice test. Hearing the knock, I said, "Come in," without looking up. "Vanessa, Chloe's in trouble," Lance said urgently as soon as he entered. I bolted upright. "Is she okay?" I asked nervously. "Luckily, you told us to keep a close eye on her. Our guys got there just in time to save her. She's at the hospital now. She's going to be fine," Lance said. I let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank God! Thank God! Was it Brittany and her crew? Lance nodded, and began to tell me what happened. Over the past few weeks, Brittany and her friends had been on their best behavior. They seemed focused on studying. Even I started to think they might have actually turned over a new leaf. It turns out they were just biding their time. With the exams right around the corner, Brittany took advantage of the fact that classes were out. She and her 2 sidekicks cornered Chloe down by the dam behind the school. Since she couldn't get revenge on me, she vented all her pent-up rage onto Chloe. That girl, Brittany, is truly vicious. Of all the times she could have made a move, she chose just a few days before finals. She clearly wanted to wreck Chloe's mental state, so she'd fail her exams. Chloe had been staying in the dorms lately, but she preferred a quiet place to study, so she often went to the willow tree by the dam to read and review. This gave Brittany the perfect opportunity. Seeing that the dam was deserted, they found Chloe and started hitting and kicking her. They even tried to strip her and take photos to humiliate her. Chloe fought back desperately, but in the scuffle, she slipped and fell into the river. Chloe didn't know how to swim. She struggled in the water and quickly disappeared beneath the surface. Brittany and the others were terrified and fled the scene immediately. Luckily, the men Lance had assigned to watch Chloe arrived just in time. They jumped in and pulled her out. My expression turned cold. I had still underestimated how low they would go. I had assigned people to watch Chloe a long time ago, specifically to prevent her from being bullied by Brittany again. When Chloe and I teamed up to provoke Brittany before, I had anticipated that Brittany might try to get revenge on her. Chloe didn't have a crew of thugs like I did. Being alone made her an easy target, so I made sure Lance sent people to look out for her, to protect her from Brittany's retaliation. For a while, Brittany and her crew had been staying quiet. They hadn't caused any trouble. I had almost forgotten about them. I didn't realize they were just waiting for the right moment, choosing the most critical time before finals to target Chloe. It was pure evil. I immediately gave the order, "Call Mitch. Tell him to take Theodore Vance and invite Brittany and her crew to the precinct for some tea. Oh, and have Theodore draft up a restaurant transfer agreement. Make sure it's ironclad." Brittany bullied me and Chloe countless times in my past life. She even drove Chloe to commit suicide. Not only did she escape punishment, she went on to live a life of luxury. Her family is just as much to blame. They thought a small settlement would make it all go away. That restaurant across from Youth Plaza? That's where Brittany's confidence comes from. She knows that even if she fails her exams, her family has the means to provide her with a comfortable life. You have to understand, that restaurant brought in millions a year. In modern terms, it was a legitimate viral hotspot. Since that was the case, I was going to completely dismantle the source of her confidence. It didn't take long. Before Brittany and her crew hiding at home were cornered by Mitch, Theodore Vance, and the others, along with a group of officers who dragged them out. This was the first case Theodore Vance had taken on. Naturally, he went all out, confidently guaranteeing that, without at least 3 to 5 years, they shouldn't even dream of getting out. Brittany thought the truth about her pushing Chloe into the river had been exposed. The little delinquent completely broke down at the thought of going to prison. Her mental state shattered. As she was being hauled away by the police, she screamed desperately, "Dad! Save me, Dad! You have to help me. I really didn't mean to do it." Brittany's father watched helplessly as his daughter was forced into the back of a patrol car. It felt like a knife to his heart. After all, she was his only daughter, yet there was nothing he could do. Once the officers had left, Theodore Vance pulled out a restaurant transfer agreement and slid it in front of Brittany's father. "If you just sign this, I can get the victim to sign a settlement agreement. Your daughter will still have a chance to get out and take her finals." Brittany's father still didn't understand exactly what crime his daughter had committed. Theodore Vance simply pulled out a video. The screen showed Brittany's history of bullying others and robbing them of their property. However, the amount wasn't large. It looked like maybe $200. "You're going to send my daughter to prison for taking some pocket change from a classmate? I want to talk to a lawyer." Brittany's father naturally refused to sign the transfer agreement. For $200, she'd be out in a few days at most. He even thought about bailing her out, so she could take her exams, planning to hire a lawyer to deal with it slowly later. As for signing over the restaurant, keep dreaming. After all, that restaurant brought him over $1 million in profit a year. He wasn't an idiot. Theodore Vance let out a cold laugh. "I see you're the type who won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Then he pulled out another video. The amount being stolen in this video was significantly larger. It looked to be at least $10,000. I have plenty more videos like this in my hand. If you want to see them, I can take my time and let you watch until you've had enough. According to the laws of this country, this qualifies as grand larceny. As an attorney, Theodore Vance fully utilized his professional skills as a defense lawyer. Legal codes rolled off his tongue, one by one, with incredible fluency. The color drained from Brittany's father's face. "If I sign, will the victim really sign a settlement?" Theodore Vance nodded. "I give you my word on that. You can even record a video as evidence. As long as you sign, I guarantee the victim will sign the release." He was demonstrating perfectly how to use the carrot and the stick. Then he continued to advise him earnestly. "Look, friend, this case involving your daughter isn't that big, but it isn't small either, because aside from the first video, I haven't handed the others over to the police yet. As long as we have the victim's settlement, combined with the fact that the amount itself isn't that huge, your daughter can be out by tomorrow at the latest. She definitely won't miss her finals. Think about it carefully. Is your daughter's future more important, or is your restaurant more important? Even if the shop is gone, with your skills, you can always open another one, right?" Finally, under Theodore Vance's silver tongue, Brittany's father signed the restaurant transfer agreement. He transferred the restaurant for a price of $280,000, including the title to the commercial property. You have to realize that commercial space belonged to their family. They'd originally spent over $1 million to buy it. Now, Vanessa Miller had snatched it up for less than $300,000. Of course, all of this was carried out under Theodore Vance's meticulous manipulation. Every entry in the books was perfectly logical. For example, a portion was labeled as emotional distress damages for the victim. In short, there wasn't a single loophole to be found. When Brittany's father saw the final result, even though he was resentful, he felt it was acceptable. Although he lost a property and a restaurant, when he combined the $280,000 transfer fee with the savings he'd accumulated over the years, his family still had nearly $3 million in the bank. They could still make a comeback. If he hadn't agreed, his daughter's life really might have been ruined. After all, according to that lawyer, Mr. Vance, if he didn't sign the transfer, His daughter would be in the slammer for at least 3 to 5 years. That would have been a massive ordeal. On the morning of the 11th, Brittany's father picked up his daughter from the precinct. Looking at her haggard appearance, all the anger he felt dissolved into a long sigh. However, just as they were about to step out of the precinct doors, the voices of several officers suddenly rang out from behind them. "Sorry, but you can't leave yet. Brittany West is a suspect in an attempted murder case. She is now under arrest." As they spoke, the officers snapped the silver handcuffs back onto Brittany. Brittany's father's eyes went wide. "You guys sure timed this perfectly, didn't you?" Before he could finish, his rage boiled over, his vision went dark, and he fainted on the spot. As soon as finals were over, I booked 12 tables in the banquet hall of the Royal Palace Hotel. I really didn't expect that in less than a month, Lance and his crew would have recruited so many subordinates, although my original intention was to lead them toward the light. Somehow, I felt like I was the one being led astray by them instead. Suddenly, I had all these brothers. Altogether, there were over 100 of them, but I didn't let it get to me too much. I could see the loyalty that Lance and Mitch had for me, as long as they were willing to listen to me and follow the path I set. Then they wouldn't end up in a ditch. As the saying goes, if the top beam is straight, the lower ones won't be crooked. As long as the top beam, didn't have any issues, then naturally, the others wouldn't stray either. The news spread quickly. Tonight, Vanessa was hosting a banquet at the Royal Palace Hotel to treat everyone to dinner. She had even given them the whole day off. Everyone had been hanging out at internet cafes all day. As soon as the notification came in, the bleached-haired punks in every cafe stood up in excitement. They all logged off immediately. Leo West, the boss of the Youth Plaza Internet Cafe Strip, had just gotten out of the precinct. When he received terrible news, he was now a general without an army. Every single one of his subordinates had betrayed him and joined someone else's crew. Leo was fuming inside. He really wanted to get some payback, so he secretly followed his former lackeys to the Royal Palace Hotel to see who had the balls to steal his men. But as soon as he reached the entrance of the banquet hall, he froze. He froze. In the largest banquet hall sat over 100 bleached-haired youths. Every single one of them was sitting perfectly straight, as if they were waiting for someone. Just who on earth are they waiting for? Leo wondered as he peered through the doorway. To pull off a stunt this big, he knew most of the famous thugs in Foggy Creek, but most were just small-time punks like him. They were lucky if they could gather a few dozen guys. Besides, none of them had the capital to host a banquet at the most luxurious hotel in the county. To manage a scene of this magnitude, it could only be the king of the Foggy Creek underworld, Benny, the Bull, Russo. Even though Foggy Creek was just an ordinary county, and most street-level thugs were just dropouts or vocational students, that didn't mean there weren't real criminal organizations here. Benny Russo was the boss of the largest syndicate in Foggy Creek. He owned the only nightclub in town, 2 KTV lounges, a large supermarket, 3 restaurants, several gambling dens, and more. His total assets were estimated to be in the tens of millions, maybe even bordering on 100 million. Later, he even started a construction company. He had plenty of men under him too, over 100 brothers. While that might not sound like a huge number, these 100 men were hardened enforcers he specifically kept on payroll. They were mainly responsible for things like forced demolitions. If you didn't cooperate, these men would give you a personal tour of just how comfortable an ICU bed could be. In short, Benny Russo was infamous in Foggy Creek, the undisputed king of the local underworld. He had a rap sheet a mile long. Leo West was wondering if it was Benny's people who had recruited his former lackeys. Just then, the elevator near the banquet hall chimed. When he saw the 3 people stepping out, his face turned pale instantly. He scrambled to hide. He saw a beautiful girl in a blue dress walk out. Following behind her were 2 young men, one fat and one thin, who clearly looked like they weren't to be trifled with. "Aren't those the guys from the Union Syndicate?" Leo West muttered through gritted teeth. If it weren't for those guys, he wouldn't have spent so much time in a jail cell. Of course, he didn't dare show his face. If they spotted him, he'd probably get another brutal beating before being tossed right back into the precinct. After the beautiful girl entered the banquet hall, Leo peered through a crack in the door and saw a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. The 100 or so bleached-haired punks in the hall, many of whom were his former subordinates, stood up in a single, sharp motion. They greeted her in a thunderous unison. "Miss!" The cry was deafening, their momentum overwhelming. "Sit," the girl commanded. Everyone sat back down in perfect synchronization. The discipline was impeccable. Leo felt a bitter wave of jealousy. Back when he was leading those guys, they were always joking around and slacking off. They never had any real discipline, let alone greeting him with that kind of respect. But these guys who came from Emerald City had managed to whip his former lackeys into such perfect shape. How? Even now, Leo couldn't figure out what he was lacking. In the underworld, loyalty is important, but you also need proper benefits and rules. When those kids were following him, they only did it because it felt cool. They had no goals in life. They were just drifting. After a few years of messing around, they'd be forced to find factory work just to survive, becoming nothing more than mindless workhorses. But following Vanessa Miller was completely different. Her status as the heiress of the Union Syndicate was a powerful enough draw for them. With that draw came a goal. They weren't like they used to be, clueless about what to do with their futures. Besides, the Miss was incredibly generous. This dinner wasn't just a meal, there would be cash payouts too. On top of that, Mitch often took them to Theodore Vance's firm for a legal baptism. Slowly but surely, they were learning the rules. With all these factors combined, the authority of me, Lance, and the others was firmly established in their hearts. Leo watched for a bit longer before slipping away. He didn't dare stay, fearing that if he was caught, he'd be in deep trouble. What he saw today at the hotel had a profound impact on him. After walking out of the hotel, Leo looked back up at the building. He made a decision. He was going to start over somewhere else, and he was going to make a name for himself. There was no room for him in Foggy Creek anymore. If he stayed here, one of his former lackeys would eventually sell him out. Right now, he was alone and powerless. If he got sold out, he'd be finished. Since he had decided to leave, he had to completely abandon his past. Before leaving Foggy Creek, Leo found a tattoo parlor. He spent a long time looking through the designs before picking out a very aggressive-looking eye tattoo. Tattoo a third eye on my forehead. From now on, Leo West is dead. Call me the Prophet. I sat at the head table. The 100 or so pairs of eyes below were almost all focused entirely on me. Many of them were quite shocked. Is that the Miss? She's completely different from what I imagined. She's so young. Yeah, she looks about the same age as us. But her aura, man, it's something else. My outfit was very simple, White says. To them, I looked just like an ordinary girl next door. I gave off a fresh, refined vibe. I didn't have any of that gritty, hardened look you'd expect from someone in the underworld. The lackeys who were surprised didn't dwell on it for long. After all, who says a mob boss's daughter has to look like a ruthless killer? In the movies, the syndicate heiress is often portrayed as gentle and lovely, isn't she? I scanned the room, looking at everyone present. I asked, "Is everyone here?" Mitch immediately replied, "Everyone's here, Miss." I picked up a glass of red wine and slowly stood up. Seeing this, everyone else picked up their glasses too. "I'm glad to meet you all. Getting together like this today is a rare stroke of luck. To be honest, I never thought I'd be standing here. But since you've put me in this position, I won't back down. I will do everything in my power to lead us forward. I don't know much about the rules of the jungle. I'm not interested in violence and killing. But I believe in one thing. As long as we work together, we will reach the top." As I finished, the hall fell silent for a few seconds. Then, someone took the lead and shouted, "To the Miss! To the Miss! To the Miss!" The crowd followed suit, draining their glasses in one go. I finished my red wine as well, matching their bold energy. Chloe, who had just finished her finals, was sitting among them, her heart racing with an inexplicable excitement. She had never seen anything like this. She could never have even imagined a scene like this. Chloe had always been a good, quiet girl. Her biggest dream was to study hard, get into college, and make enough money to give her grandma a good life. But today, she had accepted Vanessa Miller's invitation to attend this gathering. Seeing the scene before her, she was completely dazed. She could hardly believe that these people were all her classmates, Vanessa's subordinates. After being classmates for 3 years, it wasn't like Chloe was unaware of Vanessa's family situation. She knew Vanessa was just an ordinary girl from the countryside, just like her. But in the blink of an eye, Vanessa had completely changed. She had become some high-status miss, managing over 100 subordinates. Once she began to accept Vanessa's new identity, Chloe didn't feel afraid. Instead, being surrounded by so many tough guys gave her a profound sense of security. For a girl who had always lacked security, this feeling was a surprise even to her. After all, she had always been terrified of street thugs. I spoke up again. All right, now that everyone's had a drink, I'll get straight to the point. Aside from treating you all to dinner today, there's one more very important thing to do, and that is to give everyone their payday. I looked over at Mitch. Mitch, bring it out. Mitch quickly took a bag stuffed with cash and dumped the entire contents onto the table. The pile looked like several $100,000. The moment everyone saw this, their breathing became heavy and ragged. 99% of the people there had never seen that much cash at once in their lives. Many couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes gleaming. That is a ton of money. This only served to steel their resolve to follow the mist to the end. After all, many of them had been on the streets for a long time, but this was the first time they'd ever had a boss hand out cash like this, even though they knew this money was tied to the hard work they'd put into flipping fish and crawfish lately. The feeling was fundamentally different. One way is working like a mule, just to get a paycheck from a boss. The other is being part of a crew, where the miss shares the wealth and rewards them for their loyalty. That feeling of being appreciated and valued only made them more touched and more devoted. The seafood trade had been running for a while now, and we had accumulated nearly $900,000 in profit. Buying out the restaurant at Youth Plaza cost $280,000, leaving us with $610,000. Mitch and his guys didn't have the habit of using banks. It was mostly a habit left over from their days guarding underground dens. They felt banks weren't safe. Besides, most companies back then still preferred paying in cash. Furthermore, they hadn't even established a formal corporation yet. Paying in cash allowed everyone to see exactly how much they were getting, which boosted team morale, especially for guys from the streets. Seeing cold, hard cash had a much more powerful impact, because in their minds, this wasn't just money earned from a job. It was money given to them because the miss valued them. It was a personal reward. I had already told Mitch to tally up the roster, distinguishing between the early arrivals and those who joined later. Therefore, the amount each person received was different. Management like Lance and Mitch each received $5,000. Obviously, the original brothers from the Union Syndicate generally received $3,000 each. The rest was split into several tiers, ranging from $1,500 to $1,800. Even the lowest tier received $800. By the time the round of payouts was done, we distributed about $170,000. That left $440,000. Once the main distribution was over, I set aside $100,000 specifically for Theodore Vance. Take this. Consider it an investment in your firm, or as tuition for teaching everyone about the law. The legal requirements for a lawyer to take on investment are much more complicated than for a regular company, so for now, it was just a verbal agreement. Theodore Vance was stunned. As a lawyer, attending a party full of gangsters was weird enough, but he never expected to get paid, too. Theodore really wanted to refuse, but his firm was currently on the verge of bankruptcy. Lately, aside from Brittany West's case, he'd only landed one minor case. That paid a few $1,000s. As for handling the legal logistics for Mitch and the guys, including the classes he taught, he hadn't been paid for any of it, mostly because he didn't know how to ask. Mitch called him brother every single day. As a brother, could he really bring himself to ask for money? Thank you, miss. Theodore Vance took the money immediately, showing zero hesitation. I wasn't surprised at all. After all, if this guy were the type to decline, he wouldn't have earned the reputation he had in my past life. Theodore Vance also knew that taking this money meant he was now officially bound to this group, but that didn't matter. Money was the most important thing. What I didn't realize was that this small gesture had prematurely activated the deep-seated lust for wealth in Theodore's bones. Earning money as a lawyer wasn't as easy as people thought. Under normal circumstances, it took 8 to 10 years before you could start making real money, especially as a criminal defense attorney. The lawyers who were truly rolling in it were all corporate attorneys. They had more wealthy clients and charged much higher fees. But now, Theodore Vance felt like he had found a golden path, a path where a criminal defense lawyer could also strike it rich. After the wages were paid, I prepared a separate red envelope It had about 500 in it. I handed it to Chloe. This is for you. Chloe naturally didn't want to take it. She quickly tried to refuse. Vanessa, I can't take this. I really can't. She wasn't a part of the crew after all. How could she accept this money? I smiled. This is a personal gift for me. Consider it an early gift. For getting into college. Chloe still hesitated. Finals were just over, and the results weren't even out yet. I cut her off. You'll definitely get in. I believe in you. In my past life, Chloe jumped before the exams, and never actually took them. But based on her past performance, getting into a 4-year university wouldn't be a problem. Chloe was deeply moved. She stood up and bowed. Thank you, Vanessa. Then she summoned her courage, and did something that caught me completely by surprise. Vanessa, I want to join you guys. I was stunned when I heard that. I really never expected Chloe to choose to follow me. I had only invited her to the dinner. Because we were on good terms, and knowing her family was struggling, they definitely wouldn't throw her a graduation party. I wanted to use this dinner to give her a proper celebration before she went back to her village. There were even 2 banners hanging in the banquet hall. One read, "Congratulations to Chloe on getting into college." The other one was for me, of course. I looked at Chloe and asked seriously, "Have you really thought this through?" Vanessa, I know I'm not the smartest, and I don't know how to do anything yet, but I'll work hard to earn your approval, and the approval of everyone else. All right, I accept, but you have to promise me one thing. Study hard in college. Only then will you be able to help me, and help our company. Besides, it's not like I'm actually a gangster. If she was going to take Chloe in, so be it. After all, Chloe was a good person. Aside from being introverted and timid, there was nothing wrong with her character. Plus, she was incredibly filial. She had always lived with her grandmother. On the occasional weekend when she could return to the village, no matter how much she suffered at school, she was genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. Even with the heavy workload of senior year, she still managed to find the time to knit a scarf and a hat for her grandmother, to give as a gift. I had seen that hat before. It was cute, with 2 little red flowers on the sides. It was because of Chloe's character that I accepted her. Besides, Chloe's family situation was already poor. It was a huge struggle for her grandmother to put her through college. By letting her follow me, she could treat it as a work-study job to earn her tuition. If it were any other classmate, I would have refused immediately. Because I don't like having people I'm close with join my team, or my future company. When Chloe heard me agree, she became excited instantly. She even poured herself a glass of wine, raising it toward me in a toast. Thank you, miss. I salute you. Everyone else called Vanessa miss. Now that she had joined, she was no exception. This was exactly what I feared. Besides worrying about close friends joining the team, and potentially abusing their relationship with me, to do bad things. More importantly, the dynamic between them would change. That was something I didn't want to see. But for now, forget it. I wasn't going to dwell on it anymore. I, show, and est. Just call me by my name like you used to. I'm not used to that other stuff. Chloe replied, well, then I'll just call you Sister Vanessa. She really couldn't bring herself to just use my first name now. Fine, I nodded helplessly. Seeing this, Mitch immediately raised his glass. Let's all welcome the Mrs. Classmate, Chloe, as she joins our crew. Welcome. The others stood up in a single motion, raising their glasses and shouting, welcome, in unison. I also stood up and said with a smile, welcome, Chloe. Chloe looked at everyone with tears in her eyes. Thank you, Vanessa, she said gratefully. Thank you, everyone. At this moment, her sense of security had reached its peak. Originally, she was terrified of these street thugs, but now she felt incredibly safe. It was unbelievable. Unaware of the shift in Chloe's mindset, I told Mitch to have the servers bring out the food. Mitch immediately shouted toward the door, servers. Soon, they walked in carrying lavish dishes. Each table was set at a standard of $1,000. Chicken, duck, fish, beef, lamb, everything was there. It looked and smelled amazing. Each table was also provided with 2 cartons of premium smokes. As for the drinks, there was more than enough beer. Seeing such a feast and the top-shelf cigarettes, everyone's faces lit up with joy. The miss was truly generous. Back in the village, the wedding banquets they'd attended couldn't even compare to the level of today's spread. Usually, the cigarettes were cheap, $5 packs, and there were only 2 packs per table, never enough to go around. But today, the miss had provided 2 cartons per table. Everyone could get at least 2 whole packs for themselves. From now on, whenever they went to an internet cafe, slamming a pack of premium smokes down on the desk, the status alone was incredible. Smoking premium brands at the cafe, that was real power. If a close friend wanted one, they wouldn't even get a puff unless they called you daddy. Even though the miss had arranged for smokes at every table, not a single person in the hall lit up. After all, I didn't smoke. Even if they had a craving, they all went outside to smoke. They avoided doing it around me as much as possible. Just as everyone was gorging themselves, Mitch's phone suddenly rang. His expression changed after answering, and he slammed his hand down as he stood up. Who the hell did it? Do they have a death wish? Hold them there. Don't let them escape. Seeing this, I frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Mitch said with a dark expression, "Miss, some thugs are causing a scene at our restaurant. They've smashed a bunch of plates and cutlery, and the customers have all been scared off. And this is already the second time." My expression cooled upon hearing this. "Do we know who did it?" Mitch shook his head. "We aren't sure where they're from yet, but it definitely has something to do with that classmate of yours." "Me? You mean Brittany West?" Mitch nodded. "Yeah. The guy leading the group is named Darren West. Apparently, he's Brittany's cousin. I bet this was orchestrated by the West family. After all, we took their restaurant, and Brittany is still going, to the slammer. They're obviously feeling bitter about it. Actually, logically speaking, the West family shouldn't have been looking for trouble with Vanessa. She had kept her word after all, signing that settlement agreement without hesitation, and Brittany had been released because of it. But Brittany getting arrested a second time had nothing to do with me. Chloe was the one who called the police. If Brittany hadn't pushed Chloe into the river, would there even be a problem? However, as the beneficiary of the situation, it was inevitable that people would resent me. After all, not everyone in this world is reasonable. All they would think is, "I gave you my restaurant." But Brittany is still going to jail. How could they be okay with that? I knit my brows slightly. "Have they left yet?" I asked. Mitch replied, "They should still be there. The guys are heading over now." Mitch and his crew didn't notice the cold glint flashing in my eyes. The leaping fish, the old Joey's Fish and Griddle sign, had long been taken down. In its place was a brand new wooden sign, carved with the 3 large words, "The Leaping Fish." The font was classic and elegant, carrying the charm of a riverside town. As soon as the restaurant was transferred, I immediately had people change the sign. Although the sign had changed, the signature dish remained the same. It was still that local favorite of griddled small fish. Back when we signed the transfer agreement, I didn't let Theodore Vance forget to secure the secret recipe for that dish. Even though the original head chef knew how to make it, you never know. It was never a bad idea to have a backup plan. After taking over this booming restaurant, aside from changing the name, I had Lance and the others do one more thing. That was to increase the pay for the kitchen staff and raise the hygiene standards. Even though the food was good, the environment in the kitchen was a bit lacking. It needed a major overhaul. Almost all the servers were replaced with our own people. They were recruited internally from those vocational school students. The uniforms were all custom-made. Red shirts paired with dark blue aprons, with a small fish-shaped badge pinned to the chest. It looked clean and sharp. Furthermore, I required the head chef to establish a culinary research center. Naturally, it was located right in the restaurant. During off-peak hours, they were to research and develop new dishes. I wanted to optimize the rest of the menu, aside from the signature dish, and everyone in the restaurant had to participate in the tastings. Only if more than 90% of the staff approved could a dish be added to the menu and served. Although the requirements were higher, the wages and benefits had improved significantly, and consequently, because the service and food quality were better, the customer's dining experience improved as well. Business was even more booming than before. Naturally, with business doing so well, it was bound to attract some unwanted attention. It was peak dinner hour, the time when the restaurant should have been at its busiest. Instead, the place was eerily quiet. A rather handsome-looking man sat in the main dining hall, with about a dozen thugs in tow. These punks were dressed sloppily. Some had their shirts open, showing off exaggerated tattoos. They were brandishing clubs and other weapons, looking hostile. "Where's your boss? Did they drop dead on the way here? How are we supposed to eat? Found a hair in the food, and you're not going to explain yourselves? It's a damn curly one, too. Fucking disgusting. I'm telling you. If you don't give me a proper explanation, I'll make sure this restaurant shuts down for good. I won't just bring people here to cause a scene every day. I'll report you to the health department too, and have this place closed permanently. The man looked handsome and almost refined, but his actions were anything but. He was acting like a total low-life thug. You say you found a hair? Fine. How do you prove that hair came from our kitchen? A server couldn't help but step forward to argue. Look at the staff in this restaurant. Which one of us has curly hair? If they hadn't been outnumbered, and if Vanessa hadn't strictly forbidden causing trouble in the restaurant, they would have started a fight long ago. Darren West felt a bit caught out, but he doubled down stubbornly. Maybe it fell out of the chef's head while he was cooking. As soon as he said it, the kitchen door slammed open. 4 or 5 chefs marched out in a rage. You're being completely unreasonable. Trying to pin this on us, are you? The new boss had set strict rules for them. If the food was flawless, and there were no hygiene issues, they received an extra monthly bonus. But if the food was bad, or there was a hygiene violation, they'd be fined. The fines weren't huge, but that bonus was significant. With these guys causing trouble, they were looking at losing that bonus. So, after overhearing this guy trying to pin the blame on them, they were beyond furious. Darren West, pinning it on you? Please. Just because you're wearing hats doesn't mean the hair didn't come from you. Maybe you just put the hats on. But as soon as he finished speaking, several chefs reached up and yanked off their hats, revealing shiny, bald heads. God damn it. We don't even have hair. What's your excuse now? You're obviously here just to cause trouble. If you've got the balls, stay right there. Wait until our boss gets here and handles you. Actually, when they learned the restaurant had a new owner, some of them had considered quitting. After all, the former owner, Joey, had reached out to them, hoping to poach them for a new location. But when a certain fat guy showed up with a dozen thugs to find them, their attitudes shifted instantly. Poaching was a small matter. Getting jumped in an alley was a much bigger one. Besides, the new boss had actually treated them quite well. Not only did she raise their pay, she promised to open a chain of restaurants. As long as they passed their evaluations, they'd have the chance to become executive chefs at the new locations. Under normal circumstances, a restaurant like this didn't have executive chefs. A title like executive chef was usually reserved for high-end establishments. It required mastery of Western cuisine and fancy plating to look more sophisticated, but they were just home-style cooks. Naturally, it was hard for them to become high-end chefs. But every cook has dreams. If this restaurant really became a famous chain, then their status and position would rise accordingly. When people asked about their jobs, they could proudly say, "I'm the executive chef at such and such restaurant." Darren West didn't take their threats seriously. "I don't care what you say, but your boss needs to give me an explanation today." He had already paid for intel. The owner behind this restaurant was just some little girl. He admitted the girl was cunning and had a good eye, but at the end of the day, she was just a brat. Nothing to worry about. Thinking about the information he'd bought, Darren's teeth literally ached with resentment. Coming back home for college break, he'd heard the devastating news from his aunt's side. His cousin had been arrested right before finals. Not only was she missing her exams, she was looking at 3 to 5 years in prison. Her future was ruined. Most importantly, his aunt's restaurant had been sold to someone else. Hearing the news, Darren was worried for his aunt, but there was nothing he could do. Actually, he had always been emotionally detached. His relationship with his cousin wasn't particularly good. While he acted like he cared about her situation on the surface, deep down, he didn't feel much of anything. She's an adult. She has to be responsible for her own actions. What he actually cared about was the restaurant. That restaurant was a goldmine. It was crazy that his aunt never thought about franchising. It made him anxious. As an ambitious, new era youth who wanted to be a business mogul, Darren had always wanted to build a business empire with his own 2 hands. In his previous life, he had succeeded, and his first startup project had started with his aunt's restaurant. By franchising her restaurant, he got the secret recipe for the signature dish. He made his first pot of gold opening several locations. Later, through schemes and playing multiple women at once, using the women whose hearts he'd captured, he step by step became a billionaire, business tycoon. In this life, Darren returned home, actually, wanting to get that secret recipe from his aunt, to launch his dream of a business empire. He never expected that as soon as he got back, he'd get the news that the restaurant was sold, and his uncle had given him 2 conditions. If he wanted to partner up and open a restaurant, either find a way to get Brittany out of jail, or destroy the leaping fish, Darren knew the first condition was impossible for him. After all, he checked with his aunt and uncle. The evidence against Brittany was ironclad. Unless he had insane connections, there was no way to get her out. In fact, even though his family was well off, they were just relatively wealthy. He didn't know anyone with major political or government ties, so he could only choose the second condition. Darren West had always been a cautious man. He wasn't about to act rashly. Someone who could drop $280,000 to buy a restaurant in one go was quite a rare sight in this day and age. Plus, when that lawyer went to see his uncle to sign the contract, he had been accompanied by a rather thuggish-looking fat guy. Clearly, these weren't ordinary people. He naturally wouldn't blindly go to the restaurant to cause trouble. In the end, he spent $2,000 to buy a piece of information from a white-haired guy. To be precise, there were two options to choose from. That white-haired guy had been at the internet cafe at the time and overheard Darren West looking for people to hit the leaping fish. He had proactively approached him, stating he could provide intelligence support. It was the first time Darren West realized this backwater little county even had an information broker. Out of caution, he asked a few questions. He didn't expect that the white-haired guy with fox-like eyes would actually divulge some useful information. Once he determined the guy wasn't a scammer, Darren West planned to spend some money for the intel. He didn't expect the price to be ridiculously high. The guy asked for anywhere between $2,000 and $10,000. One piece of info was from a month ago, and the other was current. The white-haired guy even said that you get what you pay for. Darren West naturally didn't listen to the warning. His first reaction was that the guy was treating him like a sucker and trying to fleece him. $10,000 for one piece of info? Do you think I'm some rich playboy? Are you not? The white-haired guy asked with a smile. Darren West hated it when people said such hypocritical things to him, because he believed people should be sincere, rather than engaging in empty flattery. I'll take it, Darren said, paying decisively. He bought the $2,000 information. Little did he know, when he opened the note, there were only 6 words. Country girl. No real threat. Darren West stared at those words on the note. His first reaction was, come on. Refund. $2,000 for such a perfunctory sentence? He felt like he'd been played. When he looked up, the white-haired guy was long gone. From the smoky internet cafe, he had no choice but to swallow the loss. Even though the info made Darren West feel like he'd been scammed, it at least served to confirm his previous suspicion. The opponent really didn't have any background. Once it was confirmed she was no threat, Darren West naturally cast aside his reservations. He started bringing people to the restaurant to cause trouble. The first time he went there, he deliberately smashed a few plates. He didn't wait for the owner to arrive, and the servers only frowned. As they silently swept up the shards, they didn't say much, nor did they look for trouble with him. He didn't know Vanessa was busy with exams and had no time, and because she had emphasized being tolerant toward customers, the staff had endured it. The second time, Darren West went even further. Having the experience from the first time, he seemed convinced that the owner was just a pushover with no connections. Plus, with the dozen or so thugs backing him up, he figured they wouldn't dare do anything to him. So this time, he didn't just flip the tables and scare away the dining customers. He also clamored about a hair in the food and demanded compensation. The servers were beyond furious, but when they saw the dozen thugs brandishing weapons, they could only suppress the rage in their hearts. Don't be rash, wait for the boss. Seeing the staff's reaction, Darren West became even more smug. He strutted to the center of the hall, sat down on a chair, and crossed his legs. His gaze was full of provocation. Fine. I'll wait for your boss. I want to see, with Big Kane here by my side, what exactly she can do to me. If you don't pay up today, don't even dream of opening for business again. On the other side, once I learned the troublemaker was Darren West, my expression turned uncharacteristically cold. In my eyes, there flashed a murderous intent that would make anyone shudder. In my past life, this scumbag ruined my family. First, he used sweet talk to manipulate my feelings and trick me into trusting him. Then, he took advantage of my internship at a famous law firm. While I was working late at the office one night, under the guise of bringing me a snack, he took the opportunity to copy the litigation materials of a company I was organizing. As a result, I wasn't just fired from the firm. I faced a lawsuit for massive damages. because I had no evidence to prove that I wasn't the one who leaked the data. I was eventually driven to a dead end, and chose to commit suicide by jumping off a building. From start to finish, I had been played like a fool by that scumbag. Even before I died, the scumbag showed up in front of me, with a gaudy woman, and mocked me cruelly. Darren West is truly a man of methods. He is extremely self-centered, a master of disguise, and highly calculating. On the surface, he's tender, considerate, and loyal, but in reality, he is utterly cold regarding his emotions. Almost every woman he comes into contact with becomes a pawn for him to use. Even a low-level intern like I was became a piece in his game, under his careful machinations, ultimately leading to my destruction. If I had a list of the people I hated most in this world, Brittany West and Darren West would be the top two. I had just finished dealing with Brittany, and now Darren had proactively jumped out. Talk about fate. The saying was right. They were cut from the same cloth. In my past life, I didn't know until the moment I died that Darren West was actually Brittany West's cousin, even if the current Darren West isn't yet that man who would calculate every move, deceive my feelings, and drive me to suicide. I have no intention of letting him go. In this life, I will make him pay. Just as I left the restaurant with a group of people, a white-haired youth wearing a mask, and disguised as a server, Silas, poked his head out from a corner. His gaze was fixed on the direction we were headed, a playful light flashing in his eyes. Incredible, truly incredible. It looks like the winds of change are blowing through Foggy Creek. He then pulled out his phone and tapped away rapidly, appearing to record something. Greed flickered in his eyes. It seems I need to keep collecting intel. Information on this girl is going to be worth a fortune. Darren West and his group, whether they were overconfident or simply felt they had nothing to fear, were acting with total abandon. The group sat waiting in the restaurant, and getting bored, they actually started grabbing beers from the cooler and drinking, right in front of the staff. Then they pulled out 2 decks of cards, and started a game around one of the tables. Laughter and rowdy shouting filled the entire hall. What was worse, after finishing the beers, they casually smashed the empty bottles on the floor. Glass shards flew everywhere, making sharp, ear-piercing sounds. The staff stood by watching the scene, itching to do something, but they didn't dare step in to stop them. They could only watch helplessly as they acted without restraint. But the more the staff held back, the more Darren and his little gang of thugs grew arrogant. They shouted and hollered, banging on the tables for the staff to keep bringing beer, even demanding peanuts to snack on. Seeing the servers remain unmoved, the leader of this group of thugs, the one Darren had hired, a veteran named Big Kane, immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing an arm covered in tattoos. With a loud crash, he slammed an empty beer bottle onto the floor. Startled, the servers instinctively retreated several steps. I told you to get the beer and peanuts. Are you deaf? Don't think I won't wreck this dump. Though the servers felt incredibly humiliated, facing these fierce-looking thugs, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. Finally, they reluctantly brought over the beer and peanuts, and set them on the thugs' table. Having secured more supplies, the thugs started their clamoring all over again. They gulped down beer while slamming cards on the table, their mouths full of curses. Originally, some customers who intended to dine at the restaurant had just stepped into the lobby, but seeing this scene, they turned and fled in terror. After an unknown number of drinks, Darren felt the urge to use the restroom. He stood up unsteadily and headed for the bathroom. The veteran thug he'd hired, Big Kane, was also getting a bit buzzed. He grabbed a pack of smokes and wandered toward the restaurant entrance, planning to step outside for some fresh air and a cigarette. As he walked, he pulled out his phone, preparing to call the manager of his usual internet cafe, or the player, to tell him to reserve a dozen seats. The brothers were going to play some games later, and Darren was footing the bill anyway. Just as he reached the door, Big Kane stuck a cigarette in his mouth and looked down to find his lighter, maybe because the sky outside seemed off. It was pitch black, and he muttered, "God damn it. Why is it so dark out? Are they too cheap to turn on the streetlights?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a hand suddenly appeared in front of him, holding a lighter. With a click, a flame flickered to life, illuminating Big Kane's drunken face. Then, a low voice spoke into his ear. "Is that bright enough for you?" Big Kane nodded instinctively, leaning his cigarette toward the flame. Once it was lit, he took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. He said slurringly, "Yeah, that's bright. Real bright. Real bright. Thanks, brother. Don't mention it." The person replied casually. Only then did Big Cane dazedly look up, to see the unfamiliar face in front of him. He was about to ask, "Who are you?" But he suddenly realized the atmosphere around him felt very wrong. In the next instant, his pupils contracted sharply, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. Over 100 pairs of eyes were staring right at him, their gazes cold as ice. There were so many people that it gave him the illusion that they were actually making the dark night look even darker. Big Cane's legs turned to jelly. He dropped to his knees with a thud. "Wait, brothers! We're on the same side. We're all friends here." On the other side, Darren had just finished in the bathroom. Shaking the water off his hands, he walked carelessly back toward the main hall. As soon as he entered, they noticed two strangers standing at the front desk, a blonde guy and a man in gold-rimmed glasses, who looked quite refined. The two of them were busy doing something at the counter, especially the one with glasses. His movements looked incredibly professional. A moment later, the man in glasses gave a thumbs up to the blonde guy. The blonde guy nodded in understanding. He knew that signal meant the evidence had been secured. Darren sensed something was wrong at this point. He looked up at the ceiling, and suddenly realized there were several surveillance cameras there. That hadn't been there before. His heart skipped a beat. Since when did this place have security cameras? He remembered clearly that this restaurant had never installed them before. He had been careless. Darren was about to shout for Big Cane to have them seize the footage when he saw a beautiful, young stranger sitting in a chair in the middle of the hall. The girl's expression was indifferent, her gaze sharp and cold. The fat guy and the young man in glasses finished their business at the front desk and walked straight to stand behind the girl, their postures rigid and upright. Seeing Darren walk out from the bathroom, I slowly held out my pale, slender hand. The blonde guy immediately took the cue, grabbed a bottle of beer from the side, and respectfully handed it to me. I took the beer and casually tossed it. The bottle hit the floor with a loud crash. Glass shards flew everywhere, and beer spilled across the floor. The sudden noise gave Darren a real fright. He had already guessed my identity by now. I had to be the owner behind the restaurant. Darren was about to say something when he saw me pick up another bottle and hurl it at the ground without hesitation. With a loud smash, the bottle exploded again. Shards flew in every direction, and beer splashed onto Darren's pants. Darren had no idea what I was trying to do, but seeing Big Cane and his crew still around, he suddenly found his confidence again. "You're the owner, right? I don't care if you smash every bottle in the place, or even wreck the whole store. You still have to compensate us for our losses." I ignored him. I picked up another bottle and tossed it. With a crash, the bottle exploded. At the same time, the heavy-set young man and the cold, handsome guy, who clearly looked like trouble, began to move. They brought every single bottle of alcohol in the place into the middle of the main hall and piled them into a small mountain. Then I stood up. My icy gaze swept over Darren before landing on the thugs behind him. "Come, let's smash them together. This matter isn't over until every last one is broken." Darren was completely lost, unable to understand what I was doing. But what shocked him even more was that the thugs he brought actually obeyed. With Big Cane leading the way, the group began to smash the bottles frantically. The repeated crashes sounded like firecrackers. By the time all the alcohol was smashed, the entire hall was a disaster area. The floor was covered in a layer of broken glass. Beer was flowing everywhere, and the air was thick with the heavy scent of alcohol. The thugs stood aside obediently after they were done, as well-behaved as children. Big Cane's voice trembled as he spoke to me. Can we go now?" Darren panicked when he heard this. "He hasn't paid us yet. How can we leave?" Before he could finish his sentence, Big Cane delivered a thunderous slap to his face. "Shut the hell up." The slap was so powerful, it nearly sent Darren spinning. His cheeks swelled up instantly. "What the hell, Big Cane? Why are you hitting me?" Darren West never expected that the man he hired would actually turn on him. "Damn right I'm hitting you. I'm gonna kick your ass too." Big Cane had clearly lost all composure. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Darren. Darren immediately curled into a ball, groaning in agony. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Big Cane finally stopped. Darren clutched his stomach in pain. His clothes covered in dust and spilled beer. His face was a mess of bruises and cuts. leaving him unable to even crawl away. Big Kane then turned around. A fawning smile forced onto his face. He walked up to me with extreme caution. "So, can we go now?" No matter how slow Darren was, he realized Big Kane had defected. He just didn't understand why. I simply crooked my finger. Mitch, standing behind me, caught the signal. He pulled out a freshly printed restaurant drink price list and handed it over. "I won't waste words. Pay for the damages according to these prices, and then you can leave." Big Kane took the list and looked down. His vision nearly went dark. It read, beer, 100 per bottle. Hard liquor, 1,000 minimum per bottle. Looking at the floor covered in shattered glass, this was going to cost him hundreds of thousands. Even if he sold himself into slavery, he couldn't pay this back. But if he didn't pay, he thought of the predatory-looking street thugs waiting outside. His heart sank into his shoes. If he didn't cough up the money, he was terrified he'd never make it out the front door. With that thought, Big Kane reached down and yanked Darren up from the floor. "This is your mess," he snarled. "You're paying for this, goddammit. If you don't, I'll kill you myself." With that, he slammed the price list hard against Darren's face. Even though Darren didn't know why Big Kane was so terrified of these people, he realized something major must have happened. And the current situation was simple: pay up or stay and pay the price. Darren picked up the price list with trembling hands. He looked down and was instantly dumbfounded. A single bottle of beer was listed at $100. This is robbery. Naturally, the calculation of damages was handed over to Theodore Vance, our resident attorney, because this was his specialty. Theodore Vance sat at a mahogany table, holding a calculator in his hand. His fingers flew across the buttons, making a rapid series of beeps. 597 bottles, that's 59700 for the beer, plus lost revenue from the shutdown, equipment damage fees, employee wages for lost time, and so on. His fingers tapped a few more times. Then, he snapped the calculator shut and looked up. His tone was completely casual. "The grand total for damages comes to $269,531. I'll give you a discount and round it up to $300,000. Darren thought, "Damn you, who rounds up like that? That's a reverse discount." And $300K? Where was he supposed to get that kind of money? "I'm calling the police." "You're running a scam. You're extorting people. Do you have a phone? Feel free. If not, you can borrow mine. Besides, our prices are clearly posted. Even if you call the cops, it won't do you any good." As soon as Theodore finished speaking, footsteps echoed from outside. Several punks strutted in, holding a brand new liquor price poster, which they promptly taped to the wall. The numbers on that list were exactly identical to the ones on the menu. They had even added a helpful note at the bottom: "Alcohol is great, but please drink responsibly." Darren stared at the price list, his voice shaking. This is a scam. No beer costs $100. The suggested retail price on the box is clearly only $5 a bottle. Theodore adjusted his glasses. Can't the owner choose not to accept the suggestion? Furthermore, let me tell you, your actions today violate Section 26 of the Public Security Administration Law, intentional destruction of company property. In severe cases, it carries a detention of 5 to 10 days, along with a fine, and, under Criminal Law Section 275's, the crime of intentional property destruction, when involving significant amounts, carries a sentence of up to 3 years in prison, detention, or a heavy fine. Theodore Vance rattled off the codes as if he were reading a script, listing out a stack of legal articles in one breath. He spoke incredibly fast, leaving Darren and the others completely dazed. Given the massive damage you've caused the restaurant, standard sentencing is usually between 3 and 7 years in a federal penitentiary. Fortunately, the boss is kind and doesn't plan to involve the police. As long as you're willing to pay the listed prices, then you don't have to spend any time in the slammer. Theodore finished, interlocking his fingers on the table and leaning forward to stare at Darren and the guys. "The choice is yours. Pay up or go to prison. Of course, even if you choose prison, that doesn't mean you're exempt from the damages." After that little speech, whether it was Darren or Big Kane, all the thugs went pale with fright. A few days in detention was one thing, but years? Who the hell wanted to rot in a cell for that long? The thugs all dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. Darren had never seen street thugs with so little backbone, he couldn't help but curse Kane. "You guys are absolute cowards. All of you were terrified of just 4 people." Before he could finish, A cacophony of footsteps sounded at the door. A massive crowd flooded into the room. They were everywhere, nearly filling the entire restaurant lobby. Every single one of them was glaring at them with hostility. Darren took one look at the sheer numbers, and with a thud, he dropped to his knees too. "Wait! I'll pay. He finally understood why Big Kane and the others had folded so quickly. It wasn't that they lacked spine. It was that they had a survival instinct. Who wouldn't have their legs turned to jelly facing this? Darren pulled out his phone with trembling fingers and called home. On the other end, when his parents heard he needed $300,000, they refused without a second thought. But as soon as they heard their son was looking at years in the slammer, they changed their tune instantly. Although it was a lot of money, it wasn't something they couldn't afford, especially since their son was still in college. If he were locked up, not only would he lose his degree, but his entire future would be flushed down the toilet. Plus, he'd have to suffer behind bars. Finally, the exchange was made, cash for the kid. After Darren was picked up by his family, they took him straight to the county hospital. The doctor gave him a full checkup. The surface injuries weren't too bad, just some bruises and scrapes. But his right arm, thanks to Big Kane's extra kick, was completely fractured. It was going to take a long time to heal. Big Kane and his lackeys didn't fare much better. They were ordered, they volunteered to crawl out of the restaurant, on their hands and knees over the broken glass. Consider it a little lesson learned. "Miss, the matter is settled." Theodore Vance walked to my side and spoke in a low voice. I nodded. "Good work." Theodore Vance adjusted his glasses, a smug grin appearing on his face. "If you have more jobs like this in the future, don't hesitate to call me. Reasoning with people and negotiating is what I do best." To be honest, he truly felt that this kind of work was much more satisfying than bickering with clients in court, or dealing with those tedious mediations. Look at the efficiency. When he told them to pay, they paid. There was no need to haggle like a grandmother at a wet market. I seemed to see right through him. I tilted my head slightly, my gaze landing on his face. "Find some time to look for a new office space in Emerald City. I'll cover the rent, the renovations, and all the expenses." Theodore Vance was stunned for a moment. Then a flash of pleasant surprise crossed his eyes. "Thank you, miss." His grin was almost wide enough to reach his ears. He never thought that in less than a month, his firm would be getting such a massive upgrade. He was one step closer to becoming a real big-shot lawyer. After handling the trouble with Darren West, I felt much more relaxed. I had finally experienced firsthand the benefits of having Lance and his crew around. Time flew by like a racing horse. Days turned into weeks in the blink of an eye. I sat in the living room of my hotel suite, flipping through the ledgers. Business at the restaurant was still booming. Daily revenue stabilized around $30,000. Gross margin stayed at 60%, and the net profit reached 25%. Monthly revenue was around $900,000. That was nearly $10 million a year, with net profits exceeding $2 million. After finishing the review, I closed the ledger, leaned back in my chair, and closed my eyes for a moment. I was already mapping out my plans for the future. Meanwhile, Mitch was feeling a bit anxious on the other end. He was still leading the group of recent vocational school graduates, running all over the countryside every day. However, their income had clearly begun to dwindle. It wasn't because the rural supply had decreased, but because more and more people were entering the business. There is never a shortage of smart people. Once they saw you frequently going out to buy up seafood, others would naturally follow suit. After all, while buying from the countryside was a bit of a hassle, it was still significantly cheaper than buying from commercial fish farms. Both Emerald City and Foggy Creek were regions with extensive waterways. Rivers crisscrossed the land, and there were several famous inland lakes. For example, there was a massive lake southwest of Foggy Creek. It was rich in fish, shrimp, and crabs, serving as one of the primary sources for the local seafood market. But there was an issue with rural seafood. It often had a stronger, muddy taste. It didn't taste as clean as the fish from Crystal Lake. But you couldn't beat the much lower costs. Besides, the muddy taste was easy to handle. You just had to keep them in clean water for a few days, changing the water frequently to flush out the smell. Of course, even with low costs, they couldn't stop competitors from driving up the prices. If you offered $2 a pound, they would offer $2.50. The farmers would naturally sell to the highest bidder. After finishing his rounds today, Mitch called me directly to report on the latest acquisition numbers. "Miss, the prices have gone up again. Unless we raise our prices for the night markets, and food stall owners. It's going to be really hard to maintain our margins. On the other end of the line, after hearing the report, I tapped the desk lightly. No need to raise prices. This was never meant to be a long-term business anyway. Once summer break is over, the supply of fish and crawfish will drop off. We'll take what we can get. If the profit isn't there, we'll just stop. After hanging up, I walked to the window, looking out at the bustling streets in the distance. I already had a new plan in mind. June 25th, Chloe and I returned to school together. My goal was to check our final exam scores. I could have checked them easily on my phone, but seeing how nervous Chloe was, I decided to accompany her to do it in person. We weren't the only ones. Quite a few of our classmates had returned to school today. Some wanted to take one last look at the place they'd spent years in. After all, college was a new journey. Truly leaving high school behind brought a sense of reluctant nostalgia. Just wanted to chat with old friends. Some even started to cry at the thought of the upcoming separation. In my past life, I checked my scores at home. I had been incredibly excited back then, but in this life, I didn't feel that at all, because to me, university was no longer the place that would change my destiny. I walked into the office. It was already packed with people. The class teacher turned on the computer and began checking scores for the students. Many hearts were in their throats. The student quality at Central High was quite uneven. Nothing compared to First High, so the gap in scores was massive. High scores were over 600, while the lowest were barely over 100. Chloe stood beside me, her breathing ragged. Her palms were drenched in sweat. I gently took her hand, whispering comfort. "It's okay. Your grades are always so good. You'll be fine." Finally, it was Chloe's turn. After the teacher entered her ID number, the number 57 popped up on the screen. Chloe froze for a second. Then a brilliant smile broke across her face. Though her eyes were welled with tears, she turned and grabbed my hand excitedly. "Vanessa, I made it into a top-tier university. I'm good." I smiled as well. "Congratulations. I knew you could do it." Next was my score. When 612 appeared on the screen, a wave of gasps erupted around us. I, however, remained very calm. This score was over 20 points higher than in my past life. It was exactly what I expected. After all, I still remembered some of the questions, making my review much more targeted. The teacher smiled at me. "Vanessa Miller, with this score, you can get into almost any elite university. Where are you planning to apply?" I didn't give a direct answer, only saying I hadn't decided yet. If this were my past life, I would have chosen that law school without hesitation. But in this life, my goals had completely shifted. Being a lawyer was no longer my pursuit. As long as I have money, why would I ever worry about finding a good lawyer? Now, I already had my own career. The restaurant business had just started, and my plans for the future were already set in motion. After leaving the office, Chloe leaned in and asked curiously, "Vanessa, where are you planning to apply?" I thought for a moment and said, "I'm choosing the University of Finance." "Finance? Which one?" "Vanessa, you don't mean the one in Emerald City, do you?" Chloe asked in disbelief. I nodded. "Yes, the Emerald City University of Finance." Hearing this, Chloe said anxiously, "Vanessa, are you crazy? Applying there with a score as high as yours? I mean, it's a first-tier school, sure, but it's not even an elite national university. Aren't you just wasting your score?" I, however, remained quite calm. It didn't really matter to me where I went to school. The main thing was that my business was already established here. It was no secret to you, after all. Chloe had essentially become my assistant by now. Naturally, she was very well acquainted. With my background, she knew I owned a restaurant, and that the subordinates under my command were all working in the seafood trade. What she hadn't expected, however, was that such an unassuming business could bring in tens of thousands of dollars in a single day. At its peak, we were netting nearly 100,000. Of course, the sheer number of people involved was a major factor. After all, what other fishmonger could afford to hire over 100 people to run all over the countryside? Even if they could afford it, they wouldn't have the heart to spend it. Similarly, what Chloe admired most was my management style. Those subordinates worked as if they were on a permanent adrenaline rush, showing incredible initiative. It even gave her the illusion that even if I didn't pay them, they would still be happy to do the work. That was the ultimate advantage. "What about you? Which school are you planning for?" I asked Chloe in return. Chloe paused for a second, thought it over, and said, I think I'll choose the University of Finance, just like you. That way, I'll be closer to my grandma. I nodded. That sounds perfect. Back in 2007, the system here released scores first, before you had to submit your college preferences. After checking her scores, Chloe borrowed my phone, walked out to the hallway outside the classroom, and called the village phone line to share the good news with her grandmother. I also gave my grandpa a call to let him know I'd gotten into university. Even though I didn't really care much about going to college, reporting the news would make my grandparents happy. After hanging up, Chloe and I went back to the classroom to fill out our preference forms. Without hesitation, we both wrote down the Emerald City University of Finance. Although this university was located in the relatively small Emerald City, it was a key provincial university. And, with our scores, getting in was more than a sure thing. There was no need to worry about being rejected. Once the forms were submitted, Chloe and I prepared to leave the school. Just as we reached the gates, a familiar voice called out from behind us. Vanessa, Chloe. Wait up. We stopped and turned around. It was Luke. Everyone's planning a farewell dinner tonight. Are you two coming? I was just about to decline, when Luke hurriedly added, we're all about to go our separate ways. Who knows when the next reunion will be? Let's go. Chloe was clearly interested. After all, her mindset was different from mine, even though she had maintained a quiet, introverted profile over the last 3 years. She still had a few classmates she got along with. Besides, now that Brittany was behind bars, she no longer felt that suffocating pressure. If Brittany were still around, she definitely wouldn't have gone. I noticed the look on Chloe's face, and said, go if you want to. Chloe looked up at me. What about you, Vanessa? I smiled slightly. I'll come too. Hearing that, a bright smile spread across Chloe's face. She gave Luke her answer. Sure, we'll be there. The restaurant is already booked. Luke walked up to us, his eyes lingering on Vanessa for a moment. The girl before him was still beautiful, but that sense of youthful innocence had faded significantly. In its place was a composed, self-assured aura. Her charm had clearly reached a new level. Luke pulled his gaze away, and said with a smile, we originally wanted a private room at the Leaping Fish, but the rooms were already all booked up. So, I'm afraid you two beauties will have to settle for sitting in the main hall with the rest of us. When Chloe heard the words, the Leaping Fish, she couldn't help but steal a glance at me. The Leaping Fish was, in fact, my restaurant. Seeing that I had no reaction, she didn't say anything else, merely nodding. Anywhere is fine. I've been there before. The food is great. Luke beamed. Exactly. There's only one place that makes the griddled fish that authentic. That's why we picked it. All right, see you tonight then. See you tonight. After parting ways, Chloe and I headed back to the hotel first. I handled a few minor business matters, and then headed out to the dinner with Chloe. Since it was a school reunion, I hadn't planned on bringing Lance along. However, Lance had followed us secretly on his own. I noticed him, of course, but I pretended not to see him. I was actually quite touched. He didn't know that Lance had a specific reason for following. Lance had received a message from Emerald City. Some people in the syndicate knew he had taken a crew to find the boss's daughter. For Vanessa's safety, he felt he had to do this. Lance still carried an unresolved shadow in his heart, and that was what happened to the boss. If it hadn't been for the boss, he likely wouldn't even be in this world anymore. He had failed to protect the boss, but he would never let anything happen to the miss. By 6:30 p.m., the main hall of the Leaping Fish was already filling up with classmates. There were originally 57 people in our class, but due to various reasons, only 19 showed up today. Everyone was gathered around several large tables pushed together, the atmosphere lively with chatter. I didn't ask the staff to give them special treatment. After all, other customers had booked the private rooms in advance. I couldn't just cancel someone else's reservation, simply because I was having a reunion. Just as Chloe and I sat down, a classmate named Kevin made a very flashy proposal. After we finish eating today, let's head over to Caesar's KTV for some drinks and singing. I've already booked the big VIP room, room 888. As for the bill, guys pay, girls are free. How's that sound? Hearing this, I declined. No need. We're all classmates here. We should be treated as equals. Let's just split the bill evenly. Chloe immediately agreed. Right. Let's just split it. We girls aren't looking for a free ride from the guys. In the end, everyone agreed to my suggestion. Each person chipped in 100 to Kevin, with the change to be settled later. The conversation at the table was in full swing, the topics ranging from school memories and games to local town gossip. In this regard, Kevin, being a local through and through, held the most authority. He got incredibly excited talking about these things, his tone carrying a sense of superiority. Do you guys know who owns Caesars? It's our county's underworld king, Benny Russo. That guy is a real hard case. Back in the day, he took a watermelon knife and fought his way from the West End to the East End. He literally beat the entire underworld into submission. In this county, who would dare not give him respect? It was a very specific era, heavily influenced by Hong Kong gangster movies and the alternative scene subcultures of the time. Many people had a special fascination with the street life. Even the students who usually seemed well-behaved, or those with top grades, would harbor these kinds of fantasies. Even though everyone knew Kevin was exaggerating, they still listened with great interest. After a few drinks, the atmosphere at the table grew even more heated. The boys' faces were flushed with a red glow, and they were getting more and more worked up as they talked. They started bragging without a second thought, acting as if they were the main characters of the county. Kevin, if we go to that KTV to sing in the future, are we going to be under your projection? Does your name actually carry that much weight? Kevin heard this and immediately straightened his back. He patted his chest. You bet it does. Mentioning my name is a guaranteed pass. I'm not even kidding with you guys. My second cousin's uncles. Mistress's neighbor is tight with Boss Benny. Whether you're at the KTV or anywhere else in town, if you run into trouble, one word from me and it's settled. He gestured grandly as he spoke, trying to make himself look like a real power player. I sat on the side, clutching a glass of orange juice, a faint smile on my face, as I silently listened to them talk trash. Kevin noticed I hadn't said much, so he picked up a glass of beer and stumbled over to me. His face was flushed from the alcohol, but his eyes were unusually bright. Vanessa, our class beauty, why aren't you drinking? How about we have one together? A toast to you. I looked up and smiled slightly. Thanks, but I can't really handle alcohol. I'll use my juice to toast you instead. Though Kevin looked a bit disappointed, he didn't push it. He tried his best to look like a gentleman and said with a grin, all right then, I'll bottoms up for you. Oh, with that, he tilted his head back and drained the glass of beer in one go. Seeing this, I also raised my glass and finished the last bit of my orange juice. Then I gently set the glass down, my movements graceful. Seeing me show him so much face, Kevin started bragging again. You're all right, Vanessa. Vanessa Miller. From now on, if you're in this town and need something settled, just come to me. I guarantee I'll handle it for you. I'm not bragging, but everywhere I go, the big bosses have to show me a bit of respect. As he rambled on, he mentioned the Foggy Creek Underworld boss again, Benny Russo. I knew exactly who Benny Russo was, the biggest bully in Foggy Creek with a reputation that preceded him. But I also knew that this so-called Underworld king would be sent to prison in 6 months and eventually face the firing squad. All his assets, the nightclub, the KTV, the supermarket, and the restaurants would be seized and put up for judicial auction. He'd end up with absolutely nothing. Of course, even though I knew Benny Russo's fate, I wasn't going to say anything. I just watched Kevin brag. Once everyone had finished eating, we caught a few trikes to Caesar's KTV. Even though Kevin talked a lot of game, he actually did manage to book one of the largest VIP rooms at Caesar's, room 888. The atmosphere of this second round was clearly even more intense than the dinner. The lighting in the room was dim, the music was deafeningly loud, and the tables were covered with beer, fruit platters, and sodas. As time went on, the classmates who were a bit shy at first began to let loose. One by one, they grabbed microphones and started howling. The vibe was getting more and more hype. Chloe and I sat on the sofa to the right, chatting with 2 other girls. I don't know how much time passed, but the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Kevin walked in with a stranger. The man looked to be about 26 or 7. He was wearing a flannel shirt, the collar unbuttoned, to reveal a tattoo on his chest. He walked with a certain swagger, clearly someone from the streets, and he looked like someone with a bit of status. Kevin, looking quite tipsy, introduced him. This is my big bro, Mad Dog. Mad Dog is the enforcer for this whole KTV. He finished and then turned to the man. Mad Dog, these are all my classmates. We're having our graduation party today, so please look out for us. Mad Dog hadn't originally intended to pay attention to a nobody like Kevin. He had just been recognized by Kevin while using the restroom. Kevin had mentioned one of his friends' names, and had been extremely respectful, so Mad Dog reluctantly agreed to show his face. Originally, he just planned to go through the motions. He knew Kevin only wanted him here to show off in front of his classmates. However, when Mad Dog walked into the room and scanned the crowd, his eyes suddenly lit up. Specifically, when he looked at the sofa on the right, where a girl in a blue dress sat. A flash of shock and admiration crossed his eyes, and his attitude became significantly more enthusiastic. Mad Dog gave a brief greeting to Kevin's classmates, and then walked straight toward us. "Hey, good evening, beauties. You're all my brother Kevin's classmates, right? Tell you what, I'll have the staff send in some drinks. Have a great time tonight, okay? As they say, you don't slap a smiling face." Even though I could clearly sense the aggression in his eyes, I still gave a polite, "Thank you." Mad Dog didn't linger. After greeting a few others, he left VIP room 888. Once he was gone, the tense atmosphere finally relaxed. After all, many of them were genuinely afraid of thugs like Mad Dog. "Kevin, you're seriously amazing. You actually know a hard case like Mad Dog." "Seriously, he's Boss Benny's right-hand man, isn't he?" Kevin was flying high from all the flattery. A smug smile plastered on his face. He waved his hand with fake modesty. "That's just Mad Dog. We're like brothers. He's one of my own." He continued bragging while they kept drinking. When a server actually brought in more drinks and fruit platters, the room's energy hit a new high. On the other side, in room 999, Mad Dog was with a few lackeys and several flashy-looking hostesses. They were drinking and playing dice, but his mind was completely occupied by the images of those pure-looking girls in the room next door, especially the one in the blue dress. The girl's aura and looks really left him wanting more. It had been a long time since he'd seen a girl that pure. Mad Dog couldn't help but lick his lips. He didn't even react when the gaudy hostess tried to get him to drink with her. A lackey noticed him dazing off and couldn't help but nudge him. "Mad Dog, the lady's asking for a drink." Mad Dog finally snapped out of it. He perfunctorily picked up his glass, clinked it against the woman's, and then downed it. Then he suddenly stood up. He looked at the lackeys around him. "I'm taking you guys next door for some fun. What about them?" One lackey pointed at the hostesses. Mad Dog waved them off impatiently. "Tell them to get lost." With that, he walked straight out of the room. Back in room 888, while Kevin and the others were having a blast, the door was suddenly slammed open from the outside with brute force. Immediately after, Mad Dog walked in, with 4 or 5 thuggish-looking lackeys in tow. Everyone was stunned by the sudden intrusion. Even the classmates who were singing instinctively put down their microphones. The entire room fell into a dead silence. Even the usually calm me turned my head to look, my brow furrowing slightly. A flash of alertness flickered in my eyes. I had a bad premonition in my heart. Kevin saw the visitor. He immediately went up to meet him. "Mad Dog, what are you doing here?" As he spoke, he pointed at the lackeys behind the man. "Why are you?" Mad Dog didn't try to hide anything. "We were singing next door and got a bit bored. Saw that it was livelier over here with more people. So we thought we'd come and play together. You guys don't mind, do you?" Kevin didn't dare say he minded. He quickly said, "Not at all, not at all. The fact that you could come, Mad Dog, makes us more than happy." Saying that, he quickly invited Mad Dog and his crew to sit over on the sofa. Room 888 was one of the extra-large suites in Caesars. Even though there were already 19 people on the sofa, there was still plenty of room for Mad Dog to sit. But when Mad Dog and his crew reached the sofa, they weren't in any hurry to sit down. He scanned the entire room and finally fixed his gaze on the few girls sitting on the right side. "This sofa is too cramped. I'll have the server bring some stools over." Mad Dog then gave a look to one of the lackeys behind him. The lackey immediately went to arrange it. A short while later, several servers walked into the room carrying stools. "Just put them right there. It's perfect for playing some games with these classmates of my brothers." Mad Dog pointed toward the right side of the sofa, where several young girls happened to be sitting. Aside from me, who remained calm, both Chloe and the other female classmates turned their heads away in fear. They started whispering, "No way. These thugs aren't going to make us drink with them, are they? What should we do?" "I don't know how to drink." "Neither do I." They weren't stupid. They could tell Mad Dog had bad intentions. But Seeing the thuggish aura emanating from Mad Dog, and the fierce-looking lackeys behind him, no one dared to refuse. Soon, Mad Dog led his lackeys over, and strutted toward us, sitting down right in front of us. Mad Dog crossed one leg, casually over the other, his eyes scanning the girls back and forth. Finally, his gaze landed on me, as I sat there, indifferent and refined. "Hey, beauty, this is our second meeting, so we're practically friends now. How about we play a game together? What kind of game do you want to play?" I looked at Mad Dog with calm eyes, my voice clear. "How can you come to a KTV and not play dice? How about we brothers play some dice with you girls?" Mad Dog said with a grin. I refused without hesitation. "Sorry, we don't know how to play." "Right, Mad Dog, Pad Dog, we don't know how to play dice." The other female classmates quickly chimed in. "It's okay if you don't know how. I'll teach you. I'm the kind of guy who loves to help people. Don't worry, no matter how much you drink today, it's all on me." Mad Dog made a show of being generous. A flash of disgust flickered in my eyes. I stood up and said coldly, "Sorry, Mad Dog, we're about finished here, and we're leaving." I turned my head to Chloe. "Chloe, let's go." Chloe quickly stood up. "Okay, Vanessa." Mad Dog didn't expect this girl in the blue dress to show him such a lack of respect. His grinning face darkened instantly. He didn't even have to say a word. The lackeys behind him immediately stood up and blocked our way with open arms. One of the lackeys bared his teeth and grinned. "Don't leave yet, beauty. You see, we only just met. Why leave so soon? If you're going to play, you have to play to the fullest. Mad Dog will take you home later." "That's right. You won't even have one drink with Mad Dog. Isn't that a bit disrespectful?" My face turned completely cold. Seeing that the conflict was about to escalate, Kevin quickly walked over. With a forced smile, he said to Mad Dog, "Mad Dog, Mad Dog, this is our school reunion. Could you show a little respect and let us off the hook?" Mad Dog heard this and glanced at Kevin with disdain. "You're saying I'm not showing you respect? Wasn't it you who invited me in, kid? I've given you enough face already. I even went as far as having the server bring you drinks and fruit platters. And now what? Now you won't even have one drink with me, and you're just going to walk out? What's that supposed to mean?" Kevin was drowning in regret at that moment, wishing he could slap his own big mouth. If he hadn't wanted to show off in front of his classmates by inviting this menace in, things wouldn't have ended up in this mess. He gritted his teeth and spoke up again. "Look, Mad Dog, they're all girls. They can't really handle their liquor. How about this? I'll drink with you. I'll drink for them, okay?" Mad Dog sneered. "Sure, since you're so eager to drink for your classmates. Then how about I drink a glass and you drink a bottle? That's fair, right?" Kevin heard this, and his face turned pale. His tolerance for alcohol was average at best. If he really drank according to what Mad Dog said, it wouldn't be long before he literally drank himself to death. "Get the hell out of the way." Mad Dog pushed him straight aside and came right up to me. "Beauty, either you stay and drink with me to our heart's content, or none of you are walking out of this door." With Mad Dog acting so arrogant, the male classmates who were already fed up with him finally reached their breaking point. After all, right in front of them, he was trying to force their female classmates to drink. Any man with even a bit of backbone couldn't stand it. "Mad Dog, this is our school reunion. We're asking you to leave. By what right do you demand our classmates drink with you? There are plenty of us here. Don't be afraid of him. We've already graduated anyway." They don't dare do anything to us. As one boy took the lead, the others grew increasingly agitated. They stood up, one after another, and moved to our sides and in front of us, to shield us in the center. "I'm warning you. Don't think just because you're thugs that we're afraid of you. If you dare touch us today, we'll call the police immediately. That's right, we'll call the cops. Let the police arrest them. Let's see how they act." Then, seeing the collective anger ignited, combined with the shouting about calling the police, Mad Dog and his lackeys were forced back step by the boys. Mad Dog threw his cigarette butt viciously onto the floor and ground it out with his foot. Then he used his gravelly voice to hurl a threat. "Just you wait. Don't think this is the end of it." Then, he led his lackeys out of the suite in humiliation. Actually, Mad Dog wasn't really afraid of them, but his boss, Benny Russo, had warned him earlier to keep a low profile for a while. He was to try not to cause any trouble. The boss was currently busy with a crew on a demolition project. Outside, demolition work itself was prone to causing issues, so he told Mad Dog and the others to stay low. He didn't want any fires starting at the home base. That was why Mad Dog chose to hold back for now. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have laid into these ignorant brats long ago. Seeing Mad Dog and his lackeys being forced out of the room, the young, hot-headed boys in the lounge started cheering. They had already had a bit to drink, and since they had just scared off a street thug like Mad Dog, their egos were slightly inflated. They started talking without any filters. That Mad Dog guy isn't much, is he? One little scare, and he runs off. Exactly. And here I thought he was some kind of big shot. If you ask me, it's because we're so badass that we scared him away. Kiplee, you really should stop hanging out with people like that. What a bunch of losers. Total wusses. Yeah, Kevin. Look at how pathetic you acted back there. I'm embarrassed for you. Kevin had completely lost face. Not only did his attempt to show off fail, but he was being mocked by the other guys. He could only laugh along awkwardly, saying he had been blind, and overestimated Mad Dog just to keep the conversation going. He barely managed to change the subject. Soon, the sounds of laughter filled the room again. This time, they were even more uninhibited than before. After all, since even Mad Dog didn't dare do anything, they felt they were a real threat. They didn't even consider leaving the club early. They were about to leave, but the girls dragged them back. What's there to be afraid of? Kevin and Luke are here. Those thugs won't dare touch us with them around. The fact that the boys had stood up to protect them earlier had definitely given the girls a surge of security. They weren't nearly as nervous as they were before, and so they stayed for another hour, with no intention of heading home, until suddenly, a girl's scream rang out from the hallway. Someone asked uncertainly, "What was that? Did you guys hear that noise just now?" Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked around at each other. Suddenly, they noticed two girls were missing. One was Chloe, and the other was Jade. Everyone's expression shifted instantly. Something happened. Let's go. Luke and the boys stood up immediately. I also hurriedly stood up to head out. Just a moment ago, Chloe and another female classmate had gone to the restroom together. They hadn't come back yet. Combined with the faint scream from outside, something had definitely gone wrong, and you didn't need to guess who was behind it. However, just as they opened the door to check on the situation, they found 7 or 8 thugs waiting for them. Those thugs were carrying baseball bats, and they blocked the exit with malicious grins. One blonde thug arrogantly swung his bat and sneered, "I dare any of you to take one step out of this room." When Luke and Kevin saw the group and the weapons in their hands, their alcohol-induced confidence evaporated instantly. Kevin swallowed hard and said, I know Tiger. He runs this area too." Since he had already offended Mad Dog, he didn't dare drop Mad Dog's name anymore. He tried to drop another name to sound tough, but it was completely useless. The blonde thug scoffed, spinning the bat in his hand. "Don't bother mentioning him. He doesn't have the status for me to care. I'm warning you. Sit your asses down and keep singing. If anyone tries to leave, don't blame us for what happens next." Everyone could still faintly hear the crying and screaming from the room next door. They were getting desperate. Luke gritted his teeth and whispered to those around him, "Take them. We can't back down. Otherwise, we'll never be able to hold our heads up again." After all, this was a class reunion. If word got out that they couldn't even protect the girls in their class, they would be mocked and cursed for the rest of their lives. With a shout from Luke, they all lunged forward at once. But they had been drinking heavily, and they didn't have much fight left in them. Plus, they were empty-handed, and none of them had any real fighting experience. Moments later, the boys were all taken down by the 7 or 8 thugs. They lay on the floor, bruised and bleeding, groaning in pain. The door was slammed shut. The lead thug walked over to Luke and crouched down, slapping his face. "Were you the one yelling the loudest? Think you're a big man." Luke tried to ignore the pain and get up, but the thug kicked him hard in the stomach. He curled into a ball, gasping for air. "Damn it, we were being nice. And you go and offend Mad Dog." The thug kept cursing as he spoke, then casually grabbed a bottle from the table and smashed it over Luke's head. Mash. The sound of the bottle shattering was deafening in the room. Luke's head throbbed. His vision went dark, and he lost consciousness instantly. Blood ran down his forehead, staining the floor red. The thug stood up, brushing the glass shards off his hands. He glanced at the others. Everyone, behave yourselves, or this is what happens. This bloody scene terrified everyone else in the room. Aside from the boys groaning on the floor, everyone else huddled in the corner trembling. Most were drowning in regretting that they hadn't left immediately. After offending Mad Dog, I stood on the side, my hands clenched into fists, my nails digging into my palms. After finishing with the boys, the thugs started searching them, taking all of their phones, and smashing them on the spot. Then, they turned their gaze toward the remaining girls, and reached out. We know how to treat a lady, so hand over your phones nicely, or things are going to get ugly. With me leading the way, the other girls also handed over their phones. The lead thug looked at me as I remained calm. He licked his lips, but didn't dare lay a finger on me, because Mad Dog had already made it clear that I was his. After handing over my phone, I told the thugs, "Can I go see her next door now?" The lead thug gave a look to the one guarding the door. "Watch her go over." That thug followed behind me, until he saw me enter room 999, then he closed the door. Room 999 was a disaster. Under the dim lights, smoke filled the air, along with the overwhelming smell of alcohol. Mad Dog was there with two of his lackeys, forcing Chloe and Jade to drink. When they didn't cooperate, he grabbed a beer bottle and threw the contents right into their faces. "Don't you bitches test my patience." Just as he was about to get violent, I walked into the room. Mad Dog stopped immediately. When he saw it was me, his eyes lit up. "Hey, beauty. At a change of heart? Come on over. Have a drink with me." "Let them go." "Let them go? Sure, I can do that. But you have to stay and keep me company." Mad Dog looked me up and down, his voice dripping with greed. "How about it?" To everyone's surprise, I agreed without a moment's hesitation. "Vanessa," Chloe cried out, panicking, "you two leave first." I looked at Mad Dog again. "Let them leave, and I'll play." Mad Dog naturally didn't want anyone else around. While he was busy, he ordered the two lackeys to take Chloe and the others away. Even though he was the only one left in the lounge, he didn't think a fragile-looking girl, like me, posed any threat to him. Once the door slammed shut with a heavy thud, Mad Dog, unable to contain his lust, lunged toward me. I was a bit nervous, but I forced myself to stay calm. In my mind, I frantically searched for a man's most vulnerable spot, when Mad Dog's alcohol-reeking body lunged, and his hands grabbed my shoulders. My gaze instantly turned sharp. I lunged my knee up with all my might, striking Mad Dog right in the crotch. Mad Dog's body curled up like a shrimp instantly. His features twisted in pain. I grabbed a beer bottle from the table, used every ounce of my strength, and smashed it over Mad Dog's head. With a muffled thud, Mad Dog let out a squealing scream, his body rolling uncontrollably on the ground in pain. "I'm going to fucking kill you today. Help, get in here." The lackeys rushed in after hearing the sound. They were stunned when they saw Mad Dog on the floor. What happened? Once they realized Mad Dog had been taken down, their eyes turned vicious. They closed in on me step by step. I knew there was no escaping this time. I quickly grabbed two beer bottles from the table, smashed them against the table with two crashes, sending glass shards flying everywhere. I gripped the jagged necks of the bottles, held them high, pointed them at the two thugs and yelled, "Come on, try me." My eyes were full of grim determination. Though I was a defenseless woman, my display made these arrogant thugs hesitate for a moment. They instinctively slowed their pace. They hadn't expected that a delicate girl like me could be so ruthless. But after only a brief hesitation, they closed in again. When they were 3 steps away, one thug lunged at me, reaching for the broken bottle in my hand. I dodged to the side and slashed the glass shard deeply across his arm with a sickening slice. His arm was cut open, blood gushing out. The lackey screamed in pain and quickly backed up a few steps. Mad Dog, clutching his groin on the side, roared, "You useless pricks, get her! Kill this bitch!" Spurred by Mad Dog's command, the two lackeys stopped hesitating and lunged forward. At the same time, in the hallway outside the lounge, a man in a black suit, with a crew cut, and a muscular build, walked over wearing a headset. A woman in her 30s was with him. The floor manager, the manager, gave him the rundown of the KTV as they walked. "Your job is to patrol the floors every day. Mainly, you're watching for any rowdy customers. If someone starts trouble, you stop it before it escalates. Salary is $2,500 a month. Any issues?" The man nodded. "No problem." This man was named Ethan. He had recently been discharged from the military. Today was his first day as a security guard at the KTV. This job had been recommended by a friend from his hometown. The pay wasn't great, but for a small county, it wasn't bad. He chose to work as security here, mostly for the convenience of taking care of his sister Sarah, who was about to start her senior year. As they were talking, they reached the end of the hall near room 999. The manager suddenly seemed to remember something, grabbing Ethan's arm to lead him away, but Ethan stopped. His hearing was sharp, and he heard the sounds of things being smashed in room 999. He immediately headed toward the room. It was his first day on the job, and a fight was breaking out in the KTV, whether out of professional duty or the values instilled in him by the military. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. However, just as he reached the door, the manager blocked him. The manager pushed him, trying to make him leave. Go back, don't get involved. Ethan pointed at the room. But the people in there aren't someone you want to mess with. Just go, the manager said urgently. Ethan was a bit confused. She had just told him to stop rowdy customers, and now she was telling him to mind his own business. What was going on? The manager sighed and explained. Mad Dog is in there. He's one of Benny Russo's men. Boss Benny owns this KTV. Leave it alone. This is for your own good. But Ethan didn't listen. Because he also heard a girl's voice coming from inside. His sense of justice took over. Ignoring the manager's protests, he burst into the room. Ethan pushed open the door and walked in. He saw 3 thuggish men cornering a girl who looked to be about the same age as his sister. The girl was backed against the wall, clutching a jagged beer bottle shard. Blood was seeping from her palm, trickling slowly down her wrist. Although she looked a bit worse for wear, her eyes were full of steely resolve, and even a touch of ruthlessness. Yeah, Dog didn't recognize this man who had just burst in. But seeing the uniform, he knew he was the KTV security guard. He immediately barked, "Who the fuck let you in here?" The manager ran in after him, quickly apologizing. "I'm sorry, Mad Dog. I'll take him out right now." As she spoke, she grabbed Ethan's arm, trying to drag him out. Ethan didn't budge. He pointed at the beautiful young girl. "Let her go." "Mad Dog, who the fuck do you think you are? Do you know whose turf this is? I think you're tired of having a job, huh? Ethan, you're grown men. Is it really right for you to be bullying a girl?" As he said this, he thought of his own sister. If she hadn't been bullied, he wouldn't have left the service early to come home. This girl in front of him was only a year or 2 older than his sister at most. Yet these thugs had pushed her into a corner. There was no way he could just stand by. "Ruby, is this how you train your staff? Didn't you tell him who I am?" Mad Dog turned and roared at the manager. The manager's face went pale. I'm so sorry. Mad Dog, it's his first day on the job. He doesn't know the rules. I'll take him away right now. After she finished, she grabbed Ethan's sleeve again. "Let's just go. Don't look for trouble." Ethan directly shook off her hand, his gaze fixed on Mad Dog. "Let this girl go." "What do you want?" "Come at me." "Oh? Think you're a hero, huh?" A beer bottle. It smashed heavily against Ethan's head. "Who the hell do you think you are? Trying to tell me how to do things?" Ethan didn't even blink, as if that beer bottle hadn't been smashed against his skull. Mad Dog didn't think that was enough, so he grabbed another bottle and smashed it over Ethan's head again. A muffled thud echoed through the room, yet miraculously, aside from beer dripping down Ethan's face, there wasn't even a drop of blood. Even more shocking was that after being hit twice, his expression remained perfectly calm. Although I was a bit worried about this stranger who had stepped up to help, I was also quite impressed. Besides Lance, I hadn't seen another man this capable, or this composed. Looking at his short, military-style haircut and the disciplined aura he carried, I had already begun to suspect his background. This man was likely a recently discharged soldier. Ethan looked up at Mad Dog, liquid still dripping from his face. "Can you let the girl leave now?" "No way. She's staying here until I'm satisfied, and she's going to serve me well. Or she isn't leaving this room." Mad Dog growled viciously. "And I'm warning you, if you don't get out of here right now, a couple of bottles over the head will be the least of your problems." As soon as he spoke, the door was pushed open again. 4 or 5 more thugs entered, carrying baseball bats, steel pipes, and other weapons. "Go. If you don't leave now, you're dead." The manager pleaded with Ethan to leave once more. Ethan didn't say anything this time. He simply picked up an unopened beer bottle. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he used a palm strike to cleanly shear off the top of the bottle. He drained the bottle right in front of them. Then, he shoved the manager out of the room and slammed the door shut. He took off his suit jacket, revealing chest muscles that threatened to burst through his white shirt. You people, you had the chance to be human, but you choose to be animals. Didn't your parents raise you better than this? What the fuck did you just say? You want to bet that I'll turn you into a corpse today and have you carried out of here? Mad Dog was truly enraged now. He threatened Ethan, who simply cracked his neck and stretched his limbs. I'd like to see you try. He scanned the 6 or 7 thugs in the room. Then his gaze drifted to the composed girl. He was a bit surprised. Normally, a girl her age would have been terrified and paralyzed by this scene, but she was still so calm. She was clearly something special. Then he said to the girl, "Stay back and be careful." Earlier, those thugs had been blocking her path to the exit. Otherwise, he would have pushed her out along with the manager. "Kill him," Mad Dog screamed hysterically. Hearing the command, the lackeys immediately swung their weapons and charged. Instantly, the sounds of a violent brawl filled the room, mixed with roars and screams of pain. I don't know how long passed, but when everything finally went quiet, I saw Mad Dog and his lackeys, all 7 or 8 of them, sprawled on the floor. Mad Dog's head was covered in blood, and he was huddling on the ground, shivering. "Don't come any closer. I'm warning you. You're dead for hitting me today." Ethan very calmly used his hand to wipe the sweat and beer from his face before crouching in front of him. "Can the girl leave now?" "Yes, she can go. She can go," Mad Dog stammered. Ethan nodded. He picked up his suit, put it on, and said to me, "Let's go. I'll walk you out." I dropped the broken bottle shard. "Thank you," I said gratefully. However, as soon as we stepped out of the room, the fear on Mad Dog's face was instantly replaced by a hideous snarl. "Call the boys. Get everyone here." The lackeys immediately started making calls to bring backup. In an instant, a massive crowd of thugs arrived downstairs. There were about 30 or 40 of them, all armed with clubs and other weapons. I entered room 888, just about to tell everyone to leave, when a flood of footsteps echoed from the stairs. Ethan's expression changed. He said to us, "Get back in the room and lock the door." Then he took off his jacket again, preparing for battle. Meanwhile, Lance, who was waiting in the lobby for Vanessa, also noticed something was wrong. Why did so many thugs suddenly show up out of nowhere? Bad news, something happened. He immediately pulled out his phone to call Vanessa, but the phone was turned off. Lance's face darkened completely. He called Mitch and the others, then headed upstairs alone. By the time he reached the top floor, the fight in the hallway had already begun. A man in a white shirt was fighting like a war god, forcing the thugs back with his bare hands. The hallway was too narrow. Even though Mad Dog had called a large number of thugs, they couldn't use their numbers to their advantage. Even so, after several waves of fighting, Ethan's stamina began to fade. After all, taking on dozens of people alone was a struggle, even for a veteran. Just as Ethan was starting to flag, chaos suddenly erupted at the rear of the mob. A cold, handsome youth, who looked several years younger than Ethan, had joined the fray. At the law firm, Mitch was leading his boys in a study session. This had become part of their daily routine. Theodore Vance had fully embraced his role as a teacher, lecturing the thugs with great animation. On the podium, he had even set up a medical mannequin to help explain how to injure someone without maiming them. The angle and force of the blade is the key. What counts as self-defense? Let me give you some real-world examples, so you can understand better. The law requires evidence. Evidence collection is paramount. With evidence, you can make yourself invincible. How do you collect evidence that favors you? That is also a science. For example, you can use video recording. The technique and the angle are both very important. Theodore Vance grew more excited as he taught. God knows why teaching this way gave him such a sense of satisfaction. Could it be the sense of achievement from putting these hoodlums on the right path? Mitch and his lackeys were listening very intently. Although it was emphasized that no notes were allowed in class, they all used their brains to memorize every single point. So that's how you're supposed to fight? This is an eye-opener. The law really is useful. What if I suddenly want to take the bar exam? However, halfway through the lesson, Mitch's phone suddenly rang. His face changed the moment he answered. He stood up with a loud bang. "What? Someone touched the miss. They must have a death wish. I'm heading over there with the boys right now. When the students heard Mitch's words, they all stood up in a single motion. They frantically asked Mitch what had happened. Mitch, what's going on? Who dares to lay a hand on the miss? Mitch didn't have time to give them a long explanation. He simply roared, contact everyone immediately. Call the boys, though he hadn't known the miss for long. After spending so many days together, he had fully accepted her as his leader. Whether it was her intelligence, her methods, or the way she genuinely cared for them, it all moved him deeply. They had gone from being little more than stray dogs to gradually building up their own influence. The miss was the one responsible for them making money. And the miss was never stingy. She was always incredibly generous with them. Mitch had already made up his mind that he would follow the miss for the rest of his life. But now, someone actually dared to attack her. This was absolutely intolerable. If anything happened to the miss, not only could he never forgive himself, but he wouldn't be able to face the late boss in the afterlife. Move, 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 Mitch was practically screaming. His subordinates were just as frantic, looking like their lives were on the line. Some were busy making calls. Others were blasting messages to their group chats. The entire scene was pure chaos. In an instant, the previously quiet town of Foggy Creek was like a pot of boiling water, instantly erupting into life. Every major internet cafe in town, every pool hall, those out delivering seafood, those eating, and even those sleeping, a massive number of bleached-haired punks all mobilized. They began to converge on a single location. This county town wasn't that big to begin with. With over 100 thugs gathering together, the impact was staggering. Pedestrians scrambled out of the way, terrified of getting caught in whatever was coming. Who are all these people? Why are there so many thugs gathering? They all look so fierce and dangerous. Is this some kind of gang war? Could something big be about to happen in our town? While chaos reigned at the KTV entrance upstairs, downstairs, a few thugs were keeping watch at the main door. They kept an eye out for their own reinforcements, while staying alert for any cops showing up, ready to sound the alarm. They didn't think the dozens of guys upstairs would have any trouble dealing with a few nobodies. After all, they had a massive advantage in numbers. Little did they know that those dozens of thugs were currently being caught in a pincer movement by two men, and were being beaten into a retreat. After Lance floored 4 or 5 people, his gaze shifted to the man in the white shirt up ahead. The man also happened to notice Lance looking at him. Their eyes met for a brief second. Neither said a word, but their strikes became even more ruthless. It was as if two masters had met, and were competing to see who could drop more thugs. Hold them back, hold them back. Hold the line, damn you. Mad Dog clutched his bleeding head as he stumbled out of the lounge. Originally, he thought that calling in so many people would definitely take down the man in the white shirt. He never expected the scene he was witnessing. It was nothing like he had imagined. It even gave him the illusion that the 30 or 40 men he had called in were being surrounded by just 2 people. It was completely absurd. Yet the facts were right in front of him. The long hallway design of the KTV meant their numbers were a disadvantage. Only a few people at either end could actually reach Ethan and Lance to attack them. The pressure on the 2 men was significantly reduced. And then Mad Dog watched as his subordinates were cut down like wheat, falling one after another in a ridiculous display. About 20 minutes later, Ethan and Lance met in the middle of the hall. By now, the hallway was littered with bodies, people lying everywhere. The place was a total wreck. You're good. I took down 12. You're not bad either. My count is also 12. I guess it's a draw. A draw. The 2 of them chatted back and forth, completely ignoring the groaning thugs around them. Mad Dog was hopping mad. Useless. You're all fucking useless. Before he could finish his rant, he saw a green beer bottle appear right in front of his eyes. Where did she get a bottle that big? Without a word, I smashed it directly over Mad Dog's head. Mad Dog hit the floor instantly, howling in pain. Miss. Lance rushed to my side. Are you all right? I'm fine. I know we shouldn't stay here long. Get my classmates out of here now. Lance nodded, and immediately went to the room to gather everyone. Soon, Luke and the others were helped out of the lounge. Seeing the pile of thugs lying in the hallway, they were all dumbfounded. They hadn't realized who had actually taken these people out. After all, the boys were all injured, and the girls had been busy tending to them in the room. They couldn't believe that in such a short time, the outside had turned into this, but they didn't dwell on it. The most urgent thing was to leave this den of trouble and get to a hospital to bandage their wounds. After getting them downstairs, Lance looked at Ethan, who hadn't left yet. "Let's go together," he said. He had already developed a mutual respect for Ethan's fighting ability. He was afraid Ethan might get in trouble if he stayed. After all, no matter how strong one man is, if the other side calls in more reinforcements, he'll eventually go down. Ethan wasn't an idiot. He knew exactly who he had offended. He nodded and left with them. The moment they reached the street, I didn't know if it was just my imagination, but all those trike cabs that usually stopped at a wave were now refusing to stop. They all accelerated and drove away, as if there were some monster chasing them. Out of necessity, I had to tell my classmates to take the back road and walk to the hospital. Not far behind us was the County Hospital of Traditional Medicine, though its facilities were poorer. Once they left, Ethan said, "Don't worry about me. I can make it home on my own." I knew what he was capable of. I nodded and prepared to leave with Lance and Chloe. We had only walked a few steps when several cars suddenly screeched to a halt. Over 20 thugs armed with various weapons blocked our path. At the same time, the thugs from the KTV who had only minor injuries and had managed to crawl back up came rushing down with their weapons. A total of over 50 armed thugs completely surrounded the four of us. Trying to run? You've got no chance today. Mad Dog, acting like an unkillable cockroach, clutched his head and limped into view in front of us. His face was a mask of pure malice. "Lance, is Mitch here yet?" I pulled Chloe half a step behind me and asked calmly. "I've already notified him. He should be here any minute now," Lance said with total confidence. "Miss, these people aren't going to lay a finger on you. I believe you." I nodded. Ethan didn't know where they got their confidence. To think they could call for backup in Foggy Creek, but he didn't have time to wonder who Vanessa Miller really was, or why that cold young man called her Miss. He only knew that if he wanted to leave, he'd have to fight for it. He'd have to carve a path out of here. After 2 consecutive battles, his stamina had dropped, but his expression remained perfectly composed. Ethan took off his jacket again. He even removed his shirt as well, tossing it onto the ground, revealing firm, bronzed muscles. On his right ribs, there was a startling scar. Lance glanced at Ethan, and then he silently removed his shirt too. His skin was much paler than Ethan's, but his muscle definition was just as powerful. Whether it was Lance or Ethan, their physiques had one thing in common. They looked like people who trained constantly, yet they weren't like those bodybuilders from the gym who only focused on mass. Instead, their builds were functional. Every muscle seeming to hold a powerful, explosive energy. Left side is mine. Right side is yours. Any issues? Lance clenched his fists, making a series of faint cracking sounds. "No problem," Ethan nodded. "After this is over, dinner's on me," Lance said suddenly. "Deal," Ethan nodded again. Their exchange was brief, but they looked like brothers in arms, who had fought side by side for years. Ethan and Lance stood their ground on the left and right, shielding Chloe and me in the center. Their silhouettes were like 2 insurmountable mountain peaks, giving us an invisible sense of security. Of course, this was also because they knew Mitch was on his way with the boys. As long as they held out, everything would be fine. Mad Dog saw Lance and the others taking up their combat stances, and a cold smirk played on his lips. "I'll admit you two are incredible fighters. But no matter how good you are, you're not leaving this place. Because this is Foggy Creek. Even a dragon has to coil up here. Even a tiger has to stay down." After all his years in Foggy Creek, he had never taken such a big loss. Earlier in the KTV, his men couldn't use their full strength. Now that they were outside, it was a different story. He didn't believe that these 2 men and 2 women could beat all his people combined. Today, he was going to make them understand the consequences of offending him. "You mean you think you have the numbers here?" My voice was as cold as ice. It's just that Mad Dog didn't show any fear. My slender fingers were tapping on the phone Lance had handed me, as if I were waiting for something. "That's right. Let me tell you the truth. In this town, even if the big shots from Emerald City came, they'd have to stay low." Mad Dog laughed, his gaze scanning over Chloe and me. A flash of greed crossed his eyes. "If those 2 are willing to break an arm each, and you and the babe next to you spend the night with me, I might consider letting you live." Even at a time like this, Mad Dog was still expecting us to surrender. Are you even a man? All you do is use numbers to bully people. Chloe couldn't help but speak up, her voice laced with anger. Zahaha. So what if I'm using numbers to bully you? What about it? Mad Dog laughed even more arrogantly. If it can take you guys down, the more people the better. I cut him off coldly. Then let's have a real contest, to see who actually has more people. As soon as I spoke, from the intersection to the east, a series of dense footsteps suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a dark mass of figures emerged from the shadows. There were at least 40 or 50 people, charging toward us with aggressive momentum. I dare anyone to make a move. Before Mad Dog could react, rapid footsteps echoed from the right-hand intersection too. Another 50 or 60 people came jogging over. Leading them was a rather heavy-set guy. His voice arrived before he did. I fucking dare any of you to touch Vanessa. With over 100 people suddenly appearing, even Mad Dog's face turned pale. The thugs he had called in also began to look panicked. Their previous arrogance was instantly extinguished. How is this possible? Since when did Foggy Creek have someone this powerful? How could she call in so many people? This didn't make any sense. You have to understand that while Foggy Creek had its share of punks, those guys usually stayed in line. Whenever they saw Mad Dog and his crew, the only person who could call out this many people in one go was his boss, Benny Russo. There was absolutely no one else. But where did all these people come from? He had never even heard of another force like this existing. As Mitch and the others arrived, they all took positions behind me and on both sides. It was a massive, dark crowd. It was terrifying. Mitch stepped quickly to my side. Vanessa, he asked in a low voice. Are you okay? I shook my head slightly. I looked at Mad Dog. Now, what do you have to say? Mad Dog didn't dare act rashly anymore. He and his lackeys were all at a loss for what to do. Dealing with those two incredibly skilled fighters was already a struggle. Now, the other side's numbers were more than double their own. If a real fight broke out, they would definitely be crushed. Mad Dog swallowed hard. He surreptitiously gave a look to a lackey beside him, gesturing for him to call Boss Benny immediately. The lackey understood the cue. He slipped to the back of the crowd, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Hello? Boss, we've got trouble. Mad Dog was calculating in his head. As long as Boss Benny showed up with his few dozen enforcers and used his connections, he could easily call in another 200 men. Then the situation would be completely reversed. Mitch stood next to Lance. After hearing what had happened, his expression became terrifyingly dark. He wanted nothing more than to wave his hand and have his men charge forward to beat Mad Dog and his crew to a pulp. But he hadn't forgotten Vanessa's instructions, or the legal knowledge he had learned from Theodore Vance. Whoever strikes first has to stay in jail longer. So he held himself back. It would be best to let the other side strike first. Then they could retaliate under the name of self-defense and use the rule of law to finish them. Are we fighting, or what? Mitch suddenly let out a roar. He whipped an expandable baton from his waist. With his sudden shout, the 100 or so punks behind him simultaneously pulled all sorts of weapons from their clothes and sleeves, steel pipes, chains, and baseball bats. They shouted in unison, Are we fighting? Are we fighting? Are we fighting? At the same time, they used their weapons to repeatedly bang against the ground, creating massive, thumping crashes. It felt as if the ground were trembling. The scene was like two ancient armies facing off on a battlefield. The momentum was immense. Mad Dog's face became even more unsightly. He desperately wanted to order an attack, but until he heard back from Boss Benny, he didn't dare make a move. Just as their morale was about to be completely crushed by the other side, the lackey who had gone to contact Boss Benny ran back. He handed the phone to Mad Dog. Mad Dog had expected the boss to send reinforcements. However, the reality was the exact opposite of what he imagined. What came from the other end was a flurry of furious, screaming curses that made his eardrums throb with pain. After he hung up the phone, Mad Dog's face was terrifyingly dark. He glared viciously at me and the others. Then he shouted, We're leaving. Mitch saw they were trying to just walk away. He immediately waved his hand and yelled, Who said you could leave? Those 100 bleached-haired punks immediately stepped forward. They surrounded Mad Dog and his crew. They blocked every possible exit. Mad Dog said through gritted teeth, You want to fight to the death? A fight to the death? You aren't worthy. You dare to bully Vanessa. And you think you can just walk away? Nothing is that cheap in this world, Mitch said, turning to look at the brothers behind him. He asked loudly, "Brothers, should we let them go?" "No, no way," over 100 men replied in unison. The sound was deafening. Mad Dog's face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and said, "What exactly do you want?" If Boss Benny hadn't given him a strict order to stay low, he would never have let this go so easily. Mitch said, "Simple. Kneel down and kowtow 100 times to apologize. If Vanessa forgives you, only then can you leave." Mad Dog's fists clenched so hard they cracked. Fire practically spat from his eyes. Having run the streets of Foggy Creek for so many years, this was the first time he had ever felt this humiliated. While the two sides were at a standstill, aside from me, no one noticed that not far away, a black sedan with out-of-town plates had parked. The atmosphere inside the black sedan was solemn. In the passenger seat, a man who looked like a secretary was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a crisp suit. He leaned toward the back seat to report the situation. In his hand, he held a neatly organized file. "Sir, our first stop on this trip is Foggy Creek. Up ahead is Foggy Creek Central High. It's a top-tier high school in the county. School is out for the break now. However, I heard that 18 students scored over 600 points this year. That's 5 more than last year. The overall college admission rate has improved significantly." The secretary gave a detailed introduction of the school. The driver was very cooperative, specifically slowing down as they passed the main gate, although they didn't stop. It was enough for the leader in the back seat to look through the window. In the back seat, a middle-aged man wearing a dark administrative windbreaker nodded slightly. His gaze went through the window, scanning the teaching buildings and the track field. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face. The campus environment and the results are both quite good. It seems Foggy Creek has really put effort into education." The secretary quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, sir. The investment Foggy Creek has made in education these past few years is truly substantial, especially Central High. It's been rated as a model school for 3 consecutive years." The car slowly drove past the high school, then turned left toward the east end. Their destination was Town Center, an old district that hadn't been redeveloped yet. One of the leader's former students was from there. They planned to stay there for a few nights to get a better understanding of the local conditions. The secretary continued reporting from his files. Further ahead is the Foggy Creek commercial strip. Although there are quite a few KTVs, bars, and other entertainment venues, the public safety here is the best of the 3 counties. Foggy Creek even won the Safe County honorary title. The rate of criminal and public security cases is at the lowest level among all the surrounding districts. However, just as the secretary mentioned Foggy Creek's excellent public safety, the driver suddenly slowed down. The secretary sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to look back, he found the leader's expression had already darkened. He followed the leader's gaze out the window. He saw several trikes driving recklessly at the intersection, zooming straight through without even waiting for the light. One of the trikes almost collided with their car. The driver slammed on the brakes, barely avoiding a crash. It looked as if they were fleeing for their lives. What's wrong with these people? Don't they follow basic traffic laws? They're acting like they're being chased by a gang. Then he saw a massive crowd of bleached-haired punks gathered in front of Caesar's KTV. They had surrounded another group of street thugs. Although the two sides hadn't started fighting yet, this kind of gathering and confrontation was enough to alert the leader. The secretary's words were cut short, and he swallowed the rest of his sentence hard. He wished he could slap himself. Damn it! Is it easy being a secretary? He accompanies the boss on a secret inspection, and this happens? It was a total slap in the face. The data he had obtained previously was all from the files Foggy Creek had submitted to the higher-ups, online records, and information from various official channels. He had synthesized it all before reporting to the boss. He never expected the reality to be so far from what was reported, especially when he saw that group of thugs looked like they were about to start a massive gang war. He was nearly in tears. If something happened or someone died, this would be a huge disaster. Moreover, it would ruin the leader's secret inspection tour. Why didn't the leader want to take a state car for this inspection? Why didn't he want to stay in a guest house or hotel? Because he wanted to see the truth. Well, great. This was too much truth. No, he had to find a way to save the situation. "Sir, I don't think they're fighting. Look, they aren't even carrying weapons. Before the secretary could finish his sentence, those street thugs pulled out various steel pipes, baseball bats, and batons from their jackets and sleeves. Then they began pounding them against the ground. The display couldn't have been more intimidating. Sir, I think they're holding those weapons just to use them as musical instruments. Look at that rhythm. Foggy Creek has won the Save County title for 2 years in a row. These punks are just trying to look tough. They don't dare to actually fight. As soon as he said that, he saw 7 or 8 people get floored instantly by the group of punks surrounded in the middle. They were rolling on the ground and howling in pain. The secretary thought, seriously guys, you couldn't have timed that better. Sir, I should call for backup. He couldn't keep making up excuses anymore. The middle-aged man said calmly, just find a payphone and call the police. The secretary quickly replied, yes sir. He wasn't stupid. He got out of the car immediately to find a phone. The car parked not far away, and even the young man getting out didn't attract the attention of the 100+ people at the KTV, because everyone's eyes were fixed on the 2 confronting factions. Except for me, of course. My gaze lingered on that car for a moment, my brow furrowing slightly. As a former lawyer, I was quite familiar with people in the government, although I didn't recognize the car at first. When the man in the passenger seat got out, fragments of memories flashed through my mind. This was some major political bigwig down here for an inspection. I then looked at the date on my phone. It aligned quite well with my memories of my past life. In that life, Benny Russo, the local snake who'd been entrenched for years, was uprooted in a single, decisive move. It was all because of this particular bigwig. Although the news reports only ever mentioned the final result, some insider rumors eventually leaked out. They said that when this high-ranking official was halfway through his inspection tour of Foggy Creek, he left the county in an absolute state of fury. It was as if he had suffered some great personal insult. A few months later, Benny Russo's entire criminal empire was completely dismantled. Meanwhile, Mitch had already positioned 7 or 8 actors to get close to Mad Dog and his crew. They were going to fake an assault and roll on the ground in pain, all to secure evidence for a justified counterattack. Just as they were getting into character and performing with gusto, I suddenly spoke up to stop them. Let them go? Mitch was frantic. We were halfway through drawing our blades. Why call it off so suddenly? But he still gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and signaled them to stop. Those actors who were sprawling on the ground immediately scrambled up as if nothing had happened. Mad Dog was beyond confused. What was going on? Why were they all just getting back up? He had originally thought his alpha aura was so overwhelming that he'd rattled their brains and made them delusional, causing them to throw themselves onto his weapons. But this worked out just fine. At the very least, he could walk away in one piece. Well, walk away with relatively minor injuries anyway. Earlier, inside the KTV, he'd been thrashed by that crew-cut man in the suit, and then I'd smashed a bottle over his head. If a full-scale riot had actually broken out, he'd likely be ending his night in a hospital bed. And he might not even be lying on a mattress. It might have been inside a wooden coffin. You just wait. Mad Dog didn't forget to hurl a final threat before leaving. Then, limping and battered, he led his group, as they fled in total humiliation. Mitch watched their retreating backs, still feeling a sense of unresolved bitterness. Miss, we're really just letting them walk? The miss did the right thing. Mitch, if you guys had gone through with that, even if the police showed up, the result wouldn't be pretty. Theodore Vance's voice came from behind us. He had arrived at the scene without anyone noticing, holding a red-covered book in his hand. Theodore, we did exactly what you told us to do. They strike first. We strike back. Isn't that how self-defense works? Mitch turned around, his tone tinged with confusion. Just that isn't enough, Theodore Vance said, shaking his head. He then raised a finger and pointed toward the upper left corner. For instance, look up there. Mitch turned his head immediately. He discovered a surveillance camera pointed directly at them. And look at the position of that intersection. Theodore pointed in another direction. Mitch followed his finger once more. Sure enough, there was another camera at the corner. Look at how careless you guys are. And you had the nerve to claim self-defense? Mitch and the others hung their heads in shame. They had thought they had planned everything perfectly, but they never expected to overlook such a critical detail. I spoke up at the right moment. Enough. My stance remains the same. We must follow the rules and obey the law. We do not engage in criminal activity, even when we establish our company in the future. Please remember, We will only run legitimate businesses. Furthermore, you must have a bottom line. As long as you don't cross that line, I won't care what you do. But if anyone crosses it, don't blame me for being heartless. Yes, miss. Mitch and the others answered in unison. However, Mitch was secretly puzzled. The miss kept mentioning this bottom line. But what was it exactly? Even though he was studying under Theodore to learn how to legally dismantle his enemies, he still wasn't clear on what the specific bottom line was, or rather where the line was even drawn. Just as he was racking his brain for an answer, his eyes fell on the red-covered book Theodore Vance was holding. His eyes lit up as understanding dawned on him. Miss, are we really just gonna let this slide? Even though I had emphasized the rules, Lance was still brooding over what happened today. What happened to the old boss was already a scar he couldn't heal. And after spending time with Vanessa lately, he had long ago resolved to protect me no matter the cost. But today, something terrible almost happened. How could he possibly swallow this insult? Avoiding trouble is usually for the best. I've never been one to hold a grudge. Then, I suddenly changed my tone. Within 2 months, I want them to vanish from Foggy Creek forever. When Lance heard the first part, he felt a wave of disappointment. He'd expected an answer like that. After all, I was just a girl fresh out of high school. It was normal to be afraid of violence. But when he heard that second sentence, Lance snapped his head up to look at me, his heart beginning to race. Yes! That was the feeling. Back when he followed the boss always gave off that same sense of confidence and overwhelming dominance. For a moment, Lance was actually dazed as he stared. Mitch was equally excited. He was thinking the exact same thing as Lance. If someone bullies you, what's the point if you don't pay them back? What got him even more fired up was the seemingly casual yet incredibly shocking declaration the miss had just made. She was clearly declaring her intent to rule Foggy Creek. As expected, the miss really was the miss. She had inherited the boss's elite genes. Deep in her blood, she was born with the grand ambition to conquer a territory. Mitch's face turned red with excitement. He shouted loudly, "Miss, give us your orders." The others had also heard Vanessa's words, and they were just as energized. They followed suit, shouting, "Miss, just give us the order." Among those present, aside from the dozen core members, who had originally followed Lance, the rest were students who had run the streets for at least 3 years or more. They knew better than anyone what the name Benny Russo meant in this county. In Foggy Creek, Benny Russo was practically the undisputed king of the underworld. No one dared to cross him. In the past, they wouldn't even dare harbor the thought of offending Benny's men like Mad Dog, but things were completely different now. With the Miss leading the charge, and the Syndicate big brothers backing them up, they finally felt like they could stand tall. The Miss was always extremely generous to them. Not only did she treat them to meals and drinks, she handed out cash regularly. Deep down, everyone was already completely devoted to her, even though she constantly preached that they weren't gangsters and shouldn't break the law. They initially thought the Miss was just planning on going straight, but after Mitch explained the real reason to them, they understood her true intentions. The Miss only said those things because she cared about them. She didn't want to see a single brother suffer or rot in a jail cell. After hearing Mitch's explanation, some of them were even moved to tears. Looking around the underworld, what kind of boss? About the life and death of a common lackey? The Miss was the first one. The Miss is truly too good to us. In conjunction with what she just said about taking down Benny Russo and his men within 2 months, it made them even more certain. The Miss was just saying one thing and doing another. Her not being part of the underworld was all just a facade. At this thought, everyone present only felt their blood boiling in their hearts. They were full of energy. Who cares if it's the king of the underworld, Benny Russo? Just take him out. I saw everyone's reaction and always felt it was a bit weird. Why are you all so excited? Before I could open my mouth to emphasize anything else, from not far away, a sharp, ear-piercing siren suddenly sounded. Soon, a police car with flashing red and blue lights whistled toward them, coming to a steady stop in front of everyone. As the car door opened with a bang, a young police officer stepped out. It was Gary Reed. "What are you doing here?" I took a few steps forward proactively, walking ahead of the crowd. "We're having a company party here for karaoke." "Is there an issue, Uncle Gary?" Gary Reed's originally serious face twitched for a moment when he saw Vanessa Miller and then his brow furrowed tightly. He had a very deep impression of this young girl. Previously, she had brought a dozen thugs to the station to check their records. That was something that, in all his years of practice, was the first time he had ever encountered. Someone coming to the station to check records on their own. He had originally thought they were planning to turn over a new leaf and become new people. But he didn't expect that in such a short time, this girl would have such a large following gathered around her. What did this girl actually want to do? Did she really want to become a crime boss? Even a female boss? Although, he also felt that this idea was a bit absurd and laughable. After all, these days, the bosses of those criminal organizations were, without exception, all men. But looking at the display here, he had no choice but to believe it. He wasn't blind. Anyone could see that these punks seemed to center around this girl. Gary took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on Vanessa Miller. He asked sternly, "Someone called the police saying there's a mass brawl here. It wouldn't happen to be you guys, would it?" I looked at Gary Reed with sincere eyes. "Uncle Gary, you've misunderstood. We're just a gathering of friends here for karaoke." Gary Reed gave a cold laugh, using his finger to point at the steel pipes and other weapons in their hands. "Do you think I'll believe that? Who brings steel pipes to karaoke?" I blinked my eyes, an innocent look on my face. "We heard this KTV wanted to do some renovations, so we brought some tools to see if we could help out." "How is that illegal?" Gary was about to open his mouth to say something, but I suddenly raised my hand to interrupt him. Then I turned my head and shouted loudly, "Theodore Vance, come here." Theodore Vance heard the shout and immediately walked up quickly. I pointed at Theodore and said to Gary, "If you have any questions, officer, speak to my lawyer." Theodore hurriedly pulled his ID from his pocket and handed it to Gary with both hands. With a professional look, he said, "I am the attorney for Vance & Associates, Theodore Vance. I am also Ms. Vanessa Miller's exclusive legal advisor." Gary thought, "No way, you guys are just a bunch of punks. Is your legal awareness really this strong? You hired a lawyer for such a small matter?" With the intervention of a professional lawyer like Theodore Vance, the situation suddenly became much simpler. Theodore unhurriedly communicated with Gary, clearly stating various legal clauses and factual evidence. Gary's brow furrowed tighter and tighter as he listened, and his face became uglier and uglier. In the end, he could only grit his teeth in frustration. He gave a wave of his hand and led his men to leave. After all, he had no substantial evidence on hand, and with a professional lawyer present, he knew in his heart that even if he forcibly took them to the station, it would be a waste of effort. Just as Gary was about to pull open the door to get in the car, I suddenly shouted toward his back, "Uncle Gary, I really am a good person." Gary's footsteps paused. Without even turning his head, he yanked open the door, sat heavily in the car, and slammed the door shut with a bang. He drove away. However, that shout from Vanessa Miller made Gary even more mindful of this girl. It seemed he really had to keep a close eye on her. As soon as he returned to the station, Gary hurried into his office, sat down in his chair, and shouted loudly to the outside, "Lee, come in here. Get me a file on Vanessa Miller, as fast as possible." He already had a rough understanding of those dozen thugs. After all, they had been to the station to check their records. They were former members of the Union Syndicate in Emerald City. Later, for some unknown reason, they had suddenly run off to Foggy Creek and started following Vanessa Miller, a girl who had just graduated from high school. Not long after, Officer Lee came running in hurriedly, holding a stack of documents. Panting, he said, "Chief, the file on Vanessa Miller is here." Gary quickly reached out to take the documents and open them. The initial information seemed very ordinary. Just a country girl from a family with average conditions. She studied very hard, had excellent grades, and had always been at the top of her class in school, especially when he saw that she had actually scored over 600 points. His eyes lit up for a moment. With these results, she could have gone to some elite national universities. However, when he saw Vanessa's college application choice, his eyes widened instantly, and he was shocked. Wait, she scored over 600? But her application chose a community college that basically has no entry requirements? Is she crazy, scoring over 600 on her finals, and then choosing an ordinary community college? Can you believe it? If it had been before, and someone had told Gary Reed that a student who scored 600 chose a community college, he definitely would have thought they were joking with him. Anyone who was even slightly sane could never make such a bizarre choice. Yet, now, the ironclad facts. were laid out vividly before his eyes. The records his subordinates pulled showed that Vanessa Miller's application choice was in Emerald City, a community college that couldn't be more ordinary. Moreover, that community college had no threshold whatsoever. You could go there even with a very low score. Gary hadn't ruled out the possibility that someone had tampered with her application, but when he thought of the scene he saw at the KTV, he dismissed that thought. This girl looked quite well behaved, but the things she did had nothing to do with being well behaved at all. First, she led a group of people with criminal records and walked into the precinct to check their files without a care in the world. Then, she led a crowd to the dam to have a fight with someone, and it looked as if she had been prepared, leaving herself completely in the clear. She hadn't left a single trace behind, and now, she had brought several times more people to the KTV than before, clearly prepared for a massive brawl. Even though she still hadn't left any evidence, every single one of these incidents proved one thing. This girl was turning into a dark force at a terrifying speed, expanding her manpower and her territory. Gary Reed obviously knew who owned that KTV. He had been watching the forces behind that KTV for a long time, hoping that one day he could wipe out this criminal syndicate that had been entrenched in the county for years. But he never expected that, before he could gather enough evidence to make his move, a brand new force would suddenly emerge. And this new force, in his eyes, seemed even more problematic than Benny Russo's crew. Although Benny's crew had a lot of power in the county, and even some connections, the way they operated was no different from any other typical street gang. They were arrogant and domineering, never knowing how to lay low. Gary believed that as long as he was given enough time, he would eventually gather the evidence needed to take them down. But Vanessa Miller gave him a completely different feeling. Take that incident at the dam, for instance. That girl had already displayed an impressive grasp of the law. When she handed the evidence over to him, she was actually able to recite the relevant legal codes with total proficiency. Her tone was calm and confident, and she didn't just clear herself completely. She even made it so that Gary had to skip the procedures for bringing them back to the precinct for questioning. The whole process was seamless. There wasn't a single flaw to be found. And now, not only was she well versed in the law herself, she had actually hired a lawyer to serve as her full-time consultant. What on earth was she trying to do? Could it be that she wanted to cloak her rising syndicate in a layer of legitimacy? Add to that the fact that her score on the finals was over 600. And Gary felt even more strongly that this was no simple matter. Anyone who could score that high on the finals usually wasn't an ordinary person. Hard work might get someone into the 500s and land them in a decent university, but hitting the 600s wasn't just about effort anymore. It required genuine talent and a high IQ. As an officer with plenty of field experience, Gary Reed had closed many cases and had even been injured in the line of duty. The trickiest and hardest cases to solve were always the ones involving highly intelligent, educated individuals. They weren't just meticulous in their thinking. They also possessed incredible anti-reconnaissance skills. Solving those cases was an uphill battle, and making an arrest was even more difficult. And this girl was already showing those exact signs. She could have clearly gone to an elite national university, yet she chose a common community college, crawling with hoodlums. Combined with the massive display of force from her 100-plus followers tonight, he couldn't help but feel worried. He feared that before long, Foggy Creek would have a new underworld queen. Why skip a proper education just to join the streets? What a headache, Gary muttered, rubbing his temples. He was debating whether he should ask to talk to me privately and give me a proper lecture, to try and talk some sense into me. After all, it wasn't too late to turn back now. Right then, his phone suddenly rang. Gary stood up immediately upon answering, his voice filled with unmistakable excitement. "Teacher! You've come to Foggy Creek?" Outside the KTV, Ethan put on his clothes, straightened his collar, and turned to leave. "Hey, you want to grab some dinner?" Lance's voice came from behind him. Ethan paused, but he didn't turn around. He just replied flatly, "No, I don't eat with gangsters." With that, he started walking and left directly. As a soldier who had only recently been discharged, Ethan's sense of justice still reigned supreme. He had no love for those in the underworld, even if Lance had made a decent impression on him. Moreover, he now knew exactly who Vanessa Miller was. That young-looking girl was actually the leader of this gang of thugs. Even though Those people kept calling her Miss, based on the respect they showed her. They completely treated her as their boss. In short, he didn't want anything to do with these people, and he certainly didn't want to be pulled into their world. Lance watched Ethan's retreating back, a flash of regret in his eyes. He had originally thought that if he could recruit this brother, Vanessa's safety would be even better guaranteed. While he had total confidence in his own skills, everyone has a blind spot, and there were times he was spread too thin. For instance, if Mitch and the others ran into a problem they couldn't solve, he would have to go personally. If Ethan joined, it would be a different story. He could focus more on protecting Vanessa. From the very first moment he saw me, an inexplicable and intense protective urge had risen in Lance's heart. He had never seen a girl with eyes so bright. They were like the moon, simply beautiful. Especially that day when they were dealing with Leo West's group. The moment I looked back and smiled. Had stayed with him to this day. Actually, Lance didn't have much interest in the underworld, power, or even money. He was a person of few desires. But after experiencing all these events, he had to admit that he truly hoped to be closer to Vanessa, even if it just meant standing behind her and silently protecting her. That was more than enough for him. Lance, you look like you really wanted to recruit that man. I spoke up suddenly as I watched Ethan walk away. Lance was startled for a moment. Then he quickly nodded. Yes. Vanessa, that guy is impressive. I think if he joined us, he could become your right-hand man. That's why I wanted to bring him in. But now, it seems he has no interest in joining us. I gave a soft laugh, a glint of meaning flashing in my eyes. It's fine. We have plenty of time. Let's go. After speaking, I turned and headed back toward the hotel. Once we returned to the hotel, I immediately called for all the core members and began assigning tasks. Mitch, pick a few reliable brothers and have them infiltrate Benny Russo's demolition crew. Remember, no matter what they do, you guys are not to participate. I only want evidence. Yes, miss. Lance, send a few more people to keep an eye on our restaurant. I'm afraid they'll come looking for trouble soon. Also, there are those few restaurants and hot pot places. Take turns sending people there to eat every day, and see what information you can gather. If anything happens during that time, you must tell me immediately. Yes, miss. I worked hard to recall everything I knew about Benny Russo and his syndicate, while continuing to assign my people, striving to make sure everything was airtight. Before now, I might not have chosen to provoke a local snake like Benny Russo. I would have taken the money, gone to Emerald City with my seed capital, and continued my development. But now that we were enemies, I couldn't just sit back and wait for them to finish me, waiting for them to come looking for trouble. As a lawyer, ever since I started law school, I've seen more cases than I can count. Many of them taught me one vital lesson: never count on luck or leave things to chance. Once the arrangements were mostly finished, I looked directly at Theodore Vance and said, Theodore, as for the evidence collection, you teach them how to do it, and remember, it must be absolutely foolproof. Understood, Vanessa, Theodore said, pushing up his glasses, a confident smile spreading across his face. After everything was finally in place, the room fell silent for a long moment, save for the sound of my fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. My gaze swept over every person in the room, my tone soft yet unwavering. This matter concerns our entire future. I expect everyone to give it their all. Do not let me down. Understood, they replied in a thunderous unison. I nodded, the corners of my mouth curling up slightly. All right, that's enough for today. Everyone, get some rest. The operation starts tomorrow. Mad Dog's counterattack commenced exactly like a carefully choreographed play. Every day at peak dining hours, he brought a gang of thugs and sauntered into the Leaping Fish, occupying every single seat like a swarm of locusts. Their tactics were simple yet infuriating. Each man would order a single bottle of beer, without ordering a single plate of food, and sit there laughing and joking all afternoon. They wouldn't lazily depart until the dinner rush was over. The stream of customers at the door used to be endless, but now they just stared at the group of malicious thugs, and had no choice but to turn around and leave. Mitch stood by the window, his face as dark as a soot-stained pot, viciously snuffing out his cigarette. I sat on the sofa, holding a cup of fresh tea, my gaze so calm it was impossible to read. It was as if all of this were going exactly according to my plan. Mad Dog's tricks are nothing but paper tigers. They're good for scaring ordinary people, but they're useless against us. As soon as the words left my lips, I turned to look at Mitch. my tone carrying a hint of meaningful ease. Mitch, how much do you think the leaping fish is worth right now? Mitch froze, his brow instantly furrowing into a knot. Miss, you aren't thinking of mortgaging the restaurant, are you? And mortgaging it to them, of all people? I set down the teacup, the corners of my mouth curling up slightly. A glint of cunning flashed in my eyes. Mad Dog and his crew are just loan sharks, aren't they? The leaping fish is a high-quality asset. Taking a loan of $3 to $5 million against it wouldn't be too much, right? My tone was as calm as if I were discussing an ordinary business deal. Mitch's eyes widened, his voice full of disbelief. Miss, but the interest on a shark loan, there's no way we could ever pay it back. I laughed softly, as if I had already seen through his confusion. Who said I'm going to pay it back? Mitch was stunned. He stared at me for several seconds, before the realization finally dawned on him. His expression shifted from shock to pure excitement. Miss, I get it now. You're thinking, I nodded. Exactly. Arrange for someone to get in touch with them. See how much cash we can pull out by mortgaging the restaurant. In principle, the more the better. Agree to whatever interest rate they demand. Just ensure the repayment date is set for at least 3 months from now. At the same time, take some unfamiliar brothers and have them take personal loans too. Remember, those should also be set for 3 months. Every single loan must have a written agreement. Preserve the evidence and have Theodore review it all. Make sure it's absolutely airtight. Mitch's eyes were shining. As if he were seeing a chance to turn the tables on a high-stakes bet, his tone was brimming with eager excitement. Yes, miss, I'll go arrange it immediately. I watched his retreating back and let out a soft sigh. The game is only just beginning. I turned to Chloe. Chloe, how much cash do we have on the books right now? Chloe opened the ledger and checked the figures carefully. Vanessa, including the restaurant's inventory funds, we have $1.29 million total. I nodded, my tone firm. Gather all of it. I have a use for it. Chloe was stunned for a moment. She asked cautiously, Vanessa, if we don't leave any funds for inventory, how will the restaurant settle its bills? I pondered for a moment. Before replying, mortgage the restaurant to the bank first. See how much we can get from them. Keep a portion as an emergency fund, and give all the rest of the money to me. Move fast. Chloe didn't understand what I was plotting, but she knew that every one of Vanessa's moves was meticulously calculated, without a single mistake, so she immediately nodded and complied. After everyone had left, I sat alone in the hotel room, fingers lightly tapping the table. I began to map out the next phase of the plan. My sense of timing was more precise than anyone's. For the next 3 months, the market would be in a massive bull phase. The market index would even shatter the 6,000-point mark. But by mid-October, a bear market would sweep across the entire world, followed by the 2008 global financial crisis. I remembered all of it, because I had lived through it once before. The current opportunity was to use these 3 months to make a massive fortune in the stock market. Though I wasn't a veteran investor, I had a clear idea of which star stocks to pick. Companies like the tech giants, major insurance groups, and several leading banks. They would all increase more than 5-fold in this cycle. My plan was simple and direct. Use the shark loans and every cent of cash. To enter the stock market, focus only on the stocks highly likely to double. As soon as I've made enough, I'll withdraw completely. I'm not greedy. As soon as I hit 5 times the profit, I'm out. No hesitating. But money wasn't my ultimate goal. I knew that money made from the stock market couldn't sustain my team in the long run. I needed real industry. I needed a stable business that could support these brothers. My gaze landed on the distant neon sign of Foggy Creek's largest supermarket, Prosperity Supermarket. My gaze sharpened. That was Benny Russo's property, and it was my target. If Benny Russo could use his methods to seize it, why can't I take it back from him? A meaningful smile curled onto my lips. The chessboard was set. Now it's my turn to make a move. Mitch and Chloe both moved to action quickly. Chloe acted first. Using the leaping fish's assets as collateral, she successfully secured a $1.1 million loan from the bank. Although the property's value far exceeded that amount, banks were always cautious, and it was a sensitive time right before the financial crisis. They applied a heavy discount, which was to be expected. At the same time, Mitch's actions were even bolder. He took a group of fresh faces and split them up. Their targets were the loan shark companies under Benny Russo. They took turns using the leaping fish as collateral to take loans, hitting every lending company connected to Benny Russo including the underground lending rings in the casinos. They scoured every one of them. In this era where information wasn't yet fully digitalized, the lending companies weren't tightly connected. Furthermore, these loan shark outfits operated in a gray area themselves. Their internal accounting was loose, and they had no way of knowing in time that someone was cross-mortgaging the same property multiple times. In the end, after a week of using the restaurant as collateral, they actually managed to squeeze nearly $10 million in loans out of 5 different loan shark companies, combined with the $1.1 million from the bank and the team's original savings. In just a few short days, they had actually raised a staggering sum of over $12 million. I sat in my office, my expression as calm as still water. After listening to Mitch's report, I said flatly, "Keep a close eye on Mad Dog and Benny Russo's movements. Notify me immediately if anything unusual happens." Then I began my operations, investing the money into the stock market in batches. I knew time was of the essence. Opportunities like this were fleeting. Meanwhile, inside a certain office at the nightclub, Benny Russo was flipping through a report, his face gradually darkening. This report detailed the business operations of his 5 subordinate loan shark companies. In the last few days, these companies had suddenly put out nearly $10 million in loans. This amount was almost equal to their usual lending volume for several months, or even half a year. Benny pursed his lips, his gaze cold and piercing. He knew very well that the economic state of Foggy Creek did not support such a sudden surge. Those who sought out loan sharks were usually desperate gamblers or failed businessmen, but this wave of borrowing was highly irregular. Even more suspicious was the fact that every single one of these loans had been secured using the exact same restaurant as collateral. Benny slammed the report onto the desk and barked in a deep voice, "Get Mad Dog in here." Not long after, Mad Dog burst through the door with his usual frantic energy, an excited look on his face. "Boss, you wanted to see me?" Benny narrowed his eyes and stared at him. His tone was sharp as he asked, "A while back, did you get into a conflict with a certain group of people? Tell me exactly what happened." Mad Dog was taken aback for a moment, then answered cautiously, "Boss, I looked into it. Those guys are from the Union Syndicate in Emerald City." Benny's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. He snapped to his feet, his voice rising sharply. "The Union Syndicate? Why the hell didn't you tell me sooner?" Given his status, how could he not know the reputation of the Union Syndicate? That organization dominated Emerald City with massive power and deep connections. Even after the government had cracked down on them, they remained a formidable entity. Mad Dog looked a bit aggrieved. "Boss, you never asked me. But don't worry, I've checked. Those people have broken away from the Syndicate. Right now, they're just a bunch of stray dogs. They ran to Foggy Creek, hoping to rebuild their influence." He paused and added, "They're growing pretty fast, though. They already have over 100 members. Benny let out a cold laugh after hearing that, his tone full of disdain. Thinking they can cross the river like a fierce dragon, they must have a death wish. They didn't come to pay their respects to me first, yet they want to build their own power here? They're asking for death." A flash of excitement crossed Mad Dog's eyes, and he asked eagerly, "Boss, should I just take my guys and wipe them out?" Benny waved him off, his tone calm and steady. "No rush. The demolition in the South End is currently underway, and there are still a few troublemakers I need to handle. Once that's settled, we'll deal with these people at our leisure." He paused and pointed at the documents on the desk. "First, look at these." Mad Dog took the file and flipped through it. At first, he was grinning with excitement, but when he saw the recent performance of the lending companies, his eyes lit up. "Boss, this performance is incredible. We put out nearly $10 million in loans in such a short time. With a minimum interest of 40%, we'll make at least $4 or $5 million. This is better than what we did in the last 6 months." Just as he was gleefully heaping on the praise, Benny coldly interrupted him. "Fine, now open your damn eyes. And look closer." Mad Dog flinched at the shout. He hurriedly continued reading. When he saw that the collateral provided to all 5 companies was actually the exact same restaurant, his face turned pale instantly. "What the hell? They're taking us for fools." He yelled in a frantic rage, "Boss, give me some men. I'll go get the money back right now, and I'll cripple whoever set this up. How dare they scam our loans? They've got a lot of nerve." Benny glanced at him, his voice deep and chilling. "Let them have their fun for a while. How much do you know about that restaurant? Mad Dog was taken aback, but replied immediately, the business there is quite good. The monthly revenue is around $1 million. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a problem for them to make several million a year. At this, he gave a greasy laugh and started bragging again about how he had led his men to occupy the tables and used those tactics to ruin the restaurant's business. However, before he could finish, Benny was already fuming. He grabbed the file from the desk and slammed it against Mad Dog's head. You moron! Who told you to cause trouble there? Mad Dog clutched his head, looking utterly bewildered. Boss, I didn't do anything wrong. Benny glared at him through gritted teeth. If you ruin that restaurant, and they have no money to pay their debt, then who suffers the biggest loss? It's us. Mad Dog finally realized the situation, his face flushing and then paling. The truth dawned on him. Those Union Syndicate people dared to scam 5 loans simultaneously. They never had any intention of paying the money back. If the restaurant was destroyed, the collateral would become worthless. Ultimately, they would be the ones hurting themselves. Benny said coldly, that restaurant cannot fall. At least, not right now. Let them run it well. Once they've made enough money, we'll take it back. Mad Dog nodded repeatedly. He immediately left to call his subordinates. Inside Benny Russo's office, Mad Dog walked back in with long strides, a smug look of someone looking for credit on his face. Boss, I've handled it. Not only did I pull my men out, I told them to build up the hype for the leaping fish. From now on, anyone hosting a dinner has to go there. After hearing this, Benny Russo's brow furrowed slightly. He felt like something about this was strange. Building hype for an opponent and helping them pull in business? What kind of logic was that? He muttered to himself. But then he thought about it. Doing this didn't seem to have any downsides. The better the leaping fish's business was, the more money they would have to pay back the loan, and the compounding interest of the shark loans would eventually crush them until they couldn't breathe. But Benny's eyes shifted, a hint of viciousness appearing at the corners of his mouth. We can't touch the restaurant, but we can certainly touch the people. The smugness on Mad Dog's face froze instantly. He took a step forward and asked in a low voice, Boss, you mean? Benny let out a cold laugh. Mad Dog, send someone to Emerald City. Contact the current boss of the Union Syndicate, Patrick King. Tell him the old boss's daughter is right here in Foggy Creek. Do you think he'll be able to sit still? Once that news reaches his ears, Mad Dog's eyes lit up, immediately grasping Benny's meaning. Boss, you want to let them tear each other apart? We'll just sit back and watch the fight, then step in to clean up the mess once they've both been crippled. Benny nodded. Exactly. Once they're busy at each other's throats, we'll collect all the debts. Remember, don't rush it too much. The demolition in the South End still has some troublemakers to handle. The matters over there are more important. Mad Dog looked excited. Understood. Don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. I guarantee it'll be handled perfectly. Benny waved his hand, signaling for him to leave. Mad Dog immediately sprang into action. Undercurrents were surging in Foggy Creek. Willow! Lance felt as if a massive weight were pressing on his heart. For the past few days, his thoughts had been circling around a piece of news that made him uneasy. The Union Syndicate in Emerald City already knew their whereabouts. They knew they had found the so-called Miss. Patrick King, the new boss of the Union Syndicate, had risen to power through blood and iron, completely reorganizing the organization. Though the syndicate was slightly weaker than before, it remained a massive and formidable power. Patrick King's aggressive style made Lance realize that he would never tolerate any existence that could potentially threaten his position. Lance knew very well that once Patrick King confirmed the Miss's identity, regardless of whether she was the real heiress or not, she would become a target in his eyes. This news left Lance in an absolute state of inner turmoil. He didn't know if he should tell the Miss, nor did he know how to explain it to Mitch and the other brothers. The shadow of the Union Syndicate hung over him like a sword, making it impossible for him to find peace. Whoopers, that day, I was wandering through the snack street at Youth Plaza, holding lamb skewers in one hand. I was picking out various snacks with the other. A relaxed smile was on my face, clearly oblivious to Lance's strange behavior. Lance, here, have a lamb skewer. I held out a skewer and called his name softly a couple of times. Lance stood there dazed, his face full of heavy thoughts. Not until I had called him several times did he suddenly snap out of it. Oh, thank you, Miss. I looked at his distracted state, my brow furrowing slightly, although I thought it was a bit strange. I didn't ask further. Carrying the snacks, I walked to the plaza's recreation area and found a swing to sit on. "Lance, help push me," I said softly, a hint of expectation in my eyes. Lance hesitated for a moment, then walked to my side. He gripped the chains of the swing with both hands and gave me a gentle, firm push. The swing began to arc slowly. A childlike smile appeared on my face, and my eyes crinkled into crescent moons. At this moment, Lance's mood eased slightly. He watched the miss enjoy the cool breeze, and it was as if her relaxation had infected him. Suddenly, however, I spoke up. "Lance, you've known for a long time that I'm not actually the real heiress, haven't you?" Lance's hand froze in mid-air, and his heart skipped a beat. His throat felt as if it were blocked, and he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word of denial. After a moment of silence, Lance lowered his head, his voice deep. "Yes," he admitted. Memories flooded back into Lance's mind. Back then, he had found a photograph among the old boss's belongings. In the photo was an innocent little girl. Although there was no concrete evidence proving that the girl in the photo was the boss's daughter, Lance still decided that she was, not because Lance was stubborn, but because of the brothers behind him. After the boss died, Lance originally wanted to go straight and leave the organization. However, Mitch and the other brothers insisted on following him, saying they would go wherever he went. Lance was a man of loyalty. He couldn't refuse them, but he knew that this group had no other skills besides running the streets. To give the brothers a goal, he pulled out the photo and began searching for the girl in it. Eventually, they found me. Although I wasn't the real heiress, my intelligence, my methods, and my ability to quickly win everyone's support made everyone believe without a shadow of a doubt. Aside from Lance, no one suspected her identity. Hearing Lance's admission, I nodded, showing no sign of blame on my face. I said softly, "I knew it." Lance hesitated for a moment, then finally summoned the courage to ask the question buried in his heart. "Miss, will you leave us?" I froze for a second, then turned my head to look at him with soft eyes. "Even though I'm not the real heiress," I said gently, "I've grown quite fond of you all." I didn't give a direct yes or no answer, but that sentence was enough to show my attitude. Lance breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and the tension in his heart vanished. A smile curled onto his lips, and a warm current surged through his heart. My gaze gradually grew determined. "Lance, gather all the members. I have an announcement to make." The night grew deep, and the moonlight spilled quietly into the courtyard. The silver glow bathed the yard of the residential house, shrouding it like a quiet stage. The courtyard was packed with people. Over 100 core members and peripheral brothers were crowded together in a dark mass. Despite the cool night breeze, the air was thick with an inexplicable sense of restlessness and excitement. Before Lance and I even arrived, whispers were already spreading through the courtyard. "Why do you think the Miss gathered us here? Is she going to declare war?" someone asked excitedly. "Most likely. It's time that old fox Benny Russo got what's coming to him. One word from the Miss, and we'll grab our gear and finish him." Another person answered through gritted teeth. "Exactly. The leadership in Foggy Creek is long overdue for a change. The Miss is our new leader." Another brother chimed in. As the whispers spread, everyone grew more and more excited. They even began to fantasize about a glorious future. They had been holding back for too long, not because they were afraid of Benny Russo, but because of Vanessa Miller's calm restraint. Now that the Miss had suddenly gathered everyone, they were convinced in their hearts that tonight was the moment their destinies would change. Just then, the courtyard gates were slowly pushed open. Lance and I walked in, one after the other. The crowd fell silent instantly. Every gaze landed simultaneously on the slender, yet sharp and imposing girl. As I walked with a steady pace, everyone in the courtyard instinctively made way. Their eyes were full of reverence and expectation. Mitch took the lead and shouted, "Miss!" Immediately after, everyone shouted in unison, "Miss! Miss!" The shouts were like a tidal wave, full of loyalty and trust. They had once had doubts about this girl, but time had shown them her wisdom, her courage, and her extraordinary methods. She didn't need to use her fists to lead them step by step to where they were today. I stood still, my gaze scanning the crowd. A complex mix of emotions rose in my heart. Though these people had run the streets, their eyes held a surprisingly pure sense of trust and expectation. This was an emotion I had never experienced before, and a bond I couldn't easily let go of. I've gathered you all here today to announce something very important. My voice was clear and bright, carrying a power that brooked no argument. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, straining their ears for my next sentence. Starting today, I am officially breaking away from the Union Syndicate. As soon as the words left my lips, the crowd erupted. What? Breaking away from the Syndicate? The Miss is giving up her inheritance? Then what's going to happen to us? Without the Union Syndicate support, can we still stand against Benny Russo? Whispers rose like a surging tide. Everyone's faces were filled with confusion and unease. They had followed Lance and me before, precisely because of the Union Syndicate's reputation. Now that this news had broken, it was difficult for them to accept. I watched the commotion in the crowd, my heart as calm as still water. I had long anticipated this reaction, but I knew even better that telling them directly that I wasn't the real heiress would likely lead to even greater chaos. So I chose a gentler approach, using breaking away from the Union Syndicate as a pretext to gradually sever our ties with that organization. Seeing the unrest, Lance immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Quiet!" The command was like a clap of thunder, silencing the crowd instantly. Every gaze landed simultaneously on me, waiting for my further explanation. I took a deep breath, my gaze scanning the crowd with determination. Starting today, we're cutting ties with the Union Syndicate once and for all. This is not a joke. Now, I'm giving everyone two choices. First, choose to stay and continue following us. Those who stay will become the first members of our new company. Second, choose to leave. Each person can collect $1,000 as a severance payment. I paused for a moment, my gaze sweeping across the crowd. You now have 1 minute to consider. Those who stay, remain where you are. Those who wish to leave, go to Chloe to collect your money. Lance took the cue and immediately pulled out his phone to start the timer. The countdown begins. The crowd was instantly plunged into a state of inner turmoil. Some whispered with their heads down. Others frowned deeply. Some had flickering gazes, clearly caught in a fierce internal struggle. I watched their expressions without a single ripple of emotion in my heart. I knew that this choice would determine the future of my team. This composition would weed out those who weren't committed. A minute later, Lance announced loudly, "Time's up." The crowd began to move. About 20 people chose to leave. They walked toward Chloe to collect their severance. Their gazes were complex, some relieved and others indifferent. Those who remained stood their ground, their gazes growing even more determined. I looked at the group that stayed, and a wave of warmth rose in my heart. Although in the beginning, they only followed because of the Union Syndicate name, but now, it was more about my leadership and their trust in me. I knew these people would be my true backbone in the future. "Is there anyone else who wants to leave?" I asked calmly. The courtyard was silent. No one moved. Everyone answered me with a steady, resolute gaze. I smiled slightly. "Very well. From today on, we are establishing a new company. Everyone present is an official member. As for the company name, we can brainstorm it together." As soon as the words left my mouth, everyone got excited again. They started discussing it all at once. How about the Dark Syndicate families? No way. The Speed Demons sounds much cooler. Speed Demons? You don't even own a bike, and you want to be a speed demon? How about the Red Saints? If you're a saint, then I'm a sinner. Since we're all Americans, why don't we name it after a dragon? How about the 10,000 Dragons? When we grow to 10,000 members, then we'll truly be the 10,000 Dragons. Hearing these names, I couldn't help but facepalm. I had originally intended to go straight, to establish a legitimate company and lead everyone to make money. But the names they came up with were one more unprofessional than the last, as if they still wanted to play at being gangsters. I sighed inwardly. It seemed that changing their underworld mindset would take time and gradual guidance. The path to legitimacy was destined to be a rocky one. Naming things was truly a headache, especially for someone like me who is terrible at it. It was even more frustrating. I completely gave up. I handed the task directly to Mitch to arrange. I didn't want to waste time on a name. Rather than agonizing over this, I'd rather think about how to professionalize the team. That was the real priority. Go register a name for the company later. I don't have any specific requirements, except for one, we are a legitimate business. My tone was calm, yet carried an unquestionable firmness. Hearing this, Mitch immediately patted his chest in a guarantee. Don't you worry. Miss, I completely understand your vision. I'll make sure it's handled perfectly. I nodded. Then I added, starting today, I no longer have any connection to the Union Syndicate. So please stop calling me the Mrs. As soon as I said it, Mitch scratched his head. He asked tentatively, well, you're still our leader. Should we call you the Bosses or the Queen Bee? I facepalmed and said helplessly, let's find something else. Mitch pondered for a moment, then made a tentative suggestion. How about Sister Vanessa? What do you think? I weighed the options. Although being called sister felt a bit odd, it was still much better than boss or Queen Bee. If that doesn't work, maybe just stick with Mrs. Mainly because everyone is used to it and it's hard to change. Fine, call me whatever you want. It's just a title anyway. I didn't want to dwell on it anymore. Seeing me nod, Mitch immediately turned to the people in the courtyard and shouted, what are you waiting for? Greet the miss. Miss, 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 everyone shouted in unison. Their voices were full of excitement and passion. I looked at the group, feeling both annoyed and amused. Even though I was leading them toward legitimacy, that street-level vibe of theirs was still unmistakable. I knew this kind of change would take time, but I was willing to guide them slowly. To further transform them, I decided to start with their image. I began making arrangements for everyone, requiring them to have a unified look. They couldn't keep dressing like low-level thugs. I planned to order custom company uniforms to completely strip away that street aura from their appearance and help them get used to professional conduct. Those tasks, I handed over entirely to Mitch to handle. I only required the clothing to be decent and professional. As for the specific design, I didn't have any preferences. While I was busy holding the General Assembly, in Foggy Creek, 2 vans with Emerald City plates arrived. Mad Dog sent a subordinate specifically to receive them. The location chosen was the Leaping Fish. This turnaround left the restaurant staff utterly bewildered. Just a few days ago, Mad Dog was bringing men to occupy seats and ruin the restaurant's business. But now, not only were they not causing trouble, they were actively showing their support, and they paid their bills promptly and without fuss. This change in attitude was just too fast. What on earth was he up to? I, however, had already guessed the reason. Benny Russo and his crew must have realized I'd scammed them for the loans. Fearing they wouldn't get their money back, they set their sights on the restaurant. The Leaping Fish was one of the most profitable restaurants in the area. It was a high-quality asset. Although Benny Russo also owned restaurants, their business was only average at best. Only his hot pot restaurant was booming, with revenue that even exceeded the Leaping Fish. But I knew that hot pot place was nothing more than a money-laundering tool for his illegal operations. Benny must have seen the potential of the Leaping Fish. He wanted to swallow it whole for himself. Once the restaurant became his property, it wouldn't just be a cash cow. It would be a perfect new channel for laundering money. Mad Dog's lackeys brought a dozen unfamiliar thugs to the Leaping Fish for dinner. This, of course, didn't escape Mitch's notice. Aside from the head chef, every server and security guard in the place was one of my people. When Mitch received the news, he immediately stepped aside to make a call. The information he got from the other end caused his face to gradually turn grim. After hanging up, he walked quickly to Lance's side and whispered a few words into his ear. Lance's gaze sharpened instantly, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. I noticed the shift in their demeanor and turned to ask, "What's going on?" Lance said in a deep voice, "Miss, people from Emerald City have arrived. Most likely, they're here to target you." At this point, a look of guilt crossed his face. "I'm sorry. We've dragged you into our mess." After hearing him out, my expression remained calm. A faint smile even played on my lips. "It's fine, since they're guests. Then we should naturally provide some proper hospitality." I turned to Mitch and said indifferently, "Mitch, tell the staff to send them some of our best liquor." "Yes, miss." Mitch nodded immediately, then turned to make the arrangements. Even though I had repeatedly emphasized breaking away from the Union Syndicate, Mitch and the others still insisted on calling me Miss. It wasn't just out of habit, it was genuine recognition from the bottom of their hearts. In fact, aside from Lance, even Mitch didn't know that I wasn't actually the Syndicate's real heiress. But his trust in Lance was absolute, and because of that, he had followed me to this backwater town without looking back. Actually, Mitch knew very well that once Patrick King, the third in command, took over, there would never be a place for the heiress. Breaking away was the smartest choice they could make. More importantly, Mitch also felt that this feeling of building something from the ground up was far better than returning to the syndicate and living that kind of predictable life. It was much more fulfilling. He had even started to fantasize about building an organization several times stronger, maybe even dozens of times stronger than the Union Syndicate. Then, he'd make Patrick King crawl and beg for mercy, making him regret ever stealing the Mrs. Throne. At that thought, Mitch felt a surge of motivation. The lights of the Leaping Fish in Fonte Creek were as bright as ever, but they couldn't hide Big Kane's internal conflict. He was stepping back into the restaurant that had once cost him his dignity. His heart was a mess of emotions. Last time, Darren West had been the host. This time, it was his turn to pick up the tab. Except he wasn't treating friends, but a group of thugs who had come all the way from Emerald City, the members of the Union Syndicate. Big Kane had learned his lesson. Today, he was extremely careful to suppress his usual arrogant attitude. On the surface, he looked completely respectful, but secretly, he was calculating his next move. He understood that until these people dealt with Vanessa's crew, he couldn't afford to be too loud. In the underworld, revenge is mandatory, but timing is everything. Ever since that beating at the Leaping Fish and the subsequent event at Caesar's KTV, Big Kane's reputation among his boys had taken a massive nosedive. The lackeys who used to follow him around for an easy life saw the writing on the wall and abandoned him one by one. They were just low-level thugs after all, talking about loyalty and respect while it was convenient. But when real trouble hit, they ran faster than anyone. Big Kane had once been the king of the Central High Street block. The days of being flanked by subordinates were gone, never to return. Now, he was barely maintaining his presence in the underworld. But Big Kane wasn't ready to exit the stage just yet. He didn't plan on leaving town, and he certainly didn't want to work a factory job. Since he had already offended Vanessa's crew, he figured he might as well throw in his lot with Benny Russo. Even if he lost his status as a boss, being a subordinate was better than having nothing at all. Unfortunately, his status was so low, it wasn't even worth mentioning. He could only get Benny Russo's enforcer, Mad Dog, to take him in. Mad Dog didn't take Big Kane seriously at all, but because of the boss's instructions, he reluctantly accepted him. Of course, that acceptance came with conditions. Mad Dog ordered him to do one thing: leak Vanessa's whereabouts to Scar and the others from the syndicate. Inside the private room, Scar sat arrogantly in the head seat. His lackeys surrounded him, chatting boisterously. After a shout for the order, the server brought out the dishes. The aroma was intoxicating. The scent of the griddled small fish instantly filled the entire room. Scar picked up a piece and took a bite. He nodded in satisfaction. This is actually good. This restaurant has some real skill. While the group was busy eating and drinking, the door to the room suddenly opened. A server walked in carrying 2 bottles of premium spirits. The moment Big Kane saw the alcohol, his face darkened. Oh! He stood up immediately. Who told you to bring that? My big bro doesn't drink. Take it away, now. The server explained hurriedly. This is on the house. The owner knew you big bosses were visiting, and sent over our finest spirits to show his respect. Scar's eyes lit up when he heard this. He waved his hand to cut Big Kane off. Since it's a gift, leave it. As soon as he spoke, the server carefully placed the bottles on the table and quickly exited the room. Big Kane looked conflicted. Bid bro Scar, didn't you say you don't drink? His eyes fixed on the bottles. He said casually, a little now and then won't hurt. His hand slowly reached for one of the bottles. He examined the label closely, a flash of pleasant surprise in his eyes. Scar was clearly impressed by the top-shelf liquor. This owner really knows how to treat people. Big Kane, is the owner of this place your brother? He's incredibly generous. Big Kane muttered to himself internally. Mad Dog's plan was working perfectly. The alcohol must have been sent by Mad Dog. After all, they had already seized the restaurant, but he forced a smile onto his face and played along. Yeah, the owner is my brother. He's admired you for a long time, and this liquor is just a small token of his esteem. Scar was even more pleased after hearing that. He patted Big Kane on the shoulder. All right, I appreciate the gesture. I'll make the call today. From now on, you're officially a member of the Union Syndicate. Big Kane's heart was in his throat, a mess of conflicting feelings. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but now Scar had officially pulled him into the syndicate. What a mess. He had already joined Mad Dog's crew. Wasn't he now essentially a double agent? Yet, his expression remained respectful and pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, big bro Scar. I'll work hard for you from now on." Internally, however, he was cursing Mad Dog. "You're trying to get me killed." Scar obviously didn't notice Big Kane's internal struggle. He was still immersed in the joy of the free alcohol. He called Big Kane over in a low voice. "Come here." Big Kane stood up immediately, leaning in close. "What do you need, big bro Scar?" Scar lowered his voice. "Your brother still has more of this, right? How about you pack 2 more bottles for me to take home?" Big Kane's heart skipped a beat. This liquor wasn't cheap at all. But he didn't dare refuse. He could only force a smile. "Big bro Scar, let me go ask." Not long after, Big Kane puffed out his chest as he returned to the room. A smug smile was on his face. "Big bro Scar, it's all taken care of." Scar's eyes lit up immediately. "Good, good. Big Kane, you're a real stand-up guy." Big Kane was secretly gloating to himself. He hadn't expected Mad Dog to be so generous either. He had only mentioned it briefly to the server, and they quickly confirmed the liquor was packed and ready. This made him feel even more certain that following Mad Dog was the right move. The man was incredibly generous, giving away bottles worth $10,000 just like that, and 4 of them at once, no less. Once he finished this job, following such a wealthy boss, he'd never have to worry about the good life again. His future looked brighter than ever. Scar gently twisted open a bottle of premium spirits. The aroma exploded instantly. He took a deep, intoxicated breath, squinting his eyes. Now, this is the good stuff. As soon as the words left his mouth, the lackeys around him swallowed hard, their eyes filled with longing. Though some wanted to remind Scar that they still had business to finish tonight, those words were eventually swallowed back down. After all, who wouldn't want a taste of such fine liquor? Bottle after bottle of the hard stuff went down, followed by 2 cases of beer. The room had turned into a complete drunken revelry. Big Kane sat to the side. Seeing Scar get more and more hyped as he drank, he tried to speak up and stop him several times. But every time he squeezed out a few words, Scar thought he was trying to offer a toast, and shoved a glass right in front of his face. "Drink up, another one." Big Kane had no choice but to take the glass and force it down, slamming the shot in one go. Scar's intoxication grew heavier, and he looked at Big Kane with increasing favor. He slapped Big Kane's shoulder and yelled boisterously, "Brother, you are a real one. The booze, the food, this brotherhood, it's perfect." He poured himself another glass, tilting his head back to drain it. The liquor ran down the corner of his mouth, but he didn't even bother to wipe it. Big Kane was being toasted into a dizzying stupor. The figures in front of him began to blur and overlap. He forced his eyes wide, trying to stay conscious, but his head felt like it was stuffed with cotton. A chaotic mess. Finally, seizing a gap while Scar was pouring more, he stammered out the question he'd been holding back. "Big bro Scar, when do we move? Those people aren't easy to deal with. You have to be careful." Scar waved a hand dismissively, his face full of disdain. "Nobody's. I'll handle them easily." He leaned in close to Big Kane, reeks of alcohol hitting him in the face. "Brother, do you know how I became Patrick's right-hand man?" Big Kane forced himself to focus and played along. "How?" Scar, stumbling drunk, struck a boastful pose. "Because I have a secret technique, catching blades barehanded. Once, some punk tried to gut me with a machete. I caught the blade with my bare hands. You have no idea, blood was everywhere. The guy was so terrified he knelt and begged me not to die." He pointed to the scar on his face, his tone dripping with pride. "This is a souvenir from that day. Kid, you remember this. The man who can kill me hasn't been born yet." Big Kane quickly chimed in, "Big bro Scar, you're a legend." After they'd had their fill, the group stumbled and swayed as they headed downstairs. They reached the first-floor lobby. The hall was empty. Not a single server was in sight. They didn't think much of it, assuming it was just late, and all the customers had left. Big Kane wobbled at the front of the group. He pulled open the front door to leave. But the moment the door opened, his expression changed instantly. He slammed the door shut and spun back around. Scar looked at him, confused. "What are you closing the door for?" Big Kane walked up to Scar, asking nervously, "Big bro Scar, I wanted to ask, that bare-handed blade-catching trick. Is it easy to learn?" Scar frowned. "What are you talking about?" The next second, the door was kicked open from the outside. A group of cold-faced youths flooded into the lobby. The gleaming machetes in their hands were blindingly sharp. Behind them followed a massive crowd of bleached-haired punks. There were so many that it made one's skin crawl. Leading them was a blond youth. He coldly scanned Scar's drunken entourage, finally fixing his gaze on Scar himself. A cold smirk curled on his lips. Scar, right? I heard you can catch a blade with your bare hands. Scar's intoxication vanished in a heartbeat. He dropped to his knees with a thud, pressing his palms together. Big bro, he said with a fawning smile. It's all a misunderstanding. A total misunderstanding. Big Kane's eyes nearly popped out of his head. So this was the legendary, bare-handed blade-catching technique. It was certainly a practice move. Not wanting to be left behind, he quickly dropped to his knees just like Scar. He pressed his palms together, praying silently in his heart. I hope this move actually works. Before Scar could even grasp the situation, he saw a cold-faced young man step out from the back of the crowd. His appearance made Scar snap into full alertness. Scar, long time no see. The cold youth spoke flatly. Scar recognized him. Lance, the Union Syndicate's next generation top enforcer. Scar shuffled forward on his knees toward Lance. Lance, he said, full of flattery. You remember me, right? Help me out here. We're on the same side. Lance coldly swept his gaze over the kneeling group. His voice was devoid of emotion. Scar, bringing so many people here. Were you looking for the miss? Scar's face paled, but he still answered through gritted teeth. Lance, the boss's orders. We have to bring the miss back. Lance, please, give me a hand. The boss has always thought highly of you. If you help me, a promotion and a raise are guaranteed. Lance's gaze grew even colder. Sorry. I've already broken away from the Union Syndicate. Scar's expression froze instantly. Lance. Leaving the syndicate without permission means facing family law. You'd better think this through. Lance sneered. Scar, you still haven't looked at the situation clearly, have you? As soon as he spoke, the crowd parted to form a path. Wearing a black dress, I walked in slowly. My aura was cold and powerful, making the air in the restaurant feel as if it had frozen. The lobby was filled with a dark mass of people. Every youth lowered their head in unison to greet me. Miss! The voices rose one after another, echoing like thunder. Scar's pupils contracted sharply. His face went from shock to pure terror, finally settling on an expression of utter disbelief. The miss? Scar's brain was racing. According to his intelligence, the miss was just an ordinary person, who had never even been part of the streets, at most bringing a dozen people along to cause trouble. But this dark, crowded scene before him, there were at least 100 men, and every single one was bowing respectfully. They didn't look coerced at all. Scar's heart felt as if it had been dropped into an ice cellar. He finally understood that the intel was horribly wrong. If I brought this many people back to Emerald City, what would happen to the Union Syndicate? What terrified him even more was that looking at the respectful attitudes of these people, they weren't being forced. They were following me with genuine sincerity. I was their center. This kind of cohesion, this kind of charisma, it made one shudder with fear. Is this the woman who carries the old boss's blood? This is terrifying. I walked up to Scar and his men. Just as I stopped, a lackey quickly brought over a chair, without even looking back. I sat down gracefully. I crossed my legs, calm but radiating a crushing pressure. I didn't waste time with useless talk. I just gave a slight wave of my hand. Several lackeys immediately stepped forward, grabbing Scar by the collar like a helpless chicken. They hoisted him off the ground and dragged him effortlessly toward the back kitchen. Scar's face was deathly pale. His lips trembled, and his eyes were wide with terror. Miss. Have mercy, miss. His cries gradually faded as they vanished into the kitchen. Everyone knew exactly what that kitchen was. It was a place where exquisite meals were made, but also where unnecessary problems were handled. In this world, a kitchen like that could easily make a living person disappear completely. Once the floor was hosed down, not even a trace would remain. At that thought, the Union Syndicate thugs began to shiver violently. A few were so paralyzed by fear that they actually wet themselves on the spot. Scar's agonizing scream rang out from the kitchen, sharp enough to slice through the air. Every syndicate member in the hall turned pale at the sound of that piercing cry, their hearts trembling with dread. The scream stopped abruptly. It was followed by the rhythmic thud of meat being chopped. The sound was clear enough to make their skin crawl. Involuntarily, their minds drifted too. The syndicate's former leader, Boss Miller. He was a legendary figure who had built his empire on pure intelligence and ruthlessness. He never showed mercy to his enemies. He either crippled them or buried them. Even years later, no one dared to challenge his status. And now, the girl before them, Vanessa Miller, was undoubtedly Boss Miller's daughter. In such a short time, she had recruited a massive following, using methods so cold and decisive. They made one's blood run cold. Miss, our loyalty to Boss Miller is absolute. We've all been waiting for you to return and take the throne. One of the thugs cried out hysterically. Yes, yes, miss. Who had hated that bastard Patrick King for a long time. If you let us go back, we'll hack that son of a bitch to pieces for you. The others hurriedly chimed in, desperate to save their own skins. My cold gaze swept over them, devoid of any emotion. My fingers drummed lightly on the armrest of the chair, creating a steady tap, tap, tap. Like the tolling of a death knell, it felt as if their throats were being gripped by that sound. Are you finished? I asked softly. My voice wasn't loud, but it sent a chill down their spines. Who's next? The moment I spoke, the sound of chopping in the kitchen became even louder. The syndicate thugs were scared out of their wits. They wept and kowtowed, begging for their lives. Miss, please have mercy. Miss, have mercy. Their desperate cries rose in waves, thick with hopelessness. As the crowd pleaded, one of the syndicate members suddenly snapped to his feet. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, but he steeled his heart. Summoning his courage, he roared, Stop begging. We all know why we're here. The miss is never going to let us go. We're dead either way, so we might as well go down fighting. Take one down with us, and we break even. Take two, and we're ahead. His shout echoed through the hall, sparking a wave of nervous agitation in the crowd. Seeing this, Lance immediately stepped to my side, alert and ready, prepared to protect me at a moment's notice. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, even a cornered rat will bite. Lance wasn't taking any chances. I, however, simply gave a slight wave of my hand, signaling for him not to worry. I arched an eyebrow and fixed my gaze on the young man standing up. They say a man's dignity is worth more than gold, I said indifferently. But since they're willing to kneel and beg, I suppose I can spare their lives. As soon as I said that, the thugs on the floor began to weep with joy. They kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. Just then, a chef with bloodstains on his apron walked out carrying a steaming clay pot of lamb stew. A few lackeys brought over a table and set the pot down in front of me. They had even thoughtfully prepared a set of bowls and chopsticks. I hadn't eaten dinner yet, and since I had already planned to interrogate the syndicate men at the restaurant, I decided to eat while I worked. The aroma of the lamb stew drifted through the air, but to the syndicate members kneeling on the floor, the scent wasn't appetizing at all. Instead, their stomachs churned in a violent knot, especially when I picked up a piece of meat and put it in my mouth. Their faces turned deathly pale. They looked like they were about to throw up. In their minds, a horrific thought had taken root. Was this pot of meat? Him? One of them couldn't stop himself from dry heaving. Mitch immediately glared at him, his eyes as fierce as a wild beast's. The miss is eating. If any of you pukes, you're going straight to the kitchen to be handled. Their expressions shifted instantly. They scrambled to cover their mouths. Big Kane, in particular, desperately forced the vomit back down. That had already reached the back of his throat. I dabbed the corner of my mouth with a napkin. I turned my attention back to the syndicate member who was still standing. I have to say, you definitely have more backbone than the rest of them. Hearing this, the young man dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. He pressed his palms together, his forehead touching the floor. He lay completely prostrate before me. Miss, have mercy. I didn't bother with him further. Instead, I signaled Mitch to begin the interrogation. Their psychological defenses had already crumbled. They told me everything, laying out the entire plan, including how they were going to kidnap me, and the details of how they'd make sure I never returned to Emerald City. Lance stood by, listening to their confession, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. Although he had already guessed Patrick King would target Vanessa, hearing the conspiracy from their own mouths still made his blood boil with rage. After the interrogation was over, Mitch gave a wave of his hand. A few lackeys handed several clean machetes back to the syndicate men. They were too terrified to take them. You're away from home. How can you not have blades for protection? Take them, Mitch said coldly. He then turned to the lackey filming the scene and added, make sure this part isn't in the recording. Get in here. The syndicate members took the machetes with trembling hands, their minds completely blank. Even with weapons in hand, they didn't dare make a move. After all, Scar had already been processed into chunks of meat in a pot. Their spirits had long since been broken. After dealing with the syndicate men, my gaze landed on Big Kane. This is our second meeting, isn't it? How do you think I should handle you? Big Kane heard this, and immediately kowtowed. Ms. Miller, please give me a chance, he said, shaking. Before, I didn't have a choice. But now, I want to turn over a new leaf. Big Kane was truly terrified. If he'd had any thoughts of revenge before, he didn't dare harbor even a shadow of them now. These guys actually aren't afraid to hurt people. Just thinking about the scene in the kitchen made his legs turn to jelly. I originally planned to deal with him along with the others. But on second thought, keeping him around might still be useful. I spoke coldly. First, pay for today's meal. Big Kane was stunned. The bill? He never expected that we'd be talking about money in a situation like this. I gave a light wave of my hand. As for me, I'm usually easy to talk to and I don't cheat people. Everything has a set price. You pay what you owe. Theodore Vance, tally it up for him. Yes, miss. Theodore immediately replied and pulled a calculator from the front desk. He tapped the keys skillfully. The steady click, click, click echoed through the hall. Every tap felt like a heavy hammer blow, striking Big Kane right in his heart. Big Kane's expression grew uglier by the second. He was all too familiar with this scene. Last time, he was at the Leaping Fish. He was billed in the exact same way, except that time, there was a sucker named Darren West to foot the bill for him. This time, there was no one to help. A few minutes later, Theodore stopped typing. A cold number appeared on the calculator, 482,030. Let's round it up to an even 500,000. Theodore looked up at Big Kane. His tone was casual. My math is flawless, right, Big Kane? Big Kane felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He nodded frantically. No mistake, but I really don't have that much money. Theodore stared at him coldly, his voice sinking deeper. No money? If you don't have it, find a way to get it. Go to whoever sent you here. If one person isn't enough, find two. If you still won't pay, then I'm sorry, but I'll have to send you to a cell for a while. As he spoke, he pulled a bar card from his pocket and waved it in front of Big Kane's eyes. Take a good look. I'm official. Big Kane was dumbfounded. Are lawyers these days really this hardcore? Big Kane asked cautiously. If I really can't pay, how long will I be locked up? I know the answer to this one. Mitch suddenly chimed in, looking smug. 3 years minimum, up to the death penalty. My brother Theodore's professor is the legendary law-breaking lunatic, John Doe. Now that's a man you don't cross. If a judge talks back, he'd sentence the judge to 2 years. Theodore shouted in exasperation, shut the hell up. Big Kane was just a junior high. Dropout thug. How could he know anything about legal procedures? Hearing Mitch talk like that, he broke into a cold sweat. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. These people were absolute devils. You can't afford a meal, and they start talking about the death penalty. Make the call, now. Mitch urged him impatiently. What? You want to go to the kitchen too? Big Kane didn't dare hesitate further. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed Mad Dog's number. Mad Dog, it's done. Get to the Leaping Fish fast. After hanging up, Big Kane's mind raced and he thought of Darren West. Good brothers should share the burden. Darren's family had money. He was the perfect person to bail him out. He immediately dialed Darren West. Brother, I've avenged you. Yeah, we've got her cornered. Right here at the Leaping Fish. On the other end, Darren West instantly performed a backflip out of bed. He scrambled to his feet, asking excitedly, Really? Are you sure? After hearing Big Kane's description, he still had some doubts in his heart. After all, Vanessa Miller's background was no simple thing. Could a lowlife like Big Kane really handle her? Soon, Big Kane sent over a few photo messages. The photos showed a dozen muscular arms, each with a striking tattoo denoting their affiliation. Darren looked at the photos. His doubts completely vanished. He knew the name of the Union Syndicate in Emerald City. No one dared to look down on that organization. So Big Kane had made a connection with the syndicate. No wonder he could take down Vanessa Miller. He jumped out of bed immediately. Without even putting on a jacket, he rushed toward the Leaping Fish. Meanwhile, Mad Dog was beyond thrilled when he got the call. He roared with laughter, telling the lackeys beside him, "That woman has finally fallen into my hands. I'm going to give her a proper lesson this time, and avenge getting my head smashed at the KTV." He clenched his fists, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. He could already see Vanessa Miller kneeling before him, begging for mercy. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the Leaping Fish, I was leisurely eating from the lamb pot. Lance and Mitch sat down beside me too, digging into the food with gusto. The aroma of the stew filled the air, but it only made the syndicate members and Big Kane feel an overwhelming sense of dread. I said casually, "Tell the kitchen to process the rest of the meat. Distribute it among everyone for a late-night snack." "Yes, miss." A lackey immediately headed to the kitchen to arrange it. Not long after, the rhythmic sound of chopping meat echoed from the kitchen again. Every thud felt like it was striking Big Kane's heart. His face grew paler and paler, and his stomach churned violently. He wanted to throw up, but didn't dare. Just as we were enjoying our meal, the door was suddenly pushed open. A man about 30 years old walked in. He looked refined and scholarly, holding a phone in his hand. It seemed he was here to eat. "Hello, are you still serving food?" "I'd like." Before the man could finish his sentence, he froze in his tracks, petrified by the scene in the hall. The sound of movement echoed. Over 100 young thugs turned their heads in unison. Their gazes, sharp as knives, landed on him. In the center of the hall, Lance, the others, and I were sitting and eating, radiating the unmistakable aura of powerful bosses. The entire scene rivaled a mob meeting from the movies. The man swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. "Wrong place. Is this really a restaurant? Why are there so many gangsters?" He was about to say he had the wrong place, but before he could speak, the door was slammed shut behind him. Mitch set down his bowl and coldly ordered his men, "Bring him over." A few lackeys stepped forward immediately, grabbing the man's arms without a word and forcing him down in front of me. "Miss, the target is here," the heavy-set Leo reported respectfully. The boss of this organization was actually this person right before his eyes. A girl wearing a black dress, looking cold, elegant, and striking. It was too shocking. A woman being the boss. It was extremely rare even in the TV shows and movies he'd seen, let alone in real life. The man's mind was a complete mess. Before he could recover from the shock, he heard me ask coldly, "Who sent you?" The man's lips trembled. He tried to speak, but he stuttered, unable to form a single complete sentence. I. Mitch slammed his hand on the table. The sound made the man's whole body shudder. "When I ask a question, stop mumbling. Or do you want me to cut your tongue out?" The man was so scared he nearly fell to his knees. His voice was tearful. "I really just came here to eat. I saw the lights were on and thought you were open. I had no idea you bosses were having a meeting in here." Mitch glared at him fiercely. "Who the hell are you trying to play? Couldn't you see the front door was closed? Spill the truth right now, or I'll make you regret it." "I'm telling the truth, brother." The man was so frantic he was on the verge of tears. "If I lie again..." I raised my hand to cut Mitch off. He's likely telling the truth. I had been observing the man this whole time. From his clothing to his reactions and his tone, he didn't look like a gangster at all. He wore black-rimmed glasses, a plain shirt, and jeans. The panic and fear in his eyes showed no sign of being faked. He looked just like an ordinary person. Most likely, he was just a customer who wandered in by mistake. But to be safe, I continued asking, "What's your name? Do you have anything to prove your identity?" The man scrambled to pull his wallet from his pocket. He fumbled through his ID and other documents. He handed them over with both hands. "My name is Andrew Young. I'm a Foggy Creek local. I just got back from the capital. I'm supposed to head back to my company tomorrow. I heard this place has great griddled fish, and saw the lights were on, so I came in. I really didn't mean to barge in." He spoke faster and faster, terrified of making me angry. Suddenly remembering something, he added, "I know the rules. I didn't see anything today. I swear, I saw absolutely nothing. Please, bosses, just let me go." He had also seen the dozen or so street thugs kneeling on the floor behind him. Trembling in fear, he suddenly understood what was happening. Wasn't this common in the movies? Underworld feuds. This was clearly a conflict between two rival gangs, and that group kneeling on the floor had obviously lost the fight. I glanced over the documents, then listened to Mitch's report. "Miss, I've checked everything. His ID and credentials are legit." I nodded. "Mm-hmm." "Let him go." Mitch immediately waved his hand for him to leave. The lackeys blocking the door quickly cleared a path. Andrew Young took back his ID. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," he said repeatedly. He walked through the crowd toward the door with extreme caution. The weight pressing on his heart was finally about to lift. However, just as he stepped one foot outside, a cold voice rang out behind him. "Wait." Andrew's heart sank instantly. His legs turned to jelly, and he nearly collapsed. He turned around, his voice shaking uncontrollably. "Please, show mercy. I swear I'll never say a word about this. Please let me go." I looked at Andrew Young. This man, who was more than a decade older than me, was terrified to this extent. I felt a bit helpless. I had just thought of a few questions I wanted to discuss with him. I hadn't expected to push him to the brink of a breakdown. "I'm not going to do anything to you. Stand up and talk." I softened my tone. Hearing this, Andrew pressed his hands against his shaking knees and tried his best to stand straight. But his body was still trembling, and his face was as pale as paper. I gestured for a lackey to bring him a chair. "Get him a chair." "Yes, miss." A lackey immediately brought a chair and placed it behind Andrew. Once Andrew sat down, his emotions stabilized slightly. Only then did I ask, "Mr. Young, I just want to ask a few questions." Andrew was still nervous. His voice trembled. Go ahead." I looked at him and asked directly, "You mentioned you work at Brighton Trade, overseeing their supermarket operations. Have you ever considered where you'd go if the company laid you off?" Andrew froze, his face full of confusion. "Lay me off? Why would?" I didn't answer. I said calmly, "Just answer the question first." Andrew swallowed hard. I haven't really thought about it yet." My gaze was sharp. "What are your salary expectations? Do you have the confidence to build a supermarket from the ground up?" Andrew was even more bewildered. He had no idea why she was asking this. It felt like a job interview. But he answered honestly, I suppose I could." I nodded. Then I asked, "Do you think someone like me is your ideal choice for a boss?" Andrew nodded frantically. Although it was partly against his will, there was some truth to it. "You're very impressive. I think you'd be a competent boss." Hearing this, my tone became blunt. "Since you think I'm competent, why not come work for me? I'll give you a vice president position and benefits." When Andrew heard this, he nearly fell off his chair. He never expected her to be so direct. She didn't sound like she was joking at all. "I'm sorry. I'm doing quite well at my current company. I don't have any plans to switch jobs right now." Andrew gritted his teeth and refused, his voice full of anxiety. "I wasn't in a hurry. Fine. Let me ask one more thing. If your company really does fire you, would you be willing to join us?" Andrew stammered. I said indifferently, "Think about it before you answer. I respect my employees' choices very much." While Andrew was still hesitating, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was the head of the company's HR department. An ominous feeling surged in his heart. "Hello? Director Joe." The voice on the other end was blunt. "Andrew Young, this is your formal notice. You've been laid off." Andrew was stunned. He almost dropped his phone. He looked up at me, and now it wasn't just fear in his heart, but pure shock. I had just mentioned a layoff, and then the call came immediately. What kind of godlike power was this? I looked at him and said directly to Theodore Vance, "Theodore, prepare an employment contract for Mr. Young. Position, Vice President." Theodore replied immediately, "Yes, miss." Andrew sat in the chair, his mind a complete blank. His world had been turned upside down in an instant. It was over. I had heard of Andrew Young before. In my past life, he was a veritable commercial legend. Starting from a retail company in the provincial capital, Andrew used his extraordinary ability to climb to the position of general manager. Later, he was headhunted by a major corporation to be their CEO. With a salary in the tens of millions, he became the absolute gold standard in the field of professional management, but his brilliant career wasn't always smooth sailing. In my past life, because the company was acquired, the new owners performed a personnel optimization. They laid off Andrew Young without a shred of mercy, even though Andrew was already a high-level executive at the rank of VP. He still couldn't escape his fate. I remember that Andrew hadn't taken the layoff rumors seriously back then. He thought his abilities were outstanding, and as a young and promising talent, the company wouldn't let him go easily. But reality dealt him a brutal blow. The layoff notice came completely out of the blue. It left him with absolutely no mental preparation. Later, Andrew Young wasted away for 6 months. Then he joined another retail corporation. He rose to the top again through his sheer ability. Recalling these past events, I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. I never would have expected that by a chance encounter in this small county town, I would run into such a commercial genius. And as luck would have it, he had just received a layoff notice. I laughed inwardly. With these two coincidences combined, it was simply a match made in heaven. I looked at Andrew Young once more, my gaze full of expectation. When the contract gets here, you can fill in the salary yourself. Just put down whatever amount you think is fair. We're a legitimate company. We have the utmost respect for our employees. We never make empty promises. Andrew was stunned. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Filling in his own salary? That sounded completely shady, didn't it? By the way, Mitch, is the company name decided yet? I turned to look at Mitch, who was busy gnawing on a piece of lamb. Mitch answered unclearly, still thinking about it. I'll get it registered as soon as possible. Andrew was stunned again. The company wasn't even registered? And she was telling him it was a legitimate company? Andrew, do you have any other questions? I looked at him again, my tone calm. Andrew hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, can I ask, do you want me to oversee the supermarket operations? I nodded, and answered confidently, that's right. I certainly have that intention. While the supermarket industry isn't a high-profit venture, it is a labor-intensive industry. It's perfect for putting my people to work. And if managed properly, supermarkets might just be able to resist the impact of online shopping in the future. Then, what is the supermarket called? Can I go take a look first? Andrew asked. I answered flatly, the supermarket hasn't opened yet. The name hasn't been decided either. You know Prosperity Supermarket in this county, right? Andrew nodded. I know it. After all, his hometown was here. There was no way he wouldn't know. Which supermarket was the biggest in the county? I want to renovate that supermarket and change the layout. Once you join, you'll start from there. I said very casually. Andrew had 10,000 questions in his mind. What did that mean? Was she planning to seize it? When he initially heard the company wasn't registered, and the supermarket wasn't even open yet, his heart had already sunk halfway. He never expected the real big move would be this. From the way she talked, she really treated that supermarket as something already in her pocket. Andrew knew Prosperity Supermarket's background all too well. It was the property of Foggy Crate's local king, Benny Russo. Trying to take this prime cut of meat from Benny Russo, besides seizing it by force, he really couldn't think of any other way she could get her hands on that supermarket. But then he thought, this isn't some game, is it? Countless questions instantly popped into Andrew's head. He even started calculating that. Once he got home, he had to convince his wife to grab the kids and run. He couldn't stay in Foggy Creek any longer. My plan ignited Mitch's excitement. Miss, are we opening a new branch and a new line of business? I nodded. Yes. Andrew is the head of this new business. Upon hearing this, Mitch walked directly up to Andrew. He looked him up and down. He clicked his tongue. Other than looking like a bit of a weakling who can't take a punch, and having a hairstyle that's way too outdated, he's actually quite the gentleman. Andrew was frantically roasting him in his head. Are you freaking kidding me? Where are your manners? Mitch grinned. But don't you worry, since you're the branch leader appointed by the miss. Just come to me if you ever run into trouble you can't handle. I'll make sure everything is taken care of for you. Andrew wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He forced out a smile. Okay, Mitch. Mitch looked at the subordinates around him. His voice dropped. Greet him already. The lackeys immediately bowed and shouted in unison. Big bro Andrew! Big bro Andrew! Andrew was startled by the repeated shouts of, Big bro Andrew. His face was pale, and he had no idea how to respond. He could clearly sense that. While the subordinates present were respectful on the surface, their eyes held a faint trace of indignation. Just then, the restaurant's main doors were suddenly pushed open. An incredibly arrogant thug entered with a few lackeys, strutting into the hall, but upon seeing the scene before them, they instantly dropped to their knees. Mad Dog knelt beside Big Cane. He cursed through gritted teeth. You motherfucker, you dared to set me up? You can forget about ever showing your face in Foggy Creek again. Big Cane felt aggrieved, but at this moment, he didn't care whether he could survive in Foggy Creek or not. His only concern was whether he could make it out of the restaurant alive. He gritted his teeth and shot back. Stop your bullshit. Wasn't it you? Who ordered me to contact those Union Syndicate guys? If you don't want to die, Hurry up and pay the bill. Mad Dog's eyes were practically spitting fire. You motherfucker. What are you two whispering about? Mitch walked over and kicked Mad Dog. Who the hell gave you permission to talk? Right after that, he called over a few lackeys. Rough him up for me. As soon as he said it, several lackeys rushed forward and held Mad Dog down. They expertly found an account book to place over his chest and prepared to strike. Just then, Theodore Vance returned. He held a contract in his hand, along with a piece of equipment that looked like a boxing chest protector. Mitch, wait a second. Theodore suddenly shouted. Mitch looked at him in confusion. Theodore, what's up? Theodore pointed at the account book. He said in a serious tone. That book is too thin. What if you actually break him? I just managed to get a chest protector. I modified it a bit. It's perfect for training purposes. The main thing is, it makes it hard to prove any injuries. A wave of shock surged through Mad Dog's heart. Are you freaking kidding me? You're being quite thoughtful. If I recall correctly, this motherfucker is supposed to be a lawyer, right? He's gone completely rogue. Mitch took the chest protector Theodore handed him. He squeezed it with his hand and gave it a tug. After checking the material, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Put it on him. The lackeys moved quickly and secured the chest protector onto Mad Dog. Once the protector was on, Mad Dog actually regained a bit of his nerve. His mouth remained as tough as ever. He looked up and grinned provocatively at Mitch. If you dare touch me. Before he could even finish the sentence, Mitch threw a direct punch. Ha! Mad Dog instinctively braced his chest and prepared to scream in pain. But when the punch actually landed, he froze. It didn't really hurt. His body only felt a slight ache and a dull pain. It was well within his tolerance level. This chest protector was actually pretty good. He suddenly felt like he had misjudged Theodore Vance. He even felt a trace of gratitude toward the lawyer. Mitch, however, furrowed his brow. He turned to Theodore. What's the deal? Why does it feel like it's not working? He explained calmly. This chest protector might be a bit too thick. It absorbed most of the power from your strikes. It looks like we'll need to have some custom ones made that are a bit thinner. While Mitch was still mulling that over, Lance stood up and walked over to him. Let me try. Lance's gaze was ice cold, and his fists tightened slightly. He had been suppressing a mountain of rage. Last time at the KTV, the miss had almost suffered at the hands of Mad Dog. He wasn't going to let this opportunity slip away. When Mad Dog saw Lance walking toward him, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he taunted him smugly. Hit me if you've got the balls. If I even make a sound, I'll call you sir. With the protection of the chest plate, he was full of confidence in his ability to take a hit. He felt that no matter how ruthless these people were, they wouldn't actually take the protector off. Going soft? Hit me. Hit me if you've got the balls. Lance didn't waste any breath. He channeled his entire body's strength into a single, sudden punch. That slammed right into the padding on Mad Dog's chest. Crack! The sound of the punch was like a thunderclap, vibrating through the entire hall and making it tremble. Mad Dog's taunt was cut short instantly. His entire body buckled like a bent bow. His face turned from red to purple, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Lance. His voice came out in ragged bursts. Are you even human, you fucker? He felt like his chest had just been rammed by a semi-truck. Even though the protector had absorbed some of the force, the remaining impact was enough to, almost, knock the breath out of him permanently. If it weren't for the lackeys holding him up, he probably would have been sent flying 30 feet. Lance didn't give him a chance to recover. He raised his hand again, preparing for a second strike. Seeing this, Mad Dog immediately raised his hands, his voice breaking into a tearful sob. Wait, sir, wait! Lance ignored him completely and slammed the second punch home, hard. Thud. The protector made a dull, heavy sound. Mad Dog felt his stomach cramp violently, and a powerful urge to vomit surged up from his throat. Mitch, moving with lightning reflexes, grabbed a steel basin and shoved it over Mad Dog's head. Mad Dog's vomit sprayed entirely into the basin, preventing it from getting all over the floor. Afterward, he collapsed onto the ground in a heap, curling into a ball. All that was left was the faint sound of his groaning. Everyone in the hall looked at Lance with a different expression now. He was a monster. To make someone puke their guts out in 2 hits through a chest protector, that explosive power was simply terrifying. Lance dropped a single sentence. Mitch, you need to lose weight. After saying that, he returned to my side, his expression indifferent. Mitch gave a sheepish grin and scratched his head. Then he squatted in front of Mad Dog, holding his nose and asking, "Willing to pay back the money now?" Mad Dog was limp, but his mouth was still stubborn. "I don't have it. I want to face the other side." When Big Cane heard this, he immediately grew frantic. He pointed at Mad Dog's nose and cursed, "Mad Dog, you're the one who told me to go to Emerald City and contact Scar from the Syndicate. Are you trying to play dumb now?" Mad Dog gritted his teeth and said, "Where's the evidence? If you're so tough, have Scar come and face me." "Where the hell is Scar anyway?" "In the pot." Mad Dog cursed in his head. "In the pot? What did that mean?" Mad Dog's face turned completely ashen. His voice trembling, he asked Big Cane, What's going on in the kitchen?" Big Cane let out a cold laugh. "Scar is in there." "What do you think they're doing? It's not like they're inviting you to dinner." After hearing that, Mad Dog almost vomited again. He scrambled to his knees and begged for mercy. "Sir, I was wrong. I'll pay the money." He originally thought his boss was ruthless enough, but he hadn't expected my side to be even more savage. Processing people like livestock, Mitch said to Theodore Vance, "Theodore, give him the bill." Theodore Vance nodded. He pulled the bill from his jacket and handed it to Mad Dog. Mad Dog took the bill. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the number still nearly made him faint. 500,000? 500,000 for one meal? This is shadier than a shark loan. "Why don't you just rob me?" Mad Dog blurted out. Mitch sneered. "Wrong. This is better than robbery. But I really don't have that much money." Mad Dog's voice was tearful. Mitch lowered his voice. "Give what you have. If you don't have enough, swap it for something else." Mad Dog's face went deathly pale. He shook his head frantically. "Impossible. The boss would kill me." Seeing this, Mitch waved his hand to signal his men, "Drag him to the kitchen." "You got it, Mitch." Several lackeys immediately grabbed Mad Dog, preparing to drag him away. Mad Dog panicked completely. His voice was full of desperate pleas. I'll talk. But you have to promise me one thing. You must not let my boss find out, and you have to guarantee my safety." At that point, I spoke up. My tone was calm. "Don't worry. I promise. I'll send you to a very safe place, a place where no one can touch you." Mad Dog finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had grabbed onto his last lifeline. He knew that the person who actually called the shots here was me. Since I had given him that guarantee, he had nothing left to fear. Then, I waved my hand, signaling for Mitch to take a few men and bring Mad Dog to a private room for interrogation. Just as the business with Mad Dog was settled, there was another knock at the main door. A tentative voice came from outside. "The King of Heaven covers the earthly tiger." I turned to look at Big Cane. Big Cane reacted immediately and shouted, "You're an idiot." When Darren West heard the countercode, instead of feeling relieved, he became even more alert. He felt a bad premonition in his heart. Something's wrong in there. Just as he prepared to turn and run, the door suddenly burst open. Several hands reached out and yanked him inside before he could say a word. "Get in here." After being dragged into the restaurant by several pairs of hands, Darren West was forced to kneel right next to Big Cane. His face was flushed with anger, and fire was practically spitting from his eyes. "Damn it, I'm not done with you." Big Cane just shrugged, looking completely indifferent. "Didn't you say good brothers should share the burden? I came to you, didn't I? And look at you, getting all upset." Darren West was so angry he was gritting his teeth. "You motherfuck." Big Cane cut him off. "Stop with the you. Can't you find a different word? Hurry up and cough up 280,000. Otherwise, none of us are walking out of this restaurant." Darren West ground his teeth together, his tone resolute. "No way. Even if you kill me this time, I'm not paying another cent." Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the direction of the kitchen. Several burly chefs and 7 or 8 punks walked out carrying steaming clay pots of lamb stew. The thick aroma of meat instantly filled the entire hall. At my command, the subordinates who were standing around all swarmed over. They began to feast greedily. Every single one of them was eating until their faces were slick with grease. Darren West swallowed hard. "What kind of meat is this?" he muttered. "It smells so good." Just as he said that, a sound of dry heaving came from beside him. He turned to see the syndicate members kneeling on the floor, their faces turning a sickly shade of green. All of them were clutching their mouths, looking as if they were in absolute agony. "What's wrong with them?" Darren asked, puzzled. Big Cane leaned in close to his ear and lowered his voice. They came with 15 guys, but now there are only 14. The leader, Scar, was in the kitchen. Actually, he just got served in those pots. Darren's face instantly went pale, his stomach churning violently. He barely managed to hold back from vomiting. In the end, Darren and Big Cane managed to scrape enough together with Mad Dog and the others. They finally raised the $500,000 to settle the bill. Then, Mitch held up a camera and shouted at the syndicate guys, "Come on, smile for the camera. Say cheese." A dozen men, clutching machetes, squeezed out a forced, agonizing smile. The image was captured. "All right, get in the cars," Mitch ordered his lackeys. They stuffed the Union Syndicate members and Mad Dog into several vans. Mad Dog was beyond anxious, his voice trembling as he asked, "Mitch, where are you taking us?" Mitch patted his shoulder and gave him a meaningful smile. "To a very safe place, obviously." Hearing that, Mad Dog breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't being beaten, it was fine. The vans soon pulled into the county precinct courtyard. When Mad Dog saw it was the police station, he was completely stunned. "I told you it was safe, didn't I?" Mitch said with a wide grin. Mad Dog's voice cracked. Thank you. And your whole family. It's safe, all right, but we're never getting out of here." As Mitch got out of the car, a well-built man led a group of officers over. "Chief Gary, I'll leave these guys to you," Mitch said, pulling a black USB drive from his pocket. "Oh, and there's this too." After handing over the drive, Mitch led his men away. Gary Reed returned to his office and plugged the USB into his computer. As the files opened, his expression grew increasingly solemn. He pressed the intercom button. "Zhang, take all those men into custody. Keep them under strict guard." He put down the phone and rubbed his temples. The evidence in the USB was incredibly thorough, from confessions to photos of the weapons, and even a detailed timeline of the crimes. It was all perfectly organized. These guys from Emerald City were looking at attempted kidnapping and murder. They'd be facing at least 3 to 5 years. Even though the case was essentially closed, there was no joy on Gary Reed's face. That girl, Vanessa Miller, was making her move. She was using her own methods to slowly eat away at Benny Russo's influence. Gary remembered when his mentor had come for an inspection. Before leaving, his mentor had said something meaningful. Foggy Creek needs to be truly safe. If Vanessa Miller and Benny Russo went to war at this critical moment, Gary didn't dare to think about the consequences. Maybe it really was time to have a talk with that girl. My plan was simple. Send one group away, while letting another group go. Mad Dog and those syndicate members naturally couldn't escape being sent to jail. With the evidence and confessions in hand, even if it was just attempted, they were facing at least 5 years. However, I had specifically kept Scar and Big Cane out of it. I had my own plans. I'd pull an infernal affairs move and plant an undercover agent in the syndicate. Though Scar's ability was average, he was one of Patrick King's inner circle. He had been with him since the beginning. When Patrick King successfully took over, Scar hadn't become a branch leader, but he was still one of his trusted lieutenants. Therefore, I couldn't send this man to jail just yet. As for Big Cane, the kid had completely screwed over Mad Dog. He definitely couldn't stay in the underworld here. If he didn't want to be killed by Benny Russo's crew, or end up in a cell, he had no choice but to follow my orders. Later, Big Cane, having survived the ordeal, saw Scar standing before him completely unharmed. He was stunned. He couldn't help but reach out and feel Scar, trying to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. Scar frowned. "What are you touching me for?" Big Cane replied with a serious face. "Big bro Scar, I just wanted to see if you were missing any parts." After confirming Scar was still in one piece, Big Cane asked curiously, "Big bro Scar, when they took you to the kitchen, what exactly did they do to you?" Scar shivered at the memory. Thinking back to the scene in the kitchen, those thugs had stripped off his shirt and shoes, used tweezers to pull out his armpit hair, and used feathers to tickle the soles of his feet. If it hadn't been for his incredible willpower, he might have cracked. But there was no way he was telling an outsider that. He had to embellish it a bit, to show off his resilience and masculinity. "They interrogated me with the most brutal torture known to man. They tried to break me and force me to betray the boss, but I gritted my teeth and didn't tell them a single thing. In the underworld, I live by the code of loyalty. Never mind torture. Even if they killed me, I would never betray my brothers or my big bro." Big Cane was filled with awe. Big bro Scar, you're truly my hero. Scar looked humble. It was nothing. By the way, where did the rest of my brothers go? Big Kane pointed at several vans. They were all sent away. They went toward the river. I'm afraid we'll never see them again. In reality, Foggy Creek is surrounded by water, so any direction looked like going to the river. Scar's face instantly went pale. Damn it, let's get out of here fast. Not long after, Mitch came rushing back into the room. He looked quite smug. Miss, it's all handled. I guarantee you won't be seeing them again. I nodded, and turned my gaze to the side, toward a nearly catatonic Andrew Young. Throughout the process of handling the thugs, Andrew had been like a ghost, watching everything from the sidelines. He had watched as these gangsters were forced to cough up $500,000 for their lives, and in the end, only 3 of them survived. As for the others, he didn't dare to think about it, especially Mitch's guarantee you won't see them again, which sent a chill to the core of Andrew's heart. These people were absolutely savage, and he had somehow ended up on their boat. While Andrew was racking his brain for a way to escape, Mitch suddenly pulled out 2 rolled-up banners from his bag. He said excitedly, Miss, I've drafted some rules for our future company. I've got them printed out now. Help me look them over, will ya? The banners each had a slogan printed on them. Any person who betrays the Brotherhood shall face 3 knives and 6 holes. Cautious and meticulous, bold and legally literate. Knowledge paired with action. I was stunned, putting the first few slogans aside. That last one, I couldn't help but feel my intent had been completely misinterpreted. Yet, I couldn't find a single thing wrong with it. Theodore Vance's eyes lit up beside me. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. Mitch, this is excellent. It seems you've truly captured the essence of my teachings. Mitch gave a smug grin. It's all thanks to your guidance, Theodore. No, you're too kind. It's Mitch's superior intellect at work. Not at all, not at all. It's because Theodore is such a good teacher that I was able to learn so quickly. You're far too humble. The 2 of them went back and forth, their mutual flattery growing more intense by the second. Theodore seized the opportunity to make a request, his eyes gleaming. Mitch, I have one small favor to ask. In the future, could you have the brothers stop calling me bros or teacher? Just call me senior counsel. To be a respected senior counsel was his lifelong dream. Not just an ordinary lawyer, but a senior counsel. Though it was only a few words difference, the prestige was worlds apart. Mitch waved his hand, agreeing without hesitation. That's easy. Sure thing, senior counsel, Theodore. Ah, that feels right. Theodore beamed. Then from now on, you have to call me the universe's second baddest man. I ignored these 2 clowns and turned to the still anxious Andrew Young. Andrew, the contract is here. Once you sign it, you're officially one of us. Hearing my words, Theodore immediately stopped his bragging and handed the contract to Andrew. Andrew's hands shook as he took the document. He didn't even dare to read the contents, simply filling in his personal information and signing his name stroke by stroke. It felt as if he were signing his own death warrant. After seeing Andrew sign, I gave him a gentle reminder. Regarding your salary and benefits, fill in a number. Any amount is fine, as long as you feel you're worth it. Andrew hesitated for a moment, then cautiously wrote 8,000s in the salary column. When the contract was handed back to me, I looked at the figure and frowned noticeably. Andrew thought he had asked for too much, and quickly spoke up. I filled it out wrong. Actually, it doesn't need to be that much. 5,000 is fine. His monthly salary at his previous company was $18,000. With bonuses and incentives, his annual income exceeded $300,000. A salary like that made him a high-income professional in this era, but now he had cut his own pay by $10,000. For fear the new boss would think he was greedy and arrange for him to be handled. At first, he really had considered taking his wife and child and skipping town, but after seeing how I handled those thugs, especially the banner Mitch brought out, any person who betrays the Brotherhood shall face 3 knives and 6 holes, that thought was instantly extinguished. If he were alone, it would be one thing, but he had a family and a child. He didn't dare try to hide. Hearing Andrew's words, I actually tore the contract up on the spot. Andrew was terrified. He stammered, "It doesn't have to be 5,000, 3,000, 3,000, or even no money at all is fine. Miss, please, give me a chance." Instead, I told Theodore to bring out a spare contract. I had to admit, having a lawyer as an assistant made things easy. He had prepared several copies. After I got the new contract, I directly wrote 20,000 in the salary box. Then I handed it back to Andrew. Is this amount acceptable? Andrew was stunned. He had prepared himself for the worst-case scenario, thinking he might be oppressed or kicked out. However, the number on the new contract exceeded his wildest imagination. This massive psychological shift caused his opinion of me to skyrocket. He even had the ridiculous thought that working for me might not be such a bad idea after all. I said softly, if there's no problem, then sign it. Andrew signed his name with a trembling hand. From this moment on, he was officially a member of this syndicate. After he signed, I began introducing the members in the room to Andrew. First was myself, Vanessa Miller, the leader of the group. Everyone calls me the Miss. I was now Andrew's new boss. In this organization, the Miss's word was law. Everyone had to obey unconditionally. The number 2 figure was standing by my side, the calm, bodyguard-like youth, Lance. The number 3 figure was the heavy-set Mitch, lively in personality, but ruthless in his methods. The number 4 figure was the bespectacled lawyer, Theodore Vance. His title had officially been upgraded to senior counsel. As for Andrew Young himself, he was the newly appointed number 5 figure. He was also the highest-paid person among everyone present. But he knew he didn't have any prestige yet. If he wanted everyone's respect, he had to prove his worth. The remaining 100-plus people were the core members of the group. Once the introductions were over, Andrew was finally allowed to leave. He walked out of the restaurant, his mind completely dazed. He didn't even know how he made it home. His head was a muddled mess, or rather, it all felt too surreal. He had originally returned from the state capital, only to scout the surrounding counties, for locations for his company's supermarket chain, and to visit his family. He never expected that because of a sudden craving for fish, he would, inexplicably, become a part of a criminal syndicate. When he got home, his daughter was already asleep. His wife Sarah was wearing a pale pink nightgown, bending over to mop the living room floor. Hearing the door open, she straightened up, a gentle smile on her face. "You're back? Did you get to eat at that griddled fish place?" Andrew tried his best to keep his expression natural. He lifted the takeout container of griddled fish. "I did. I even brought a portion back for you." Sarah took the container and began eating with gusto. "This place really does have the most authentic griddled fish." Andrew watched his wife finish eating in silence. He said, "You should head to bed. I'll clean up the rest. I have some work to take care of." "In a bit," Sarah nodded. Before leaving, she didn't forget to give him a kiss on the cheek. "Don't stay up too late, okay?" Once the bedroom door closed, Andrew finally breathed a sigh of relief. Andrew hurried into the study and opened his laptop, but he didn't do any work. Instead, he began searching for insurance information, like which policy had the highest payout, and which was the most reliable and prompt. As a highly educated man, he knew exactly how the life of a gangster ended. If he were lucky, he might end up in a courtroom, where the boys in blue would tell him without mercy what it meant to have dozens of pages of confessions, with his name on every line. If he were unlucky, he might end up as a corpse in the street. He felt the latter was more likely. After all, Vanessa Miller had already said it. Her first target was the local bully, and the supermarket owned by Benny Russo. Benny Russo had run rampant in Foggy Creek for years without ever getting caught. Whether it was his connections or his methods, all proved that this person was very difficult to deal with, extremely vicious. There were even rumors that he had blood on his hands. Andrew Young gritted his teeth. Only one thought remained in his mind. If Benny Russo ever sent someone to stab him, he had to leave a safety net for his wife and daughter. Andrew barely slept all night, tossing and turning in bed. He didn't manage to drift off until 4 or 5 in the morning. However, when he woke up again, it was already close to noon. Out of habit, he reached for his phone to check the time. Upon seeing the digits on the screen, he leaped out of bed. But a second later, he froze. He had been laid off. He didn't have to rush back to the capital anymore. This sense of relief was mixed with an indescribable bitterness. Without a job, his life seemed to have lost its direction. What felt even stranger was that Sarah hadn't woken him up. Usually at this hour, she would have been nagging him to pack his bags. Andrew rubbed his throbbing temples. Wearing his wrinkled pajamas, he dragged his weary feet out of the bedroom. Just as he stepped out of the room, the rich aroma of food hit his nose, making his stomach growl. He instinctively called out toward the kitchen, "Honey, What are you making? It smells great. As soon as he finished speaking, his voice stopped abruptly. His footsteps froze on the spot. On the living room sofa sat a girl wearing a simple white lace dress. She had a gentle, refined aura. The big boss, Andrew's wife Sarah, was holding a freshly cooked dish. She poked her head out of the kitchen, her tone carrying a hint of playful reproach. Honey, seriously, how could you let your boss wait for so long? She placed the dish on the dining table. Wiping her hands on her apron, she continued, And, you changed jobs? Why didn't you tell me? Andrew was stunned. He replied stiffly, I was going to tell you today. Sarah smiled. Your boss is so kind. She told me not to wake you. And she said, you don't have to work out of town anymore. Is that true? Andrew nodded stiffly. Since he'd been laid off, he naturally didn't have to travel anymore. Besides, Vanessa Miller's plan was to develop in Foggy Creek. He really could stay home from now on. Sarah was clearly even happier after getting confirmation. After all, no woman wants to raise a child alone at home. To be a left-behind wife. This morning, after dropping their daughter off at daycare, she saw a beautiful, unfamiliar girl. Paying a visit, a sense of vigilance instinctively rose in her heart. Not until the girl explained her purpose did her guard gradually lower. However, she still felt a bit of resentment. Her husband had changed jobs without a word, and the new boss was young and beautiful. What woman wouldn't have second thoughts? As they talked, my conversation and demeanor made Sarah gradually lower her defenses. I spoke gently, with a sincere look in my eyes. Without realizing it, she had taken a liking to me. They chatted so well that they started calling each other sisters. Sarah had even, specifically, prepared a feast to entertain me. As she set the table, she smiled and said to Andrew, Go wash up quickly. Lunch is almost ready. I gave Andrew a simple greeting. Then the enthusiastic Sarah pulled me to the dining table. Even though this was Andrew's home, he was clearly much more ill at ease than I was. Boss, please sit. Andrew's tone was full of tension. After the three of them sat down, the atmosphere at the table gradually livened up. Sarah and I were chatting up a storm. From family trivia to recent TV shows, we talked about everything. Andrew, however, was like an outsider forgotten in a corner. He kept his head down, focused on his rice. He would occasionally look up at the two of us, but he could never find an opening to join the conversation. A faint sense of unease still lingered in his heart. After the meal, Sarah poured me a cup of hot tea. Then she prepared to head out. You two talk business. I happened to need to run some errands. Once Sarah left, the atmosphere in the living room became subtle. Andrew sat on the sofa, so nervous he didn't know what to do with his hands. He hadn't expected me to show up at his front door. Was this a warning not to think about running away? I seemed to read Andrew's mind. I took a light sip of tea. Getting straight to the point, I said, Andrew, I'm here today, simply to discuss the development of the supermarket. I want to hear your thoughts. I don't know as much about retail as you do, but I hope you can be honest with me. Of course, I'll set an example first. Saying that, I pulled an agreement from my bag. I pushed it gently toward Andrew. Andrew looked down at the document. His heart began to race. It was a special incentive agreement. Roughly speaking, he would receive dividend rights every year, and after reaching a certain tenure and performance goals, he would gain equity in the supermarket business. He would become a true shareholder. Andrew's hands trembled slightly. Though his former company paid him well, starting his own business was still a daunting task. If he signed this, everything would be completely different. He wouldn't just be an employee anymore. It was the equivalent of building his own enterprise. My voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. I know you probably have many questions, like how we've never met before, yet I've chosen you and entrusted you with such a critical role, and how, despite having nothing now, I plan to take over Prosperity Supermarket. I don't like to explain things. I'll only let you see results, because nothing is more persuasive than a result. The most important thing is that I believe in you. It's that simple. A few simple words. Crisp and direct. No fluff. I didn't paint pretty pictures, nor did I give a long speech. Instead, it made Andrew's heart skip a beat. I continued, my stance remains the same. The company I'm starting is a legitimate one, and our development won't be limited to just this county. I think you should consider buying a house in Emerald City in the future, or rent one first, and send Sarah and your daughter over there. What do you say? I'll have someone arrange everything for you. My sincerity and poise made the tension in Andrew's heart gradually dissipate. He didn't hesitate any longer. Andrew picked up the pen and took a deep breath. He signed his name on the agreement. From this moment on, he was truly a member of my team. Perhaps my sincerity had moved him, as the tension in his heart slowly faded away. Plus, the thought that the supermarket would partially be his naturally changed his perspective. If they really could grow the scale of the supermarket, his shares would be worth no small amount. Andrew Young took a deep breath, summoning his courage. He looked me straight in the eye. "Miss, I need $10 million. He was certainly going for shock value. Andrew's so-called honesty was a direct demand for an astronomical figure. He opened his mouth and asked for $10 million. Not only was I not intimidated, but the corners of my lips curled up slightly into a faint, knowing smile. "Tell me, why do you need so much money?" Andrew felt a wave of relief, knowing his gamble had paid off. Since I was being so sincere, he decided to stop holding back. "Since you're being so open, miss, it would be rude of me to keep hiding things." He organized his thoughts for a moment and began to explain in detail. "To be honest, the reason I came back this time was mainly to research the retail market in Emerald City and its surrounding counties and towns." At this point, Andrew paused for a second and then continued. "Our Prosperity supermarket, while its profits are decent, is facing a situation where all the major brands are moving into local markets. In the past, those large-scale retail chains, including my previous company, all started their development in second-tier cities. If the market hadn't changed much, maintaining profitability wouldn't be hard. But now, things are developing rapidly, and competition is getting fiercer. Moving into smaller markets is a necessity for every retailer." Andrew's tone gradually became serious, and his gaze grew even more determined. "I've surveyed Emerald City's 3 counties and 4 districts. Let's set the 4 districts aside for now. My main targets are the 3 counties, as well as a town on the border of Fonte Creek and Emerald City's C District. While the 3 counties already have large supermarkets, the market isn't completely saturated yet, especially Inkwater Town. It doesn't even have a single large-scale retailer. This is our opportunity." Andrew might look refined and scholarly, but when discussing his area of expertise, his entire aura completely shifted. He became confident and decisive. For the next 10 minutes, Andrew detailed his research findings, including population density in various areas, consumption levels, competitor status, and so on. His data was thorough and his logic clear, carrying a persuasive, almost aggressive weight. Finally, he concluded solemnly, "Miss, time waits for no one. I suggest we immediately establish a chain of supermarkets. Since we've already taken Fonte Creek, we can put Prosperity Supermarket on the back burner for now. As for those 2 counties and 1 town, I believe we can open 3 chain supermarkets simultaneously. I've roughly estimated the capital required. It would be around $8 to $10 million. As for the supply chain and inventory, I can use my personal connections to negotiate a 60-day payment cycle." After Andrew finished, he looked at me expectantly, though he felt quite nervous inside. He had no idea what my financial standing was. Currently, he only knew that the booming restaurant in town, the Leaping Fish, was my property. Aside from that, he knew nothing about my background. I listened intently to Andrew's report, my appreciation for him growing. I had felt I'd found a treasure before, but now I was certain. Andrew's research was not only professional, but comprehensive. Even the potential of Inkwater Town aligned perfectly with what I knew from my past life. Inkwater Town did indeed develop very quickly later on. Not only did it attract consumer traffic from surrounding towns, but the establishment of an industrial park brought massive population growth. Eventually, it was even incorporated into Emerald City, splitting off from Foggy Creek. In my past life, there were 5 major supermarkets in Inkwater Town alone, and competition was even fiercer than in the city center. But right now, Inkwater Town doesn't even have a single large supermarket. This was indeed a golden opportunity. I nodded gently. "Why are you so optimistic about Inkwater Town? There are many other towns in the various counties after all." Andrew's finger slid across the table, as if he were tracing a map of its location. "There are several towns around Inkwater Town, but only Inkwater Town is the gathering point for the most people on market days. Even people from neighboring towns go to Inkwater Town for the market. It has a natural, massive traffic flow. Plus, I saw a government announcement about building an industrial park there. Inkwater Town, as the sole commercial hub, has immense potential." He looked up at me, his tone certain. If we can seize the initiative, I guarantee that the revenue from an Inkwater Town supermarket won't be lower than those in other counties. Most importantly, the costs are much lower. I was even more satisfied after hearing that. Andrew didn't just have business vision. He was brave enough to be the first to try opening a large-scale supermarket in an ordinary town. This kind of boldness and judgment was exactly what I needed. My gaze was soft, yet carried a hint of rational calm. Since I've entrusted the supermarkets to you, then you have the final say. If you need anything, tell me directly. However, I don't have the 10 million you're asking for right now. When Andrew heard the first half of the sentence, he felt a surge of excitement. But upon hearing the second half, his expression crumpled again. Without funding, even the best plan couldn't be implemented. Prosperity Supermarket was profitable, but it wasn't in our hands yet, and wanting to expand directly into other counties and towns. Capital was a problem that couldn't be ignored. He couldn't help but ask, "Miss, then, are we stuck doing things step by step and developing slowly?" I didn't answer directly, but instead asked, under normal circumstances, how long would it take for all the sites to be chosen, renovated, and ready for a grand opening? Andrew was taken aback. He thought for a moment and replied, about 2 or 3 months. But without money, all of this, I cut him off. I don't have 10 million at the moment, but can we buy things on credit? Settle the accounts after the work is finished? Andrew was stunned by the audacity of the idea. But then Andrew reconsidered. Indeed, there was no rule stating that these costs had to be paid in full up front. Isn't it standard for renovation projects to pay a deposit and only settle the balance after a successful inspection? As for the supply chain, he also felt confident about stocking first and paying later. It seemed doable. After a brief discussion, I made the call on the spot. Good. It's settled then. Start selecting the sites and beginning renovations immediately. Don't worry about the funding. I will arrange it. Andrew nodded and immediately agreed, yes, miss. I'll get on it right away. Despite his prompt verbal agreement, Andrew was still feeling a bit anxious. After all, the plan sounded incredibly bold, having nothing but opening several chain supermarkets simultaneously. This was rare, even on a national level. If the renovations were finished, and the miss suddenly couldn't produce the money, wouldn't he be the one left holding the bag? However, despite his anxiety, he didn't dare say it out loud. For now, he could only choose to trust me. Once our discussion was winding down, Sarah returned with some household supplies. I stood up, said goodbye to Sarah, and took my leave. Sarah couldn't wait to ask her husband, how did the talk go? Spotting the agreement on the coffee table, she picked it up and scanned through it. Her eyes widened instantly. They're really giving you this much? Your boss is incredibly generous. Honey, you definitely made the right choice switching jobs. You were at your old company for so long, and they never gave you equity. You have to work hard for her. Andrew's heart was in a state of turmoil. Although he had agreed to join the team, he still harbored doubts about my background. Plus, there wasn't even a trace of a supermarket yet. Everything was still shrouded in uncertainty. Finally, he looked at Sarah seriously and said, "Honey, let's move." Over a week later, Mitch returned from Emerald City. He was carrying an envelope, looking quite smug. "Miss, it's done. The registration papers and other certificates are all right here." Our company was now officially registered. We had chosen Emerald City as the registration site. After all, I would be heading there for university after the summer. Though we had assets before, we had never registered a formal company. Even the Leaping Fish was only registered as a sole proprietorship. This registration marked an official and vital step forward. The company name was finalized as the Grand Apex Alliance. The full name was Grand Apex Alliance, LLC. I took the envelope, and after seeing the name, I looked straight at it gloating. "Mitch, I thought we were starting a real company. Could you at least try to be professional? This name sounds like some kind of crime syndicate. Even the full name doesn't sound right. Grand Apex Alliance, LLC. This was Mitch's idea of how to run a legitimate company. I suddenly felt like reaching into Mitch's head and sending his brain back to the drawing board. Just then, Chloe spoke up. "Vanessa, I actually think the name is quite good." Her tone held a touch of confidence. "You see, grand doesn't just mean big. It aligns with the philosophical idea that greatness begins from one. It suggests a destiny of creation and change, encompassing a vision that can hold 100 rivers. As for Apex, Ordinary people see it as a symbol of power, representing prestige, but it can also represent strength and wisdom, symbolizing the company's leading position in terms of status and power within the industry. And alliance? That means a gathering and a mobilization, like bringing together elites from all walks of life to build a glorious future together. It shows that Grand Apex is not just strong on its own, but can attract outstanding talent and partners to forge a new path together. In short, I think the name is incredibly memorable. It commands respect, yet leaves plenty of room for growth. At its peak, it can dominate the landscape, and in retreat, it can be a pillar of strength. Mitch's eyes were wide with awe as he listened. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Didn't I tell you Chloe was a top-tier student? That explanation is spot on. He had originally just thought the name sounded badass. He hadn't realized it had such profound meaning. He suddenly felt like he really was a genius. After hearing Chloe's analysis, I actually felt the name Grand Apex Alliance wasn't too bad. But I couldn't help but feel like Chloe was a bit of a stranger now. She used to be so different, quiet and introverted. Although her personality seemed much more outgoing now, for some reason, I found her a bit odd. I'd even go so far as to say, it felt like she was putting on a performance. But I didn't dwell on it. I nodded. Fine, that's the name then. Just then, my phone vibrated. I glanced at the screen, my brow furrowing slightly. The notification showed that Mad Dog had been bailed out. Someone had paid a hefty sum to get him released. I was both surprised and not surprised. After all, Benny Russo had been rooted in Foggy Creek for years. Bailing out a lackey was no trouble for him, especially a lackey who knew so many of his secrets. If he didn't get him out, there was no telling what explosive information might leak. I felt a surge of internal caution. Mad Dog's release meant that the days ahead probably wouldn't be so peaceful anymore. Inside a certain VIP lounge at the nightclub, Benny Russo was holding a golf club, swinging it around with focused practice. His movements seemed leisurely, but a middle-aged man was sprawled on the floor, his face battered and bruised. He was covered in blood, his whole body shivering. Benny swung the club, and the white golf ball grazed the man's mouth as it flew past. It missed the target, unfortunately. Benny slapped his head in annoyance. He then gripped the golf club and swung it several times, hard. The man let out a piercing scream of agony. Who the fuck told you to move? That was such a perfect shot. And I almost made it. Boss Benny, I was wrong. I'm so sorry. Please, have mercy on me. Just give me a little more time. I'll definitely pay the money back. The man was trembling all over, pleading desperately. Benny crouched down, staring at him coldly. A week ago, I already gave you an extension. What? You borrowed $200K, and now you think $400K is too much to pay back? And you're asking me for another extension? Didn't you go to school? Don't you know that time is money? Boss Benny, I'll work as hard as I can to pay you back. Benny let out a cold laugh. He stood up and swung the club, landing several more brutal blows. Work hard? With that pathetic salary of yours, you wouldn't be able to pay me back in your next life. He paused for a moment, a mocking tone entering his voice. Tell you what, don't say I never gave you a chance. Your wife is still quite a looker. Have her come work at the nightclub as a hostess to cover the interest. Then I'll give you one more week to find the $400K. How's that sound? The man's face turned deathly pale, his voice shaking. Boss Benny, no, not my wife. Before he could finish, Benny raised the club and slammed it down repeatedly. The man screamed again. I'm not fucking negotiating with you. I'm giving you an order. Tomorrow, if I don't see your wife at the nightclub, paying off your debt, I'll put your whole family in a box. After his brutal threat, Benny waved a hand. He said to the lackeys nearby, throw him out. Yes, boss. The lackeys immediately dragged the man out of the room. Once the debtor was dealt with, Benny sat back on the sofa. He picked up a towel from the table and wiped the sweat from his brow, then tossed it aside. Then his gaze shifted to the side, where a sweating Mad Dog stood with his head down. What did the cops ask you back there? Benny's tone was devoid of emotion, yet it made Mad Dog feel as if he had been plunged into ice water. Mad Dog's body shook violently. He dropped to his knees before Benny Russo with a thud. His voice was filled with panic. Boss. I didn't say anything. I swear I didn't say a word. Benny Russo narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Mad Dog's face like a knife. He'd been in Foggy Creek long enough. to know everyone's connections, so he naturally knew Mad Dog wasn't lying about keeping quiet. It's good to keep your mouth shut when you're out, that's right. Mad Dog, you've been with me for a few years now, right? Mad Dog quickly looked up, his voice eager. Boss, I've been following you since 4 years ago. I've always been completely loyal to you. Benny Russo leaned back on the sofa, staring coldly at Mad Dog. 4 years, dog. Time really does fly. In these 4 years, I haven't treated you badly, have I? Mad Dog nodded repeatedly. Boss has been more than generous. I'll always remember that. Benny Russo nodded, his tone suddenly shifting. Tell you what, I'll give you a chance. You have 1 week. I want that group of people to vanish from this territory. And those loans, get them back for me. No problems, right? Mad Dog's face turned deathly pale instantly. His lips quivered a few times. Benny Russo's eyes turned freezing cold. What? You can't do it? Mad Dog's entire body shuddered. He waved his hands frantically. I can. Boss, I'll definitely get it done. At that moment, Mad Dog was crying internally. He even felt that it would have been better to stay locked up in a cell, although he hadn't confessed any dirt to the cops. Back then, in front of that group of people, he had definitely spilled quite a lot. No one could have endured that scene. Seeing Mad Dog agree, Benny Russo's expression softened slightly. He turned to look at a massive giant standing perfectly straight behind him. This giant was at least 6'6", with a shaved head, and a hideous scar across his scalp. Though he wore sunglasses, his presence was incredibly oppressive. His name was Grizzly, Benny Russo's most loyal and powerful enforcer. Grizzly, you stay with Mad Dog for a while, Benny Russo ordered. However, Grizzly gave no reaction. Standing there like a statue, he didn't move a muscle. Benny Russo frowned. He raised his voice, but Grizzly still didn't respond. Just as Benny was about to shout again, a series of loud, heavy snores erupted in the lounge. Mad Dog quickly stood up, approaching Grizzly with extreme caution. Even though he was nearly 6 feet tall, he still had to look way up at Grizzly. He reached out and gently shook Grizzly's arm, his movements very careful. Big bro Grizzly, boss is calling you. After several shakes, Grizzly finally opened his eyes slowly. He let out a yawn, his voice deep and gravelly. Benny Russo felt like he was losing all his dignity. He sighed helplessly. Grizzly, never mind. Mad Dog, you head out first. Mad Dog was just about to get up and leave, but Grizzly misheard the instruction. He grabbed Mad Dog with one hand and tossed him out of the lounge as Mad Dog's face filled with terror. There was a muffled thud. Mad Dog hit the floor hard. Grizzly dusted off his hands, turned around, and said to Benny Russo expressionlessly, Boss, he's out. Benny Russo took a deep breath, trying to suppress his sense of helplessness. He knew Grizzly wasn't very bright and was quite stubborn, but his loyalty and combat strength were beyond doubt. He had already looked into that group's background. One of them, named Lance, was an incredible fighter, so he'd leave him to Grizzly to handle. Ultimately, Benny Russo decided to have Grizzly watch over Mad Dog, while testing my team's strength, if necessary. He was to just... Benny Russo made a throat-slitting gesture, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. Grizzly nodded, his face devoid of any expression. Boss. When Grizzly left the nightclub, Mad Dog was already waiting at the door. Seeing Grizzly come out, Mad Dog immediately put on a fawning smile. Good. Big bro Grizzly, you're here. But Grizzly didn't buy it. He just kept staring at Mad Dog's neck, recalling Benny Russo's throat-slitting gesture from moments ago. What order did the boss give him? It seemed like he wanted him to adjust Mad Dog's neck, but Mad Dog's neck looked perfectly fine. Grizzly decided to wait a bit. Once Mad Dog's neck actually got twisted, then he could carry out the boss's order. Although Mad Dog didn't know why Grizzly kept staring at his neck, he didn't dare ask. He knew this guy was a one-track mind. He wouldn't answer any questions except to carry out orders. Mad Dog waved his hand. Whatever. We'll take it one step at a time. Grizzly, let's go. He hailed a trike, planning to find an internet cafe to kill some time first. But just as he opened the door to get in, Grizzly's massive hand yanked him back. Mad Dog looked at Grizzly in total confusion. What did you pull me back for? Take it one step at a time, Grizzly replied expressionlessly. He grabbed Mad Dog by the scruff of the neck and walked forward. This guy would take a step and then pause, staring at Mad Dog's neck with his eyes, as if he were strictly executing. some kind of mission, without wanting even a sliver of error. Mad Dog was being dragged along by Grizzly, unable to move. He was almost in tears. "You motherfucker, you really are a blockhead. Let go of me." But no matter how he struggled or shouted, Grizzly didn't let go. Once Grizzly's brain entered a mission state, all outside sounds and distractions were filtered out. So no matter how Mad Dog yelled, it was as if he didn't hear it. By the time they reached the destination, Mad Dog's eyes were rolling back like a dead dog's, and he was foaming at the mouth. Grizzly asked in confusion, "Huh? What's wrong with you?" Mad Dog finally managed to scramble up, just about to say something, but he realized he had actually cricked his neck. He could only look at Grizzly sideways. Grizzly's eyes instantly lit up. He remembered Benny's instructions. He had to fix Mad Dog's neck. Then, under Mad Dog's terrified gaze, Grizzly's massive hand gripped his neck. Crack! Mad Dog's scream echoed through the street. Although Mad Dog didn't dare actively look for trouble with me, to have something to show Benny Russo. He had to, at least, send a few lackeys to monitor my movements, just for show. But in his heart, he was already planning to pack his bags and run. After all, why did the boss send his most trusted bodyguard, Grizzly, to his side? It was because he had become suspicious and was already dissatisfied with him. Mad Dog knew this all too well. He knew too many of the boss's secrets, and unfortunately he had already given quite a lot of dirt to me. If the boss ever found out, his end would definitely be worse than Chad Rivers. He stole a glance at Grizzly sitting across from him. This massive, burly giant was currently burying his head, eating his 8th bowl of beef noodles without green onions. Mad Dog now even had to let Grizzly stand guard outside the door when he went to the bathroom. This human shadow was making it impossible for him to breathe. Cursing his luck in his head, Mad Dog shoveled 2 mouthfuls of noodles and thought he had to find a way to ditch this guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a chance to run. Oi! Just then, the noodle shop door was kicked open. A few thugs swaggered in. As soon as they entered, they started shouting at the top of their lungs, "Get out! Everyone out! Didn't you see Big Bro Louie arrive? Stop eating. Hand your money directly to me. Hurry up, don't dawdle." The customers in the shop were terrified by this display. Some didn't even finish their noodles before rushing out. The owner stood behind the counter, fuming but not daring to speak. In an instant, only Mad Dog and Grizzly remained in the corner, still eating their noodles at their own pace. The thugs saw that some people hadn't left yet, and immediately stormed over. One of the punks put a foot on the chair next to them and pointed at Mad Dog, cursing, "I told you to get lost! Are you deaf? Didn't you hear that Big Bro Louie is here?" Mad Dog slowly put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Only then did he turn his head to look back. "Oh? Isn't this Louie? Haven't seen you in a while, and you've got some balls now. Your little lackeys actually dare to shout at me?" Louie was originally standing by the door. He froze when he saw it was Mad Dog. He hurried over quickly and slapped the lackey on the back of the head, cursing, "Are you blind, you dog? This is Mad Dog." He quickly put on a fawning smile. "Sorry, Mad Dog. My boy here's got bad eyes and offended you. This meal is on me today. Please don't lower yourself to his level." Mad Dog leaned back against the chair and sized up Louie. "Louie, you're doing pretty well for yourself lately, bringing so many lackeys with you when you head out." Louie gave a dry laugh. "Mad Dog, you're joking. The brothers are just showing me some respect. If there's anything you need, just say the word. I'll make sure it's handled perfectly for you." Mad Dog felt quite a bit better, but at the same time, he was a bit depressed. He remembered his peak in Foggy Creek. Aside from Benny Russo, everywhere he went, people would respectfully call him Mad Dog. Even Louie's boss would have to show him some respect. What now? Not only had his head been smashed by a little girl, but he didn't even dare to retaliate. He spent his days being timid, not even daring to make a peep. He had even fallen to the point of needing to run away. "By the way, Louie, what are you doing here?" Louie pointed toward the clearly terrified couple running the shop. He smiled and said, "Just here to collect some numbers." Mad Dog was surprised. "Louie, I didn't see that coming. Your business must be huge. If you're even collecting from hole-in-the-wall joints like this." Louie could easily hear the sarcasm in his voice. People in the underworld rarely targeted small restaurants for protection money. After all, the profit margins were thin. Usually, they went for internet cafes, KTVs, or underground casinos. "Don't make fun of me, Mad Dog. The owner owes us a debt he can't pay back. So? We come by every now and then to collect some fees. I'm not like you, Mad Dog, dealing with big business. Just then, Louis noticed Grizzly sitting across from him. Grizzly had been burying his head in his noodles, like a silent beast. He had cleaned out the entire bowl, not even leaving a drop of broth. Louis couldn't help but ask, "Who's this?" Mad Dog said flatly, "My boss's personal bodyguard, Grizzly. He's with me right now." Louis heard this, and immediately put on a smile, reaching out for a handshake. "Grizzly, I've heard so much about you." However, Grizzly didn't pay him any attention. He just pointed his finger at the empty bowl in front of him. Louis froze for a moment, then realized. He immediately yelled toward the kitchen, "Owner, hurry and bring another bowl of beef noodles for Big Bro Grizzly. Remember, no green onions." The owner, trembling, brought over a bowl of steaming beef noodles and carefully placed it in front of Grizzly. Grizzly wasn't polite. He picked up his chopsticks and started devouring it. Louis surreptitiously glanced at Grizzly a few times. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. This guy, just sitting there, was almost as tall as he was while standing, especially that hideous scar on his head. Paired with that ferocious face, he looked like a wild beast that could erupt at any moment. Louis swallowed hard, looking like he had something to say but was hesitating. Mad Dog glanced at him. "Spit it out. Don't be so wishy-washy." Louis rubbed his hands. "It's like this, Mad Dog. Can you bring me in on the South End development?" The South End development was a major project in Foggy Creek. Many people in the county were eyeing it greedily, but due to Benny Russo's power, no one dared to compete with him. When Louis saw Grizzly following Mad Dog, he immediately changed his attitude, lowering himself even further. Benny Russo's personal bodyguard was with Mad Dog himself. What did that mean? It meant Mad Dog had Benny's complete trust. The project involved the demolition of over a dozen villages. Just by tinkering with the demolition compensation, one could rake in a lot of money. Louis lowered his voice. "Mad Dog, don't worry, I know the rules. I'll make sure your cut is more than generous." Mad Dog's heart skipped a beat. He was currently short on money to run away. If he could seize this chance to make a score, he wouldn't have to worry about money once he left. "How much can you give?" Louis immediately held up 2 fingers. "What do you think of this number? 2,000? Are you fucking kidding me?" Louis quickly shook his head. "Not 2,000. Mad Dog, you've misunderstood." 20,000? Louis shook his head again. He whispered, "It's 200,000. Mad Dog was slightly surprised and said, "I didn't realize you had that much money." Louis waved his hand. "I don't have that much, but my boss has money. The South End is so big. The land needs to be developed. I don't think Boss Benny can handle the whole thing alone. I hope you can put in a good word for us with Boss Benny, to give us a chance to get a piece of the pie." Mad Dog didn't answer right away. Instead, he lowered his head to think. The boss, Benny Russo, in the Foggy Creek circles, was known for being notoriously domineering. Any business he wanted to do, no one else dared to touch. Only things he didn't want to do, or really couldn't get to, would be left for others to share. Over the years, it wasn't that no one tried to challenge him, but they all ended up in a bad way. For example, there was once a fairly powerful boss who planned to open a nightclub. As it turned out, on the very first day of business, the place was smashed to smithereens. The owner was so terrified that he packed his bags and left Foggy Creek overnight, never daring to return again. To this day, there's only that one nightclub owned by Benny Russo in Foggy Creek, but the South End development was inevitable, even including schools and government institutions later on. For instance, Central High and the police station were both moving to the South End. Just the demolition part alone involved more than a dozen villages. If you were just a little ruthless and messed with the demolition compensation, you could rake in a lot of money. Seeing that Mad Dog seemed indifferent to his proposal, Louis's eyes darted around, and he offered a new term. "Mad Dog, I heard you have a beef with an outside force. If you need it, I can take care of it for you." Foggy Creek wasn't that big to begin with. From south to north, across the old city district, it was only a 10-minute ride on a trike. Underworld news couldn't be hidden from those in the know. The fact that Mad Dog suffered a major loss at Caesars KTV, while not exactly headline news, was pretty much common knowledge in the circle. Of course, they didn't think Benny Russo couldn't handle those outsiders. It was just that the South End demolition project left Benny spread too thin. So he'd given my group a temporary pass. Mad Dog sneered. You think you're up for it? You don't seriously think those people are pushovers, do you? Louis patted his chest, with an air of absolute confidence. Mad Dog, you can go out and ask around. I, Louis, have been in Foggy Creek for so many years. Mariam, when have I ever talked big? No matter how tough those outsiders are, they're just outsiders trying to cross the river. Even a powerful dragon can't crush a local snake. Just rest easy, Mad Dog. I, Louis, never let a brother down. As he spoke, a greasy smile appeared on his face. And I heard the leader of that group is a particularly juicy girl. When the time comes, I'll kidnap her for us. And we can both. Suddenly, the noodle shop door was kicked open. A heavy-set young man led 5 or 6 bleached-haired punks inside. A mocking smile played on his face. Mad Dog, finding you wasn't easy. You're out and you didn't even say hi to your big bro? What, are you busy plotting how to handle the miss? Mad Dog's expression shifted instantly. He snapped to his feet, a fawning smile on his face. Mitch, it's a misunderstanding, a total misunderstanding. I'd never dare go after Vanessa. Seeing this, Louis slammed the table and stood up. Where the fuck are you from? Daring to talk to Mad Dog like that? You want me to kill you, or what? Although he only had 7 or 8 lackeys with him, he was putting on a massive show of force. To impress Mad Dog, Mitch let out a cold laugh, his tone laced with sarcasm. You were just discussing how to deal with the miss, and how to handle us, and now you're asking where I'm from? Ridiculous. Louis froze for a second. Then, the realization dawned on him. Oh, so you're the group from Emerald City. I guess you turned your back on the path to heaven and barged through the gates of hell instead. He turned to Mad Dog. Mad Dog, just watch me work. I'll take care of this guy for you today. With that, he waved a hand at the lackeys behind him. Boys, grab your gear. 7 or 8 lackeys stood up instantly, their movements aggressive. Mitch's face darkened immediately, a ruthless glint in his eyes. You want to handle me? You've got balls, I'll give you that. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next second, a dark mass of people flooded through the noodle shop door. There were at least 30 of them. In an instant, Louis and his lackeys were surrounded completely. Louis's face changed instantly. His legs felt weak. He hadn't expected them to bring so many people. His side was completely outnumbered. Seeing the situation, Mad Dog knew things were going bad. He shouted, Grizzly! Grizzly, who was buried in his noodles, heard the shout. He immediately stood up. His massive frame loomed over the crowd like a mountain, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Everyone there instinctively froze, staring at the giant in absolute shock. They had never seen anyone so tall, or so burly in real life. Just by standing there, he radiated an invisible sense of oppression. Even Mitch couldn't help but furrow his brow, a serious look appearing on his face. Mad Dog understood clearly that Mitch and the others had leverage over him. Even with Grizzly there, he didn't dare actually fight Mitch. Mitch, he started, but Louis suddenly regained his nerve. With Grizzly and Mad Dog here, I want to see what you actually dare to do to us. Seeing Grizzly's size, Louis had somehow found some misplaced courage. With a build like Grizzly's, he should be able to take on 20 guys, right? Mitch's cold gaze swept over Louis, then settled on Mad Dog. Mad Dog, it looks like I need to teach you about consequences. Mad Dog's heart tightened. He waved his hands frantically. Mitch, it's really a misunderstanding. But Louis was still shouting, oblivious to the danger. Don't be afraid of them, Mad Dog. I'll call my guys right now and we'll kill them all. Mad Dog was so angry he nearly spit blood. He slapped Louis right across the face. Damn it. Shut the hell up. Louis clutched his face, looking completely bewildered. Mad Dog, what did you hit me for? I'm on your side. Didn't we agree to deal with that little girl together? When Mad Dog heard that, he panicked internally. Shit. Shut the fuck up already, will you? Mad Dog saw Mitch's face getting darker and darker. He roared directly at Louis. When the hell did I ever say that? Get on your knees, now. Louis was stunned. Kneel? What do you mean? Grizzly took a step forward and asked, Kneel where? Kneel in front of Mitch, Mad Dog said. Before Louis could react, Grizzly was already behind him. He grabbed his neck with one hand and kicked the back of his knee. There was a heavy thud. Louis was on his knees instantly, completely powerless to resist. And he'd gone down quite smoothly, too. Louis said tearfully, "Mad Dog, can't I just let you have the little girl instead?" Even now, he hadn't realized why Mad Dog had suddenly made Grizzly attack him. "Shut up!" Mad Dog was going crazy, especially when he saw the dozens of men behind Mitch, all pulling out their tactical batons. He panicked and yelled, "Make him shut up." Grizzly scratched his massive head, seemingly thinking about how to silence Louis. Right then, he noticed the noodle shop owner, watching the fight from the kitchen, holding an extra thick rolling pin. His eyes lit up and he walked straight over. Then he snatched the rolling pin away, returned to stand before Louis, prized his mouth open with one hand, and shoved the rolling pin right inside with the other. Louis's eyes bulged wide. He gave a muffled groan. His vision went dark, and he passed out instantly. Grizzly squatted in front of Louis and observed for a moment, before turning to Mad Dog with a serious expression. "It's a perfect fit. He should be shut up now." Mitch watched as Grizzly used the rolling pin to knock Louis unconscious. He couldn't help but gape. This was beyond brutal. He didn't dare to imagine what it would feel like if that rolling pin were shoved into his own mouth. But even though he thought Grizzly was a bit too violent, Mitch actually felt a bit of admiration for this massive giant. The guy was efficient and direct. He followed orders and clearly had incredible fighting strength. Grand Apex. Alliance currently lacked a heavy hitter like him the most. While Mitch was wondering how to poach Grizzly from Mad Dog approached with a fawning expression. "Mitch, this is really a misunderstanding. How could I ever dare to go after you?" It was all that Louis guy acting on his own, and his own wishful thinking. Mad Dog forced a smile as he spoke. "I've always despised lowlifes like him. Even if you hadn't shown up, I would have handled him and never let him cause trouble." Mitch narrowed his eyes at Mad Dog. "But that's not what I just heard him saying at all." Mad Dog waved his hands frantically. His voice was urgent. "Mitch, I'm truly a victim here. We really just came for noodles. And then this guy showed up to collect fees. He ran into us and immediately tried to bribe me with money to join him in taking you down. The moment I heard that, I naturally refused him sternly. My admiration for Vanessa, and for you, Mitch, is like a never-ending, surging river. You've got to believe me." Mad Dog's tone was incredibly respectful, with a fawning smile plastered on his face. He knew he was currently under their thumb. Mitch had leverage over him, so he was in no position to argue. Mitch deliberately feigned a look of skepticism. Really? If it had been before, he certainly wouldn't have believed Mad Dog's nonsense. But after seeing Grizzly, he changed his mind. He had to poach this man. Mad Dog nodded rapidly. "It's true. It's absolutely true. Just say the word, and I'll chop that Louis guy up myself, to atone for the offense." Mitch waved him off. "The miss is very busy. She hasn't got time to watch her little drama." Mad Dog echoed him immediately. Yes, of course. The miss is destined to be a legend in Foggy Creek. How could she bother with a small fry like me? Have you and the brothers eaten yet, Mitch? If not, let me buy everyone noodles. Authentic iron bowl beef noodles. I can make sure there's no onion or cilantro." Mitch ignored Mad Dog's attempts to suck up. Instead, he looked at Grizzly standing nearby and asked him point blank, "Hey man, you interested in joining the Grand Apex Alliance?" Grizzly acted like he hadn't heard a thing, standing silently and motionless next to Mad Dog. Seeing this, Mad Dog immediately pulled Mitch aside and whispered, "Mitch, if you're trying to get Grizzly to join Grand Apex, you're barking up the wrong tree. He's Benny Russo's personal bodyguard. Usually, except for the boss, no one can order him around." He pointed to his own head as he spoke. "More importantly, he's a bit not all there. Mitch gave a cold laugh. "Mad Dog, you were bailed out without notifying me, and were plotting with Louis to go after me, adding up all these debts. Did you really think a few sweet words would settle things?" Hearing this, Mad Dog almost fell to his knees. Mitch cut him off impatiently. "Enough bullshit. I don't care how you do it. Grizzly has to come with me. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be." Mad Dog panicked. "Mitch, I really have no way. Grizzly is Boss Russo's favorite enforcer. He only listens to the boss's commands. I have no authority over him." Mitch stared at him, his tone freezing. "Didn't you just say he only listens to your boss? Use your head." Mad Dog was taken aback for a moment. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll try." Mitch nodded. "Hurry up. Don't keep me waiting." Mad Dog had no choice but to pull out his phone and call Benny Russo. Of course, he couldn't tell the truth, so he embellished the situation with a lie. The gist was that he'd found a great opportunity to move against the target, but Grizzly wouldn't follow his lead, stalling the entire plan. On the other end, Benny Russo was silent for a few seconds. Then he said, "Give the phone to Grizzly." Mad Dog hurriedly handed the phone to Grizzly. Benny Russo's voice came through the speaker. "Grizzly. Mad Dog speaks for me. His word is my word. Do you understand? Whatever he tells you to do, you do it." Grizzly gripped the phone and nodded. "Yes, boss." Though he thought it was a bit strange. Because he was so single-minded, he didn't raise any questions. After hanging up, Grizzly silently moved to stand beside Mitch. Mad Dog said with a forced calm, "Mitch, so, about today's business?" Mitch said coldly, "I never saw you today." After speaking, he turned and left the nudie shop. With Grizzly and his crew, Mad Dog let out a long breath. That was way too close. He was well aware that right now, he had zero capital to stand against Mitch and the others. Even if Grizzly could have taken them all down, so what? The moment Mitch leaked even a tiny bit of info to Boss Russo, he would be dead and buried. Instead of waiting to die, he might as well take this chance to skip town. Besides, he'd already ditched the burden of Grizzly. There was no one watching him now. At that thought, Mad Dog immediately hailed a trike and headed straight for the bus station. However, just as he reached the station entrance and was about to go inside, he was stopped by several men. At the same time, at the nightclub, after Benny Russo hung up, he felt like something wasn't right. But thinking of Grizzly's loyalty, he wondered if he was just overthinking things. With Grizzly's temperament, it was impossible for him to betray him. But it was precisely because Grizzly was so loyal that Mad Dog had the chance to sell him out.